Chapter 1449. Ha ha ha, Elder Feng Yuan, you are back. Land Spirit of Langia laughed. He opened his arms and walked towards Feng Yuan with large strides. Feng Yuan also laughed. Being able to return to Langia blessed land is like returning home. I feel much more at ease. The two hugged each other. Their attitude was very warm. Elder Feng Yuan is now famous in the world, congratulations. Land Spirit of Langia looked at Feng Yuan with a completely different gaze. Feng Yuan now had rank 8 battle strength. This was his unique battle strength. It was enough for Land Spirit of Langia to pay attention to him. Furthermore, Feng Yuan even escaped from the pursuit of the Celestial Court, safely returning to Langia sect. If this battle result was spread, it would shock the world. From the perspective of Land Spirit of Langia, he was naturally willing to see Feng Yuan and the number 1 human force, the Celestial Court, fall into an abyss of conflict, unable to live under the same sky. The more Feng Yuan was chased by the world, the happier he was. Because he was a hairy man, his obsession was to let hairy men rule the world. Of course, Langia sect's safety was of utmost importance. If not for the fact that Feng Yuan was clean and did not leave any traces for the Celestial Court to track, Land Spirit of Langia would not welcome Feng Yuan like this. Elder Feng Yuan, what do you plan to do next? Land Spirit of Langia asked as they walked. Feng Yuan did not hesitate, he said frankly. Right now, the situation is very tense. I plan to lay low and rest for a while. I have already inherited Spectral Soul's true inheritance and become the new leader of Shadow Sect. As long as I have enough time, I will continue to raise my cultivation level and battle strength. The Celestial Court will not be able to track me down. Speaking of which, it was really thrilling. Fortunately, I had you, the first Supreme Elder, supporting me from behind. The Land Spirit of Langia was embarrassed and could only laugh out loud. He naturally did not fully support Feng Yuan. He only followed the rules of Langia sect and helped Feng Yuan refine Gu. If he had given his full support, he would have already sent Hairy Man Gu Immortals to reinforce Feng Yuan. The two of them talked as they walked. Along the way, they saw many Hairy Man Gu masters. They greeted him with deep respect. The development of the Langia sect was also very fast. Ever since the Land Spirit of Langia changed its development strategy and started a war between hairy men in the 3 continents, it encouraged and nurtured many outstanding Hairy Man Gu masters. These hairy man elites were all chosen and brought to Langia Blessed Land's cloud cover continent to live, and they were taught the next step in their cultivation. Murals of the Langia sect's grand elders could be found in every cloud city on the cloud cover continent. In the cloud city that belonged to Feng Yuan, there was a huge stone statue that was several meters tall and had the same appearance and build as him. Thus, Langia sect's Gu masters were very familiar with all the Gu immortal elders. After talking for a while, Feng Yuan and the Land Spirit of Langia parted. The two talked happily. The Land Spirit of Langia was very interested in Spectral Soul's true inheritance, while Feng Yuan wanted to use Langia sect's strength to help him refine Immortal Gu. In terms of refinement path, even though Feng Yuan had some strength, he paled in comparison to Langia sect. Both sides came to many agreements. The Land Spirit of Langia left in satisfaction. Feng Yuan came to the Gu Refinement Hall and met with 6th Hair. So it is 2nd Supreme Elder. Sorry for not going out to meet you. 6th Hair smiled. He was haggard and had a haggard expression. His face was ashen. He was in a sorry state. But when he saw Feng Yuan, a complex expression appeared in his eyes. There was love, there was emotion, there was loneliness, and there was also a sigh. Fate was truly mysterious. Once upon a time, 6th Hair wished that Feng Yuan could die immediately. But now, Feng Yuan had become the leader of Shadow Sect. He was the only hope of saving Spectral Soul's main body. Since Feng Yuan could protecting Wuxia's life and had a reconcilable enmity with the Celestial Court, 6th Hair chose to acknowledge Feng Yuan's identity. 6th Hair greets Lord Sect Leader. Please forgive me for not being able to pay my respects. 6th Hair transmitted secretly. This was Langia Blessed Land. The Land Spirit of Langia could see everything like a palm print. It is just a formality. Why would I care about this? Feng Yuan transmitted. I still need to thank you for your hard work The immortal goo you refined helped me greatly. The celestial court is my mortal enemy. One day, I will attack the celestial court and do my best to save Spectral Soul's main body. Sixth Hair nodded. A bright light flashed in his eyes as he turned around and led the way. This way, please. Actually, he knew that Feng Yuan's words did not have any guarantees. If Feng Yuan wanted to break the promise, there would be no punishment or price. But people needed a trace of hope in life, even if this hope was very small. Moreover, Sixth Hair was clear that if he did not recruit Feng Yuan, the remaining Shadow Sect Gu Immortals would not be the Celestial Court's match. They would be exterminated soon. In fact, there was no need for the Celestial Court to make a move. Because of benefits, Feng Yuan was more likely to take action against the Shadow Sect's remnants. Zishan Makoto already knew about his future situation. In order to preserve as much of the Shadow Sect as possible and preserve hope, he entrusted the entire Shadow Sect to Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan knew about Zishan Makoto's scheme, but he had no choice but to accept it. He even felt joy in his heart. Feng Yuan followed Sixth Hair as they walked for a while, arriving in front of the Refinement Path Immortal Formation. There, a blazing fire was burning, but it gave off a shocking chill. The chill was intense. Soon, Feng Yuan's eyebrows and hair were covered in a layer of white frost. Sect Leader, the refinement of Cleanse Soul Immortal Goo has reached the crucial step. But I have failed several times at this step. My luck is not as good as yours. Sect Leader is more suited to personally refine the last few steps. Sixth Hair transmitted. Next, he started to narrate the steps of the Gu refinement, as well as the important points, as well as his own experiences and insights. Feng Yuan listened attentively, not missing a single word. Cleanse Soul Immortal Gu was the key to his future cultivation. Almost at the same time, far away in Central Continent Spirit Affinity House, a female Gu master at the peak of rank 5 was also facing a crucial moment in her life. Right now, she was wearing battle armor, her skin was fair, her eyes were like the morning stars, her curved brows were slightly furrowed. She was holding her breath with a solemn expression. We can begin. Spirit Affinity House's Wisdom Path Gu Immortal Su Hao spoke. On the other side, there was a female immortal. It was Su Hao's wife Li Juning. Zhao Lianyun nodded. She breathed in deeply and started her immortal ascension. In her rank 5 peak stage aperture, primeval essence surged like a raging wave, crashing against the aperture walls. Soon cracks started to appear on the aperture walls. As the cracks increased, a formless power of heaven and earth lifted Zhao Lianyun's body into the sky. Only when she was 30 meters above the ground did Zhao Lianyun stop. At this moment, Zhao Lianyun's eyes were shut. She was concentrating on controlling the primeval essence in her aperture, attacking the aperture walls fiercely. She did not know that in the outside world, as more cracks appeared on the aperture walls, the aura that leaked out was getting denser. 2 huge gusts of qi had already been drawn. Qi surged, causing dark clouds to rumble in the sky and thunder to rumble. Earth qi was vast, causing dust to rise and rumble on the ground. Heaven qi and earth qi were getting denser. Suddenly, with a soft sound, Zhao Lianyun's aperture completely shattered. Immediately, an extremely dense human qi gushed out from her body. Heaven qi, earth qi, and human qi attracted each other, quickly gathering together and wrapping around Zhao Lianyun at the center of the qi giant ball. You have to persevere, Li Juning muttered. Helping Zhao Lianyun to ascend to immortal was not only Spirit Affinity House's mission, it also concerned her and her husband Su Hao's benefits in the sect. Su Hao and Li Juning belonged to the Anti-Phoenix faction. They were the most opposed to Feng Zhouge's faction. And Zhao Lianyun was the most crucial person in the Anti-Phoenix faction. Su Hao had a solemn and vigilant expression. Zhao Lianyun's immortal ascension was different from others. Because she had divine concealment protecting her, she was shielded from deductions and heavenly calamities and tribulations. Such a situation was unprecedented in immortal ascension. Even thieving heaven demon Venerable had created the original version of divine concealment after becoming a Gu immortal. Thus, Su Hao was very careful. He paid attention to Zhao Lianyun's situation at all times, and would help if anything went wrong. However, at this moment, even if Su Hao wanted to help, he could not do so. The three qi attracted. The entire process of fusing and controlling it had to be controlled by Zhao Lianyan personally. Others could not interfere. Fortunately, before the immortal ascension, Zhao Lianyan had done a lot of preparation and practice. With the guidance and training of a Gu immortal, she already knew the entire process of immortal ascension like the back of her hand. She could not be more familiar with it. The qi ball where the three qi converged became smaller and smaller. This was a joyous change. It proved that Zhao Lianyan was successfully compressing and condensing the three qi. A moment later, the three qi condensed and compressed to the limit. Zhao Lianyan opened her eyes and shouted, throwing her vital Gu into the center of the three qi. Rumble! A loud sound rang out, like a clap of thunder exploding in his ears. In an instant, Zhao Lianyan fell into a dazed state. Her eyes were in a daze. At the next moment, she woke up and looked at her aperture. The aperture was no longer there. It was replaced by an immortal aperture. Rank 6 immortal aperture. I succeeded. Zhao Lianyan cried tears of joy. Chapter 1450. Genius 1 second. Remember if you want to go? TalkNet, providing you with exciting novels to read. Northern Plains, Langya Blessed Land, Gu Refinement Hall. Love Gobe Small Say Netka. The refinement path Gu formation activated. The eerie blue ice fire had turned into an iceberg. Fong Yuan stood at the periphery of the refinement path immortal formation. He raised his hands and placed his palms on the surface of the iceberg. His eyes were shining brightly. He was concentrating on the Gu refinement. Almost all of his attention was on it. On his body, the auras of all sorts of Gu worms fluctuated. There were mortal Gu auras and immortal Gu auras. He was using a large number of refinement path methods, and even killer moves. Under Fong Yuan's hard work, there was still a blue ice fire burning quietly in the iceberg. The Gu materials were continuously refined in the fire. The impurities were all removed, only the essence was left. The embryonic form of an immortal Gu was forming bit by bit. Sixth Hair, who was standing at the side, was shining with joy. This progress had already surpassed his previous record. This was not because Fong Yuan's refinement path attainment was higher than Sixth Hair's. It was because of luck. The main reason was the refinement path method. To think that our sect also had the inheritance of the remote antiquity era's refinement path great expert, Bei Luo. Sixth Hair sighed inwardly. Bei Luo was a famous rank 8 refinement path Gu immortal. He was most skilled in ice refinement. Until now, his ice refinement attainment was at the peak of refinement path juniors. What Fong Yuan was using now was Bei Luo's ice refinement killer move. Thus, he surpassed Sixth Hair's previous record. He was only a step away from refining Cleansed Soul Immortal Gu. Even though Sixth Hair was a split soul, he was a member of Shadow Sect. But back then, Shadow Sect used the killer move Soul Replacement to place him in Langya Blessed Land. He did not have too many cultivation memories. Because once he had too many of these memories, it would be easy for him to be exposed during the cultivation process. In Langya Blessed Land, the land spirit of Langya was omniscient and could sense every tiny change in every corner of the blessed land. Now that Fong Yuan became the leader of the Shadow Sect and inherited the entire Shadow Sect inheritance, his Gu cultivation foundation grew explosively. This level of growth could be said to be earth-shattering. Even Fong Yuan himself was a little numb. For example, if Fong Yuan's foundation was like a lake in the past, then the legacy of the Shadow Sect was like an ocean. Even the foundation of Langya Sect was second to the Shadow Sect. Even though Langya Blessed Land had been established for a very long time, its origin was only the rank 8 Gu immortal long-hair ancestor. And the founder of the Shadow Sect was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, who had slaughtered the world. Thus, when Fong Yuan had a deep understanding of Cleansed Soul Immortal Gu's refinement steps, he chose the most suitable Gu refinement method from the sea of inheritances in his mind, Bei Luo Ice Refinement Method. Alright. The Immortal Gu's incomplete form is already more than half complete. Success is close at hand. As time passed, Sixth Hair became increasingly excited. His gaze moved towards Fong Yuan. This man! A complex light flashed in Sixth Hair's eyes. In terms of refinement path, his foundation is very solid, and he has great talent. Most importantly, the ice refinement method seems to be especially suitable for him. Sixth Hare evaluated in his mind. There were countless refinement path methods: fire refinement, ice refinement, multiple person refinement, time refinement, and so on. Some people were suitable for fire refinement methods, while some people were extremely compatible with water refinement methods. Feng Yuan also found that the ice refinement method was very suitable for him. It seems that I can practice ice refinement methods in my free time. It seems to be more suitable for my temperament than blood refinement. While thinking, Feng Yuan mobilized goo worms and prepared an immortal killer move. In his immortal aperture, there were already a large number of myriad self-strength path clones. These clones would help him construct killer moves when he refines goo. It was very practical and convenient. When this immortal killer move was activated, Feng Yuan immediately felt a warm sensation coiling around his body, resisting the bone-chilling coldness from the outside world. The intense coldness continued to spread from the iceberg. This was the weakness of the ice refinement method. The goo immortal had to resist the coldness while refining goo. If myriad self did not advance, Feng Yuan would definitely have problems dealing with all aspects at the same time. But with his new self, he was able to overcome this hurdle easily. Just as Feng Yuan was refining goo, far away in central continent, Feng Kim Hong climbed to the peak of a mountain. At dawn, the sky was still dark. There were only a few stars in the sky. Feng Jin Huang's breath turned into mist as she gazed into the distance. Her face was full of worry. In the past, she was young and did not know what it felt like to be worried. She had the protection of goo immortal parents. But now, she tasted setbacks and experienced the hardships of life. Especially recently, Zhao Lianyun had successfully advanced to immortal. This greatly raised the reputation of the anti-Feng faction in Spirit Affinity House. While Feng Zhouge was far away in Western Desert, Fairy Baiqing could not do anything alone. Su Hao and the rest won back a lot of people. From this, Feng Kim Hong experienced hardships and bitterness that she had never experienced before. The sect had a brand new image in her eyes. Sigh. She sat cross-legged on a rock sighing. She thought of Zhao Lianyun. This person came from behind and snatched away Feng Kim Huang's goal. Spirit Affinity House's fairy position. Now that he had successfully advanced to immortal, he was no longer immortal. The scene of Zhao Lianyun kneeling to Feng Kim Hong was still fresh in her mind. Zhao Lianyun is an otherworldly demon. Feng Yuan is also an otherworldly demon. Why do I always lose to otherworldly demons? Feng Kim Huang's thoughts wandered. An unforgettable scene appeared in the deepest part of her mind. At the peak of Dang Hun Mountain, she saw Feng Yuan for the first time. Feng Kim Huang's face heated up. She quickly shook her head, suppressing these scenes and memories into the deepest part of her mind. What's the point of thinking about this? Feng Kim Hong, oh Feng Kim Hong, you need to work harder. You need to work harder and become a goo immortal in the future. You need to help father and mother. Feng Kim Hong calmed her mind and started to summarize her recent dream realm experience. That was the dream realm of the refinement path great expert Bei Luo. Through this dream realm, my refinement path attainment level has already broken through to great grandmaster level. Senior Bei Luo is most proficient in ice refinement methods. Why don't I give it a try? Feng Kim Hong stretched out her hands. Her 10 fingers moved rapidly, creating layers of finger phantoms. A gust of cold qi immediately circled around her palm, and it became more and more exuberant. Feng Kim Hong was a refinement path great grandmaster with outstanding attainment level. Soon, a goo worm jumped out of the frost energy lump. This was an ice path rank 3 mortal goo. After flying out, it landed on Feng Kim Huang's shoulder obediently, not moving at all. Next, a second and third goo worm flew out. Moreover, the rotation speed also increased from rank 3 to rank 4 and rank 5. Feng Kim Hong showed joy on her face, her eyes gradually brightened, and her hands moved faster. But at the next moment, the frost energy exploded. The goo refinement failed and Feng Kim Hong suffered a backlash. Oh no! Feng Kim Huang's heart sank, her face turned pale. She subconsciously closed her eyes and gritted her teeth, enduring the incoming damage. But there was no movement. What's going on? Feng Kim Hong slowly opened her eyes. Next, She saw an expert stretch out his hand in front of her. That lump of frost that was about to explode actually condensed into an ice ball in his hand. The expert was really tall. Feng Kim Huang's head was slightly taller than his knees. His long hair fluttered in the wind. He had a majestic posture. His gaze was filled with wisdom. What attracted Feng Kim Huang's attention the most was the pair of coral dragon horns on his forehead. "Senior, who are you? Thank you for saving me." Feng Kim Huang quickly bowed. The expert smiled. "There are countless refinement path methods, but ice refinement is not suitable for you, Feng Kim Huang. Your personality is lively and cheerful. It is suitable for metal refinement and fire refinement. As for ice refinement, those who are proficient in it have a tough and patient nature." Saying so, the expert lightly clenched his fist, directly extinguishing the frost energy in his palm. Feng Kim Huang was tongue-tied. She knew the power of this lump of frost energy. It could definitely heavily injure a rank 5 Gu master. Feng Kim Huang's eyes brightened. "Senior, are you a Gu immortal? You know my parents." Feng Kim Huang had interacted with many Gu immortals, thus she did not feel uncomfortable. Normally speaking, those Gu immortals were amiable. Most of them admired Feng Jioga's reputation. As expected, the expert nodded. "Of course I know your parents, but I came here for you." "For me?" Feng Kim Huang was surprised. "That's right," the expert continued. "Feng Kim Huang, you will be the future great dream immortal venerable. You are destined to enter the celestial court. You will lead this era. You will shock the world and stand proudly at the peak of Gu immortals. I am the celestial court's Gu immortal Duke Long. I came here to take you as my disciple. I will lead you to the throne of a rank 9 venerable." "What?" Feng Kim Huang's mouth was wide open. She looked at the expert in front of her in a daze. Duke Long smiled at Feng Kim Huang with a kind and amiable expression. Feng Kim Huang, however, looked at this legendary person who defeated Spectral Soul with an expression of, "I suspect you are a swindler." She did not know Duke Long. Duke Long's appearance was familiar to the Gu immortals of Central Continent's 10 great sects. But Feng Kim Huang was immortal after all. There was a layer between them. Immortals and mortals were two different worlds. "Uncle, do you know that since ancient times, only 10 people have become Gu venerables? I know about Great Dream Immortal Venerable's prophecy, but why am I Great Dream Immortal Venerable?" Feng Kim Huang asked. "Don't doubt yourself." Duke Long smiled. "You are the future Great Dream Immortal Venerable. When you were young, a Dream Path Immortal Gu came to you. That was a sign. Your life was supposed to be smooth sailing and dazzling. Unfortunately, there were some hiccups in the process. Those otherworldly demons who are not part of fate snatched your fortuitous encounters. For example, who Immortal Blessed Land, or the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. But these are not important. Fate Immortal Gu will be completely restored after 10 years. You will definitely become Great Dream Immortal Venerable, because this is all predestined." Duke Long said this with a solemn expression. His gaze was firm, as if he was speaking the truth. No matter what kind of existence it was, it could not be shaken or changed. Chapter 1451. Genius 1 second. Remember, if you want to go? Talk.net, providing you with exciting novels to read. The shattered ice pieces were scattered on the ground. Cough, cough. Feng Yuan held his chest, forcefully coughing out the blood clots in his heart and lungs. These blood clots had condensed into a small lump, emitting an intense chill. Feng Yuan's expression was also not normal. His face was greenish-blue. He had suffered great injuries. The Gu refinement had failed. Just a moment ago, the huge iceberg had exploded. Feng Yuan had endured the backlash. Immortal Gu man as before. Feng Yuan immediately activated the Immortal Gu, and at the next moment, he returned to the state before the accident occurred. The greenish-blue color on his face disappeared, and the injuries on his body were almost all gone. But there was still a large amount of frost energy condensed in his body, making him feel quite uncomfortable. This frost energy was not caused by the Gu refinement failure, but was formed by the corrosion of the frost energy during the entire Gu refinement process, accumulating. Because it took a long time, using man as before Immortal Gu did not have much effect. Speaking of which, My healing methods mainly rely on man as before immortal goo. This rank 6 immortal goo is very useful. Among the inheritances of Shadow Sect, there are many killer moves that use this as the core. In time, when I successfully construct these killer moves and train them to maturity, my healing ability will definitely rise sharply. Feng Yuan's thoughts wandered, when he suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Wait, since there is man as before immortal goo, why is there no goo as before immortal goo? A goo worm that healed goo worms. This could be used. If there is an immortal goo like goo as before, can I use it as the core to design an immortal killer move that can help me refine goo? If I really had such a killer move, I could have used it just now to recover my losses and return to the last and most crucial step. Feng Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He started to investigate the Shadow Sect true inheritances stored in his mind. The contents of the Shadow Sect true inheritances could be said to be vast. After Feng Yuan read through them, he found that his idea had already been thought of by predecessors. There were many Goo Immortals who thought of this. Most were Refinement Path Goo Immortals, but there were also Time Path Goo Immortals. In many inheritances, there were also the results of the seniors regarding Goo as before Immortal Goo. They were all incomplete Immortal Goo recipes. None of them have been successfully derived. Very difficult to achieve. For most Goo Immortals, man as before Immortal Goo's usage range was not very wide. Rank 6 man as before had very little effect on rank 7 Goo Immortals. The activation often failed. The rank 7 man as before Immortal Goo was not very effective for most rank 7 Goo Immortals. Unless the target was a Time Path Goo Immortal with Time Path Dao marks, not only would it not restrict man as before Immortal Goo, it would also not amplify its power. Man as before Immortal Goo was already like this. Goo as before was even more difficult. Using Goo as before to restore Mortal Goo had little meaning to Goo Immortals, because at Goo Immortals level, they did not lack Mortal Goo. Mortal Goo were only a matter of quantity to Goo Immortals. Of course, Lifespan Goo was an exception, but using Goo as before to restore an Immortal Goo was much more difficult than restoring a Goo Immortal, because every Immortal Goo was a great Dao fragment of their respective path. The conflict between Immortal Goo of different paths was very serious. Immortal Goo could cooperate with each other, but when used on Immortal Goo, it was a different concept. Unless there was an advantage in terms of rank. For example, using rank 7 Goo as before Immortal Goo to restore a rank 6 Goo worm was still possible. If it was between rank 7, it would definitely fail. Goo as before's concept was very good, but it was too difficult to implement. There were many Goo Immortals who had such inspiration. Among them were Refinement Path Great Grandmasters and Time Path Great Grandmasters. Unfortunately, no matter how hard they tried, they did not succeed. Goo as before could not be used, but Feng Yuan had other methods. For example, some Refinement Path Immortal Goo formations. These Immortal Goo formations had the effect of reversing time for a short period of time. If there was any mistake, the Goo Immortal could activate the Immortal formation and start again. In Shadow Sect's inheritance, there were more than 10 Immortal Goo formations of this type. But every one of them had the same weakness. Some used too much Immortal Essence, some had a limited number of reversing time, and some were only limited to refining rank 6 Immortal Goo. The highest form of this Immortal Goo formation was Immortal Goo House Regret Pool. One of the world's 3 pools, it was famous. It is a pity that be it Regret Pool, or those Immortal Goo formations, I have the inheritance but lack suitable Immortal Goo. Feng Yuan sighed. He had the awkwardness of a cleverer housewife who could not cook a meal without rice. Actually, in his current situation, there were many paths in front of him. Ordinary people would be overjoyed when they obtained an immortal opportunity and inherited a predecessor's inheritance. Their cultivation path would also become brighter and brighter. Feng Yuan's Shadow Sect inheritances were accumulated by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable when he was alive, and after his death, he plundered them for 100,000 years. It could be seen that Feng Yuan had obtained a vast number of inheritances. He naturally had countless choices in his cultivation. Among these choices, Soul Path, Time Path, Earth Path, Space Path, and other options were extremely tempting. Because they were all venerable inheritances, Any one of them could cause chaos in the 5 regions. Gu immortals would fight over them. With these in hand, Fang Yuan's future would be extremely bright. It could be imagined. But the biggest help to Fang Yuan were not these new choices. Because even though these choices had great prospects and were very tempting, the time, energy and resources they consumed were astronomical figures. The biggest help to Fang Yuan was Wisdom Gu. With the light of wisdom, it was an unparalleled help to his cultivation. Fang Yuan had already tasted the benefits of this. He had a deep impression of it. And to obtain Wisdom Gu's recognition again, he would need to use his original rank 6 immortal zombie body. Fang Yuan already had a way to resolve the soul path trap on the immortal zombie body. He only lacked the core immortal Gu cleanse soul. In the end, he still needed to refine cleanse soul immortal Gu. Regretfully, he had already tried over 10 times to refine cleanse soul immortal Gu, but they all ended in failure. Although the ice refinement method suits me, I have not spent much effort on refinement path. But I did not spend too much effort on refinement path. And these last few steps are too difficult. Fang Yuan sighed. That's right. 6th hair came to Fang Yuan's side, sighing as he looked at the shattered ice on the ground. The success rate of refining immortal Gu was too low. It was a bottomless pit. Only the current Fang Yuan had the foundation and determination to refine cleanse soul immortal Gu with all his might. Fang Yuan had another concern now. Someone had already refined cleanse soul immortal Gu. Immortal Gu were unique. He would not be able to refine it no matter what. However, this situation could also be detected to a certain extent. That was, the entire process of refining the immortal Gu was flawless. But at the moment of success, the immortal Gu would mysteriously fail and collapse. This situation meant that cleanse soul immortal Gu had already been refined by someone else. But cleanse soul immortal Gu's immortal Gu recipe was rather secretive. It had a limited range of circulation, and it had not been long since it died. So Fang Yuan's hope was quite high. Maybe we can modify the last few steps. We can use Snow Lotus Essence to replace those Ice Path immortal materials. 6th hair muttered. Modify the immortal Gu recipe? Fang Yuan muttered, nodding slightly. The last few steps were too difficult. After changing the immortal materials, these few steps could be broken down in detail. Although it would prolong the entire Gu refinement process in time, the difficulty would be reduced by a lot. Then let's modify the immortal Gu recipe first. Fang Yuan thought for a while before making up his mind. Modifying an immortal Gu recipe was not something that could be done casually. It needed to be tested continuously. The process was very risky and would consume a lot of resources. But a rank 7 immortal material like Snow Lotus Essence is very rare. It is rarely seen in the market of jewel yellow skies. Fang Yuan was slightly worried. 6th hair laughed. No worries, this immortal material is abundant in snowman tribes. Don't forget that we have already joined the Northern Plains Variant Human Alliance. I have already inquired about it. The snowman tribe in the Northern Icy Plain has many Snow Lotus Essence. Then let's purchase as much as we can. Fang Yuan relaxed and his brows relaxed. Although he had few immortal Yuan stones now, Shadow Sect's inheritances were simply too vast. Taking out some of them could cause a bloodbath. Thus, Fang Yuan was not afraid that the snowman tribe would not be moved. I must get the Snow Lotus Essence. A sharp light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. Chapter 1452. Genius 1 second. Remember love? Go. Say net, providing you with exciting novels to read. Over a month later, Central Continent, Spirit Affinity House's headquarters. In the sky, a Taoist temple was floating above the clouds. The aura of immortal Gu permeated everywhere. This Taoist temple was Spirit Affinity House's Time Path Immortal Gu House, Sun and Moon Temple. The decorated archway, main hall, and side halls were connected into one. This Taoist temple was one of Spirit Affinity House's foundation. It was most proficient in making Gu immortal cultivation convenient. Normally, Sun and Moon Temple was kept in the hands of Spirit Affinity House's supreme elders. They would take turns to manage it and assist in their cultivation. But at this moment, Sun and Moon Temple was placed in the sky. Moreover, it was activating its power. Every corner of the Taoist temple, every brick and tile, was emitting the faint light of the sun and moon. The magnificent radiance shone on the surrounding clouds, making it seem like auspicious clouds were rising and colorful. It was a magnificent scene of an immortal. In the main hall of the Taoist temple, Gu immortals were already gathered. Almost all of Spirit Affinity House's supreme elders were present: Feng Jioge, Fairy Baiqing, Su Hao Li Juning, and even the newest Gu immortal, the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House, Zhao Lianyun. But at this moment, the main character was not any one of them, but Feng Kim Hong. Feng Jin Huang was dressed in plain clothes, neat and tidy, and her little face was full of solemnity. She knelt on the ground, kowtowing towards Duke Long, who was sitting on the main seat. That's right, this was Feng Kim Huang's disciple ceremony. Normally speaking, Feng Kim Hong, who had already joined a sect, would find it hard to take a Gu immortal outside of the sect as her master. Love Gope Small say Netka, but what kind of person was Duke Long? Everyone in Spirit Affinity House obeyed, they even cheered. Spirit Affinity House's supreme elders even discussed that everything would be done according to the highest standards. They would spread the news with great fanfare and raise their sect's prestige. However, this suggestion was rejected by Duke Long. Duke Long's instructions were: everything should be simple, don't be ostentatious, but the standards should not be too low. Spirit Affinity House's first supreme elder personally presided over the ceremony. She spent a lot of effort to look through ancient texts. She used the ancient disciple ceremony of Duke Long's era as reference. She spent a lot of effort. Duke Long didn't reveal anything on his face, but he was quite satisfied with this apprenticeship ceremony. When his gaze landed on Feng Kim Hong, there was a gratified look in his eyes. After kowtowing, Feng Kim Hong stood up, took out a cup of tea, and handed it to Duke Long with both hands. In the silent hall, Feng Kim Hong spoke in a crisp voice: Lord Duke Long, please accept a cup of golden jade morning dew tea. Duke Long took the cup and opened the lid. Instantly, the tea emitted a dazzling and warm golden glow, illuminating the top of the temple above the immortals' heads, making it look brilliant. Duke Long slowly closed his eyes. He raised the cup to his nose and lightly sniffed. The fragrance of the tea was indistinct, but it revealed an extremely refreshing smell. It was like the smell of dew on the grass in the early morning of spring, pure and flawless, but also gave off a bright and lively aura. This tea is not bad. Duke Long smiled lightly. He slowly opened his eyes and took a sip of the tea. When the tea entered his throat, it was truly extraordinary. Even Duke Long, looking at his entire life, felt that this was a superb tea that was hard to come by. Feng Kim Hong, you are a refinement path great grandmaster. Your tea is naturally extraordinary. Good, from today onwards you are my second disciple. Once he said this, the hall immediately went into a commotion. All the Gu immortals smiled happily. Even Su Hao and Li Juning were no exception. Play the immortal music. Spirit Affinity House's first supreme elder lightly called out. At the next moment, bright and beautiful immortal music started playing. It did not lose its majesty and grandeur. Disciple pays respects to master. Feng Kim Hong kowtowed on the ground again. This time, he could call Duke Long master and call himself disciple. At this point, the apprenticeship ceremony that lasted for over 2 hours finally ended. The significance of the ceremony was extremely huge. Spirit Affinity House's supreme elders were flushed with excitement. They could not conceal their expressions. This was the disciple of the leader of the Celestial Court, Lord Duke Long. The whole of Spirit Affinity House felt honored. Fairy Baiqing, as Feng Kim Huang's mother, shed tears of excitement on the spot. Feng Jioge stood beside her, lightly holding his wife's hand, feeling extremely gratified. From tomorrow onwards, Feng Kim Hong will follow me to the Celestial Court to cultivate. Feng Jioge and Baiqing, stay behind, the rest can leave. Duke Long waved the immortals away, leaving behind Feng Kim Huang's parents. Feng Jioge, Baiqing, pays respects to Lord Duke Long. The two came forward and bowed respectfully. Duke Long nodded slightly. After glancing at Fairy Baiqing, his gaze stopped on Feng Jioge. The mission to capture and kill Feng Yuan failed? Duke Long spoke with a plain tone. Feng Jioge, I am ashamed. Several months ago, Feng Jioge and the rest had been waiting at the tributary of the River of Time in Western Desert. But how could they have waited for Feng Yuan? As time passed, Fairy Myrtle also sensed something amiss. And because of the important matter of Feng Kim Hong becoming her disciple, she summoned Feng Jioge back to Central Continent. But the other two Celestial Court rank 8 Gu immortals remained in Western Desert and started to set up an immortal Gu formation. Duke Long continued. Feng Yuan is an otherworldly demon, and the only complete otherworldly demon in the world. He is definitely a great enemy of the Celestial Court, and also a target that you, Feng Jioge, have to eliminate in your life. I have only taken in 2 disciples in my life. I am sure you know the meaning behind this. That's right, Feng Kim Hong is Great Dream Immortal Venerable Seed, and you, Feng Jioge, are her Tao protectors. What? I am Huang Er's Tao protectors? Feng Jioge was surprised. This is a heavenly secret, it cannot be revealed. But this matter has already been discovered by Shadow Sect. It does not matter. The great era is coming. Great Dream Immortal Venerable will be born this time. And there will be an unprecedented change in this world. Feng Yuan will be an obstacle to my Celestial Court, and also an unavoidable mortal enemy in your lives. You have to shoulder the heavy responsibility that fate has entrusted to you, and lead the world into a new era. Duke Long said this, and paused for a while, giving the 3 people time to react and accept this. After a while, Feng Kim Hong's family of 3 calmed down. Duke Long then said to Feng Kim Hong, Huang Er is my disciple from now on. You will follow me and receive my guidance. You will be separated from your parents for some time. Your family can reminisce here. Tomorrow at dawn, I will pick you up and bring you to the Celestial Court. Duke Long instructed before vanishing from his seat. Huang Er, I did not expect you to be the chosen one. When you arrive at the Celestial Court, you need to cultivate hard. You are shouldering the heavy responsibility of this era. The welfare of the world is in your hands. Fairy Bai Qing's eyes were red. She was reluctant to part with them. Mother, I still cannot accept this. All of this feels like a dream. Feng Kim Hong threw himself into Fairy Bai Qing's embrace. Ever since I heard that Lord Duke Long wanted to take you in as a disciple, I more or less expected you to be like this. But I did not expect your father to be your Tao protector. Fairy Bai Qing sighed. Father, mother, what is a Tao protector? Feng Kim Hong asked curiously. Feng Jioge explained. Throughout history, when an immortal venerable or demon venerable grows up, there will always be a Tao protector. Every path protector plays a vital role in the growth of a venerable one. Oh, Feng Kim Hong asked again. Master said he took in 2 disciples. I am the second. That means there is another one above me? Who is he? Feng Jioge and Fairy Bai Qing's expressions changed slightly. The 2 quickly looked at each other. Fairy Bai Qing solemnly instructed Feng Kim Hong. Huang Er, this is a taboo. When you arrive at the Celestial Court, do not mention it. Especially in front of your master. Why? Feng Kim Hong was even more curious. At this time, Feng Jioge answered. Because Duke Long's first disciple is the most mysterious Red Lotus demon venerable in history, who is also your eldest senior brother in name. Chapter 1453. Genius in 1 second. Remember Love Go? Talk.net, providing you with exciting novels to read. This is the Snow Lotus Essence. Feng Yuan looked at the immortal material in his hand, and clicked his tongue in admiration, his gaze revealing an admiring emotion. The Snow Lotus Essence was very exquisite. It was only the size of an adult's fist. It had pink petals and bright red stamens. The entire surface of the flower was covered in a layer of ice that was as thick as a fingernail. This layer of ice was very pure. It was transparent and flawless. It emitted waves of coldness. This coldness was not the bone-chilling coldness of icy winds. It was the coldness of spring. Even though it was cold, it was filled with vitality. This was the first time Feng Yuan had seen this rank 7 immortal material. Because it was very rare, even in jewel yellow skies, it was a scarce commodity. It was because this kind of immortal material was only produced in large-scale snowman tribes. But in the current 5 regions, humans were the dominant race. Their position was unshakable. All variant human races were forced to the corners of the world, struggling at death's door. Fang Yuan was able to easily obtain this immortal material because of the Variant Human Alliance's good fortune. Not only did it allow Fang Yuan to obtain Snow Lotus Essence, he even obtained a lot of it. I did not expect the Snowman tribe to have so many Snow Lotus Essence hoarded. I am very surprised by the number. Sixth Hare stood at the side and sighed. Snow Lotus Essence is very rare even in jewel yellow skies. If it is sold, it will definitely cause a huge commotion. Unfortunately, this world uses fists to reason. The Snowman tribe is afraid of exposing themselves, so every once in a while, they will carefully sell some immortal materials like Snow Lotus Essence. Fang Yuan said with a penetrating gaze. That is indeed the case. Sixth Hare nodded. Actually, our Langya sect also has such resources. They are not commonly seen in the human goo immortal world. But we cannot casually take them out. We are afraid of exposing ourselves and exposing clues, attracting the attacks of human goo immortals. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He saw some business opportunities. Maybe in the future, he could be a middleman after all. He was also a human. He really needed these benefits. After all, he had been refining goo frequently recently. Fang Yuan had put in a lot of effort. Even though most of the contents were replaced by inheritances, in the future, be it him or the other goo immortals of Shadow Sect, they still needed to cultivate and develop their immortal apertures. Fang Yuan looked at Sixth Hare and shook his head slightly. Of course, he knew that Sixth Hare's words were full of deep meaning. Since he had brought up this matter, not only was he reminding Fang Yuan, but he was also using an implicit method to volunteer himself. If Fang Yuan wanted to plot in this area in the future, then he would mediate and help Fang Yuan fight for the rights and interests in this area. But at this moment, this was not the main point. Right now, I want to refine Cleanse Soul Immortal Goo as soon as possible. Since we have obtained the Snow Lotus Essence, let's start modifying the Immortal Goo recipe. You and I will modify it separately first, then we will gather and learn from each other's strengths to make up for our weaknesses, finally obtaining the best goo recipe. Fang Yuan instructed Sixth Hare. Sixth Hare did not forget to put on an act and deceive the land spirit of Langya. Then how much sect contribution points can you give me? After some haggling, Sixth Hare obtained a satisfactory price. Fang Yuan also left the goo refinement hall and returned to his cloud city. He had personally tested the Snow Lotus Essence. It was like what Sixth Hare had recommended. It was indeed an excellent immortal material. The flower's nature was cold and stable, but there was a warm vitality in it. It was very good to use it to replace the flowing fire rock core in the original immortal goo recipe. The main reason was that Fang Yuan used the ice refinement method. The Snow Lotus Essence was naturally much closer to the ice refinement method than the flowing fire rock core. An immortal goo could have many different immortal goo recipes. To achieve the same goal, there was not only one path. And when an immortal goo recipe was placed in the hands of a goo immortal with deep refinement path attainment, he or she would first distinguish which goo refinement method was closer to the immortal goo recipe and increase the chances of success. And in the following goo refinement process, the goo immortal might discover that some steps in the immortal goo recipe were not suitable for them, or that the immortal materials could be replaced with better ones. This would increase the success rate of the goo refinement. What Fang Yuan and Sixth Hare needed to do now was to do this. But the main task of modifying the immortal goo recipe was still left to Sixth Hare. After all, Sixth Hare's refinement path attainment was much higher than Fang Yuan's. Fang Yuan was more outstanding in his wisdom path attainment and wisdom path methods. The only pity was that whether it was Fang Yuan or Sixth Hare, their soul path attainment was very ordinary. In the following days, Fang Yuan modified the Cleanse Soul Immortal Goo recipe while cultivating Danghun Mountain Luopa Valley. He used these two secluded domains of heaven and earth to cultivate his soul path again. His cultivation progress was extremely fast. Even Fang Yuan felt it was inconceivable. As expected of the sacred land of soul path. Of course, the most important thing is these cultivation methods. These are the contents of Spectral Soul's true inheritance. Fang Yuan sighed. Back then, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had also cultivated in these two secluded domains of heaven and earth. He had created a complete and comprehensive cultivation method that complemented each other and progressed step by step. Feng Yuan was merely following the instructions. When he was in Western Desert, he had used burning soul-bursting luck, causing his soul path cultivation progress to fall to its initial state. But in just a few days, he had almost recovered. His efficiency was simply shocking. This is only because I lack the crucial immortal goo. I cannot use many immortal killer moves. I can only use those mortal methods. Thankfully, my sovereign immortal body does not have Dao marks to restrict me. Mortal methods are also more effective. Feng Yuan cultivated soul path, accumulating his soul foundation once again. His main goal was to refine cleanse soul immortal goo. Once burning soul bursting luck was used, his luck would rise sharply. It had a miraculous effect on refining immortal goo. As for burning soul bursting luck, it was not that it was useless, but there were too many people whose luck was connected. It needed to be split before it could be used on Feng Yuan. It was far inferior to Feng Yuan using burning soul bursting luck to consolidate his own luck. There was another reason. Wuxia himself had lead soul into dream. If his soul path foundation was too low, this killer move's power would be limited. Of course, Feng Yuan was definitely going to obtain this killer move in the future. Now that he was in Langya Blessed Land, he was not in a hurry to do so. Time passed quickly. Half a month passed in Langya Blessed Land. Feng Yuan and Sixth Hair gathered their results. They obtained the improved initial version of the immortal goo recipe. There was nothing much to say. They continued to refine goo. First time failure. Second time failure. Third time failure. Large amounts of immortal materials were expended, but the results were not zero. During the process of failure, Feng Yuan and Sixth Hair modified the immortal goo recipe again, perfecting it to the limits of their abilities. During the fourth goo refinement, Feng Yuan used burning soul bursting luck, causing his luck to rise sharply. This time at the final juncture, he still ended up regretfully. Fifth time failure. Sixth time failure. Seventh time. Eighth time. Ninth time. Feng Yuan continued to try. He persevered. After each failure, he would practice his refinement path techniques. He would enter the two sacred lands of soul path, using the secret methods and spectral soul's true inheritance to rapidly raise his foundation. After his soul path foundation reached a certain level, Feng Yuan used burning soul bursting luck once, before attempting to refine goo again. 13th time failure. 14th time failure. 15th time success. Success came unexpectedly and suddenly. It was as if Feng Yuan had suddenly obtained cleanse soul immortal goo with both hands. He succeeded after 15 attempts, including Sixth Hair's previous failures. He had a total of 30 attempts. He spent an enormous amount of resources just to refine such a tiny rank 6 immortal goo. If it were an ordinary goo immortal, they would have gone bankrupt already. Even the previous Feng Yuan, who had the sovereign immortal aperture, could not bear such a price. If not for him inheriting Shadow Sect's true inheritance, having a target to sell to Langya Sect, having the crucial immortal material Snow Lotus Essence, and the wholehearted support of a refinement path goo immortal, Feng Yuan would not have succeeded because of these factors. Chapter 1454. Cleanse Soul Immortal Goo. It looked like a tadpole, but was the size of Feng Yuan's fist. It was gray-white in color, and was floating above Feng Yuan's palm. I finally refined it. It was not easy. Feng Yuan sighed inwardly. Goo Immortal's refining goo was truly a huge gamble. Feng Yuan tried close to 30 times before barely succeeding. The amount of resources consumed was already a very large figure. Feng Yuan naturally could not take out such resources. He used Shadow Sect's inheritance to exchange for Langya Sect's sect contribution points, and then used these sect contribution points to exchange for abundant resources from Langya Sect's treasury. But among these, the crucial immortal material Snow Lotus Essence was not included. The facts before him proved that this rank 7 immortal material was indeed of great help to Feng Yuan. The immortal goo recipe had been modified. It was indeed better than before, or rather, it was more suitable for Feng Yuan to refine goo. The only thing lacking was that this cleansed soul immortal goo was only rank 6. If it were rank 7 cleansed soul immortal goo, he could directly construct an immortal killer move and begin to resolve the soul path trap in the immortal zombie body. Although rank 6 cleansed soul immortal goo could be used, the effect was minimal. He would need at least 8 years to completely resolve the soul path trap in the immortal zombie body. Of course, this was under the condition that time path methods were not taken into consideration. If time path methods were used, Feng Yuan estimated that 8 years could be reduced to 3 years. 3 years referred to the time of the 5 regions. This was the limit of what Feng Yuan could achieve at the moment. 3 years is too long. Feng Yuan's gaze was deep. If he used rank 7 cleansed soul immortal goo, he would need at most half a year to resolve the soul path trap in the immortal zombie body. The half a year here naturally referred to the time of the outside world. However, to refine rank 7 cleansed soul immortal goo was much harder than refining rank 6 cleansed soul. Moreover, this rank 6 cleansed soul immortal goo had to be used as the main material in the refinement. After all, immortal goo were unique. Since rank 6 cleansed soul existed, there would not be rank 7, 8, or even 9 cleansed soul immortal goo in the world. But this way, the risk would be much higher than before. Previously, when Feng Yuan failed in the goo refinement, he only destroyed some immortal materials. But if he failed this time, rank 6 cleansed soul immortal goo might be destroyed. He would have to start all over again. Of course, Feng Yuan had blood asset immortal goo. He might be able to break even. In the process of goo refinement, it was unknown if he could protect rank 6 cleansed soul immortal goo. However, this method still required Feng Yuan to research. Feng Yuan had blood path realm, but refinement path realm was a bit awkward. Lord Sect Leader, are we going to continue refining? Maybe I can change my vital goo and replace cleansed soul with my own vital immortal goo. Sixth hair transmitted. After exchanging for vital immortal goo, cleansed soul immortal goo would fail repeatedly in the process of advancing to rank 7, but as long as sixth hair did not die, it would exist. At most it would be heavily injured and on the verge of death. However, Feng Yuan refused. That's not appropriate. Not to mention that changing vital immortal goo was very dangerous and would cause great harm to oneself. Just the land spirit of Langia alone was not easy to deceive. With our relationship on the surface, there is no need for you to make such a huge sacrifice. Then let someone else exchange for the vital immortal goo. Wuxia and He Lulan can be considered. I suggest Wuxia. Sixth hair suggested in private. This was a good suggestion indeed. Bai Ningbing was the first to be eliminated. Lady White Rabbit and Fairy Miao Yin were not as reliable as He Lulan and Wuxia. They were also eliminated. Wuxia was a split soul of spectral soul, while He Lulan was bound by the alliance agreement and could not betray him. Comparing the two, Wuxia was naturally better. After all, he had extraordinary soul path attainment. Moreover, in the future, after Feng Yuan took lead soul into dream, cleansed soul immortal goo would be able to replenish some of his strength. Feng Yuan, however, still shook his head. Cleansed soul immortal goo was refined by him using all sorts of methods. How could he give it away so easily? He would at most lend it to others. Moreover, cleansed soul immortal goo was very useful. It could be used in soul path cultivation. It could make up for some of the shortcomings of Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley. Feng Yuan had already decided to keep it in his hands. However, Sixth Hair's words reminded him of something. Even though I am the leader of Shadow Sect, my control over the sect is rather poor. Bai Ningbing is not under my control. We can only be considered allies who make use of each other. Lady White Rabbit has a good impression of me, and because of the true inheritance, she is following me. Fairy Miao Yin also cultivates the true inheritance. She is being chased by Southern Border's righteous path. She can only follow me. He Lulan is bound by the alliance agreement and cannot betray us, but she has huge ambitions and will not be satisfied with the current situation. She just cannot resist for now. As for Wuxia and Sixth Hair, they are spectral souls, split souls. They are constantly thinking about saving their main body. But this hope is too slim. They are too weak. They can only rely on me. If Fang Yuan listened to Sixth Hair and gave cleansed soul immortal goo to Wuxia, what if they had a chance to save Spectral Soul's main body in the future? But it did not go according to Fang Yuan's plan. Wuxia and Sixth Hair's choice would not be biased towards Fang Yuan. By then, wouldn't Fang Yuan's action of giving Wuxia cleansed soul immortal goo be a foolish act of giving aid to the enemy? Thus, Fang Yuan told Sixth Hair another plan. Even though it is only a rank 6 cleansed soul immortal goo, there is a unique method in Shadow Sect's inheritance that can succeed. But it requires the sacrifice of a rank 7 goo immortal soul. Sixth Hair was dazed before becoming nervous. Sect leader is thinking? You are wanted by Northern Plains Longevity Heaven and the Huangjin tribes. Don't worry, I know what to do. Fang Yuan smiled as he patted Sixth Hair's shoulder, walking away slowly. Early morning sunlight shone through the window and into the house. Morong Qingxi was in a good mood. She was humming a song as she sat in front of the table, playing with the flowers in the pot. The flowers were in full bloom, their bright red petals bathed in the sunlight, appearing delicate and joyous. Today was a joyous day for Morong Qingxi, because her lover, Zhiliang, according to the previous agreement, would officially come to Morong clan's headquarters on this day to propose marriage. The two had not known each other for long. Morong Qingxi was a female immortal of Morong tribe, while Yin Liang was a famous lone cultivator in Northern Plains, known as Young Master Yin. Even though they had heard of each other for a long time, the first time they met was in He tribe's Iron Eagle blessed land. Because of the immortal material affinity wood, the two had a conflict. Affinity wood was a type of rootless wood that grew in the air. It was very fragile and could not be interfered with during the harvesting process. Otherwise, the valuable immortal material would be destroyed. When Morong Qingxi found the affinity wood, young Master Yin Liang had already started harvesting the affinity wood. Morong Qingxi did not attack, instead waiting for him to finish harvesting. Yin Liang was also very gentlemanly. He expressed his willingness to spar with Morong Qingxi. The winner would get all the affinity wood. Fate was truly a mystical thing. Like this, the two got to know each other. And in the following days, because of coincidences, they met more often. As time passed, they gradually developed feelings for each other, and even decided to marry each other. Unfortunately, their identities were an obstacle to their union. The woman was a Gu immortal of a Huangjin tribe, while the man was a lone cultivator. Their affair was exposed, they were anxious and worried. But soon, the situation unexpectedly took a turn for the better. After Longevity Heaven learned of this situation, it actually approved Yin Liang and Morong Qingxi's marriage. As it turned out, due to the power of the Celestial Court, Longevity Heaven started to make arrangements to deal with the upcoming wave of the Great Era. To unite as many Gu immortals as possible in Northern Plains Gu immortal world, Longevity Heaven was happy to see such a marriage. Yin Liang could be said to be a symbol among lone immortals. Him marrying into Morong tribe, one of the Huangjin tribes, had great political significance. If it succeeded, Longevity Heaven would even encourage this matter in the future. Morong Qingxi naturally did not know the considerations of the higher-ups. She only felt surprised and joyful, and was even more grateful to Longevity Heaven, rejoicing that love was not easy to come by. Yin Liang is proposing today. The immortal materials should have been prepared. I have checked the list of gifts. There are no problems. The clan's supreme elders have also received orders from Longevity Heaven. They will not obstruct it. As long as the marriage proposal succeeds, they will prepare for the wedding in a month. But why is there an indescribable sense of unease lingering in my heart? Morong Qingxi's delicate brows slightly furrowed. She placed her hand on her chest, feeling an indescribable sense of unease. Am I worrying about personal gains and losses because of happiness? There is no problem. What obstruction can there be? Or is it because my heart is filled with happiness, so it feels a little unreal? On Morong Qingxi's cheeks, 2 blushing red clouds rose. She laughed at once. The room was filled with light. But at the next moment, she suddenly stiffened, her face turning pale. At this moment, the Soul Lantern Gu and Life Tablet Gu in her immortal aperture shattered. These 2 Gu worms were the tokens that she and Yin Liang had specially exchanged for. Yunliang he. No way. This is impossible. Chapter 1455. Morong Qingxi's desperate action immediately attracted the attention of the other clan's Gu immortals. What happened? Looking at Morong Qingxi's expression, it doesn't look good. Qingxi, wait, why are you so anxious? A clan's Gu immortal asked. But Morong Qingxi did not answer. Her mind was focused on rushing forward. Her heart was filled with fear and panic. She wanted to find out the truth. Let's go and take a look. Today is the day that Yunliang came to propose. And Morong Qingxi is so anxious. Could it be? Soon, 3 Gu immortals flew out of Morong clan's headquarters and followed Morong Qingxi. Morong Qingxi's life tablet Gu and soul lantern Gu were broken. She could not use them to locate Yunliang. However, she knew the route that Yunliang would take to Morong clan. She only needed to follow this route now. After half a cup of tea's time, a messy battlefield suddenly appeared in Morong Qingxi's vision. Her body suddenly trembled, and she quickly descended. Yunlang? Yunlang! Where are you? Morong Qingxi called out repeatedly, but only the sound of the wind responded to her on the battlefield full of holes. Oh no, a huge battle happened here. How could this be? The 3 Morong clan Gu immortals who rushed over saw this scene, and immediately realized the severity of the situation. They quickly joined in the search. The 4 Gu immortals turned the battlefield upside down, and finally found something. An information path mortal Gu was buried deep underground. It seemed to be a message left behind by Yunliang before his death. Qingxi, you need to be mentally prepared. Morong clan's Gu immortals looked at Morong Qingxi worriedly. Her condition was clearly not good. Looking at this information path mortal Gu, Morong Qingxi's expression was dazed. She felt great fear in her heart. But in the end, she stretched out her trembling hands and held this information path mortal Gu in her palms. Next, Morong Qingxi focused her mind and looked at the contents for a moment before shouting. Fang Yuan, I swear I will not forgive you. Her voice was extremely mournful and filled with hatred, causing the other Morong clan Gu immortals to feel fear. Guh. At the next moment, Morong Qingxi vomited a mouthful of blood and fell backwards. However, the anger and sorrow in his heart were too heavy, and he vomited blood and fainted. Several Morong clan Gu immortals were flustered, quickly supporting Morong Qingxi. It wasn't a big deal to check his injuries, but he had been traumatized. The few of them discussed for a while, and decided not to wake her up for the time being. Falling into a deep sleep was not without its benefits. Next, the Gu immortals inspected the contents of the Gu worms. This crucial information path mortal Gu recorded the scene of Yunliang's final battle. His opponent was an ancient sword serpent. This ancient sword dragon could use immortal killer moves. It also had a strong defensive method that could counter immortal attacks. His identity was obvious. The Gu immortals immediately thought of a name. Lu Guanyi. But what relationship did this Lu Guanyi have with Fang Yuan? The 3 Morong clan Gu immortals continued to read before coming to a realization. It turned out that in the final battle, the ancient sword serpent had transformed into a human form. It was Lu Guanyi, and he had dealt a fatal blow to Zhiliang. Zhiliang cursed. Lu Guanyi, I have no enmity with you, but you harmed my life. I will not let you off even if I become a ghost. Lu Guanyi sneered. It is a pity. You won't even have the chance to become a ghost. Go to hell. Oh right, Lu Guanyi is only my fake name. My real name is Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan. Zhiliang's gaze gradually lost focus. Fang Yuan sneered. It is your honor to know my real name before I die. Because in the future, my name will resound throughout heaven and earth. I will shake all living beings. Cold, cruel, and domineering aura assaulted the 3 Morong clan Gu immortals. So Lu Guanyi is Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan is Lu Guanyi. They are the same person. Damn it. Lu Guanyi, no Fang Yuan, he actually dared to kill Zhiliang. He is looking down on our Morong clan. One of the Gu immortals clenched his fists, unable to restrain his anger. The other 2 immortals, however, fell into a strange silence. Why aren't you speaking? The angry Gu immortal asked curiously. The 2 Gu immortals sighed. One of them said, Fang Yuan is an otherworldly demon. He destroyed 88-point Jinyang Tower. He is also Lu Guanyi. He subdued Reverse Flow River. He has the strength to fight rank 8. He has offended both Yi Lui clan and Lu clan, but look at them now. Even though there was a warrant for their arrest, after the Battle of Reverse Flow River, both clans have quieted down. No one dares to find trouble with Fang Yuan. Our Morong clan is afraid. The angry Gu immortal stared with wide eyes, shouting, "Afraid of what? We are the Grand Huangjing clan, the descendants of Giant Sun. We have so many Gu immortals. Why would we be afraid of a mere otherworldly demon? We want revenge. We want to restore the prestige of Northern Plains' righteous path." The other two Gu immortals looked at each other and smiled bitterly. "How old is he?" "Morong Xingxing is still the same," the two of them said to each other through voice transmissions. "No need to care about him. This matter is not so simple. Morong Qingxi and Yin Liang's marriage is not just a matter of our Morong clan. Longevity Heaven is also paying attention to it. It might cause a huge commotion. The waters here are too deep. It is not something rank 6 minor characters like us can meddle in. If we are not careful, we might get sucked into the whirlpool and die horribly." "That's right. The most important thing now is to present the situation here, and this key clue to the first Supreme Elder." Langya Blessed Land, Cloud City. In a secret room, Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on a cushion with his eyes shut. His mind was almost completely focused on his sovereign immortal aperture. Cleansed soul immortal Gu, which he had refined not long ago, was floating in the air. Around it were large numbers of mortal Gu, as well as several supplementary immortal Gu. These Gu worms were all activated, emitting a faint white light. The light was concentrated on an immortal zombie body. It was Fang Yuan's 8-armed strength path immortal zombie body. The faint white light had already shrouded it for a long time. But the immortal zombie body showed no signs of movement. But Fang Yuan was not anxious or surprised, because he had not taken the crucial step yet. Earlier, he was only familiarizing himself with this immortal killer move and stabilizing the situation. After about 5 minutes, Fang Yuan nodded inwardly. The time was ripe. He took out a rank 7 Gu immortal soul. It was Yi Lui clan's rank 7 expert, Yi Lui Kunxing. Perhaps sensing the danger of death, Yi Lui Kunxing's soul struggled and let out an ear-piercing soul howl. But that was all. Not to mention the fact that Fang Yuan had spectral soul's true inheritance now. Even the previous him could not deal with this mere soul. Although Yi Lui Kunxing was very strong when he was alive, now that he was only a soul, what could he do? Chapter 1456. Soon, Yi Lui Kunxing's soul entered the range of the pale white light. Yi Lui Kunxing's soul strangely stopped moving. It was as if he had turned into a fool. Next, from his soul, specks of pale green light flew out. These specks of light increased in number, drifting in the air like a drizzle. Fang Yuan willed. These specks of light found a direction and surged towards the strength path immortal zombie body. Layers of specks of light covered the strength path immortal zombie body, causing the soul path Dao marks to dissipate. As time passed, the soul path Dao marks on the strength path immortal zombie body gradually decreased, while Yi Lui Kunxing's soul also weakened. Fang Yuan's mind was calm as water. He maintained the killer move as stable as a mountain, not moving at all. This killer move needed to last for 3 days and 3 nights to completely remove the soul path trap on the strength path immortal zombie body. The whole process consumed more than 1,200 beads of red date immortal essence. This was using the soul of a rank 7 Gu immortal, along with cleansed soul immortal Gu, and the correct method to remove it recorded in spectral soul's true inheritance. If Fang Yuan had to develop his own ideas and try it, the amount of time, effort, and resources he would need would be a shocking figure. Fang Yuan was not worried about his immortal essence reserves being insufficient. He had made ample preparations. Time passed like this. After 3 days and 3 nights, Fang Yuan stopped using the killer move. He calculated. The amount of red date immortal essence he had expended was more than 1,300. This was the result of him using some immortal Gu instead of the orthodox method. A huge amount of immortal essence was expended. His immortal essence reserves were completely depleted. But Fang Yuan's heart was filled with joy. Perceivable Dao Immortal Goo. He activated this unique information path Immortal Goo. After inspecting it, he nodded and smiled in satisfaction. It's finally resolved. The soul path trap on the immortal zombie body has been completely removed. It was not easy. It was really not easy. The problem of the soul path trap had been troubling Fang Yuan for a long time. Now it was finally resolved. At once, the joy of success filled Fang Yuan's heart. However, after Fang Yuan calmed down, he decided not to test it himself. As cautious as he was, he chose to use other Gu immortal souls to probe. After a few more tests, there were no problems. Fang Yuan moved his soul into the immortal zombie body. At the next moment, the immortal zombie body opened its eyes and slowly stood up. He looked at his 8 big hands and stretched his muscles and bones. It felt great. Finally, I can use this body of mine again. At this moment, Fang Yuan's feelings were somewhat subtle. It was as if he had returned to his hometown after traveling for a long time. Fang Yuan stretched out his hand and gently stroked his abdomen. There was only one rank 5 aperture left. The Strength Path 6 Revolution's Death Aperture had been completely destroyed, and the Strength Path Dao marks had been transferred to Fang Yuan's body. From this aspect, Fang Yuan's Strength Path Immortal Zombie was a genuine rank 6 Strength Path Immortal material. The rank 6 Strength Path 6 Revolution's Death Aperture was originally created by Fang Yuan after he used second aperture Gu. The rank 5 Peak Stage Aperture was his original aperture. In this aperture, Spring Autumn Cicada was still sealed. The aperture's purple crystal walls were already filled with cracks. After all, Spring Autumn Cicada was a rank 6 immortal Gu. It had great pressure on the aperture. But Fang Yuan was not worried that the aperture walls would shatter from the pressure. He could deal with it before. And now that he had obtained the Shadow Sect inheritance, he had many better methods. This Spring Autumn Cicada. Fang Yuan would not give up on it. However, Spring Autumn Cicada was filled with providence now. If Fang Yuan wanted to use it, he would need to refine it and completely remove the providence. Obtaining a pure rank 6 Spring Autumn Cicada was far from Fang Yuan's goal. Fang Yuan's next plan was to refine rank 7 Spring Autumn Cicada on this basis. But before I refine rank 7 Spring Autumn Cicada, I should advance this body to rank 6 Gu Immortal first. Rank 6 Time Path Gu Immortal, this was Fang Yuan's initial plan. Fang Yuan did not intend to give up on this plan. After his attempt succeeded, Fang Yuan's soul left his body and returned to the sovereign immortal body. And this immortal zombie body was still suppressed in the Gu formation in the mountain. After all, Spring Autumn Cicada contained providence. Fang Yuan wanted to be prepared for any eventualities. Let's try Wisdom Gu. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan felt a trace of eagerness. He broke out of his closed-door cultivation and flew towards Wisdom Gu. Ever since Hu Immortal Blessed Land was taken over by the Celestial Court, Wisdom Gu was moved to Langya Blessed Land by the Hairy Man Gu Immortals, using a secret method. Since then, it had been fed by the land spirit of Langya, and had not been moved to another place. Fang Yuan soon arrived in front of Wisdom Gu. This commotion naturally attracted the attention of the land spirit of Langya. The land spirit of Langya had a strange expression. Fang Yuan, someone framed you. What do you mean? Hehe, Yunliang died. Crucial clues were left behind on the battlefield, pointing to you as the culprit. Moreover, your identity as Lu Guani has been completely exposed. Right now the whole of Northern Plains Gu Immortal World. Oh no, the whole of the 5 regions Gu Immortal World is shocked by this news. The land spirit of Langya laughed. Fang Yuan wanted to use a rank 7 Gu Immortal's soul to unravel the soul path trap in the immortal zombie body. But he already had this type of captives. Not just Yi Lui Kun Xing, he also had Fairy Chuibo, Lu Tribe's Gu Immortal Lu Yong, Ma Hongyan's soul, and even Heicheng. Sixth Hair was worried that Fang Yuan would go to Northern Plains to hunt Gu Immortals. Fang Yuan had told him that he had a sense of propriety. He naturally would not take the risk. He already had Gu Immortal souls. He could use them here. What Fang Yuan needed to do was to recuperate and fight for time to strengthen himself, and not go out to fight and kill. After Fang Yuan asked for the details, he quickly understood and said, I'm afraid this is Celestial Court's doing. Yun Liang is a lone immortal. Longevity Heaven actually allowed him to marry Morong Qing Si. They even seem to be happy about it. This is Longevity Heaven's arrangement for the great era of the 5 regions chaotic war. But why would Celestial Court allow it? They would naturally cause trouble and plot against it. Fang Yuan, your analysis makes sense. The land spirit of Langya heard this and nodded, laughing strangely. Right now Longevity Heaven is extremely furious. The newly appointed South Desolation Immortal, Yao Huang, has announced that he wants to capture you no matter what. Not only are you the enemy of Northern Plains' righteous path, the demonic path and lone immortals are also hostile towards you. Fang Yuan nodded. It was no wonder. In the Battle of Reverse Flow River, Fang Yuan offended Northern Plains' righteous path, and also offended the demonic path represented by old ancestor Xue Hu. Right now, Yun Liang was the symbol of Northern Plains' lone immortals. Fang Yuan was wrongly accused as a murderer. He was naturally viewed with hostility by the Gu immortals of this faction. Alright, forget about this, quickly do it. Let me see if you can activate the light of wisdom? The land spirit of Langya urged impatiently. Alright, I also want to see the result. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply. The chances of success were high. If he succeeded, he would soar to the sky. Chapter 1457. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on the ground and opened his immortal aperture, taking out the 8-armed immortal zombie body. Next, under the gaze of land spirit of Langya, his soul left his body and entered this immortal zombie body. The immortal zombie body slowly opened its eyes and stood up. Fang Yuan took a glance at the sovereign immortal body before turning to face Wisdom Gu. Wisdom Gu. He spoke, his voice was hoarse and very unpleasant to hear. Do you still remember our agreement? Wisdom Gu was playing around, but when it heard this, it stopped its movements and floated in the air, looking at Fang Yuan quietly without moving. Time passed slowly. Fang Yuan could not help but hold his breath. Even though he was an immortal zombie now and did not need to breathe, Wisdom Gu seemed to be puzzled. It started to circle around Fang Yuan. After circle, it observed Fang Yuan. After a while, it stopped and rested on a huge leaf at the side. Next, a ball of multicolored light expanded from small to large, gradually spreading from the Wisdom Gu's body. Light of wisdom. Success, I finally succeeded. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. He could not help but laugh loudly. Land spirit of Langya was dumbstruck. This was the first time he had seen such a scene. Light of wisdom. This is really the light of wisdom. Land spirit of Langya walked into the halo and immediately felt that his thoughts had become extremely sensitive. In an instant he became very smart. But soon, he cautiously retreated out of the light halo's range and stared at Fang Yuan with envy and jealousy. Fang Yuan really succeeded in summoning the light of wisdom. Amazing, this kid is really amazing this time. After the shock, land spirit of Langya looked at Fang Yuan with a complex expression. His gaze was dazed. Although they were two land spirits, they shared their memories. Land spirit of Langya still remembered. Just a few years ago, Fang Yuan was still a Gu master. He was an insignificant mortal who came to Langya blessed land for the first time. In these few years, not only did Fang Yuan become a Gu immortal, his name even shook the world. He could resist rank 8s. Now he could even summon the light of wisdom and use it. Soaring to the sky. This was really soaring to the sky. If Fang Yuan hadn't inherited the legacy of the Shadow Sect and regained the light of wisdom, it would only be like adding wings to a tiger. However, it just so happened that Fang Yuan had the inheritance of the Shadow Sect. In this case, the light of wisdom would be of unimaginable help to Fang Yuan. The land spirit of Langya had experienced countless years and seen all kinds of people. But now, he didn't have the ability to estimate and predict Fang Yuan. It was impossible to predict. He couldn't predict Fang Yuan's future cultivation and development at all. Any future achievements of Fang Yuan could be understood and accepted. Fang Yuan soon stopped laughing. He calmed down and said to Wisdom Gu, "Alright Wisdom Gu, please stop. Let me take a break." The light of wisdom shrunk until it vanished. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply and said, "Oh Wisdom Gu, let us continue." At the next moment, the light of wisdom spread out again. Fang Yuan clenched his fists. He was extremely excited. The facts in front of him proved that the light of wisdom had been regained. From now on, if there were no accidents, he could continue to use the light of wisdom until eternity. Fang Yuan quickly turned around and smiled at the land spirit of Langia. First Supreme Elder, let us exchange the inheritance. Land spirit of Langia couldn't help but praise inwardly. Fang Yuan's thinking is so clear. All right, he agreed without hesitation. He didn't refuse, and there wasn't even a hint of hesitation. If it were the previous land spirit of Langia, he would have rejected the offer, because the previous land spirit only liked to refine goo. But the current land spirit of Langia wanted the hairy men to rule the world. Thus, he created an iron-blooded policy and recruited talents, trying his best to make the whole of Langia sect into a powerful sect. Such a sect naturally needed to have access to many paths. Refinement path alone was not enough. After all, refinement path's battle strength was much weaker than other paths. Thus, land spirit of Langia had a deep desire towards the inheritances in Fang Yuan's hands. Especially Spectral Soul's true inheritance. Back then, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable slaughtered the world. He was the Venerable with the heaviest killing nature. His soul path true inheritance naturally had great battle strength. Langia sect could use it to make up for the sect's weakness. Both sides quickly completed the exchange. Fang Yuan obtained almost all of Langia sect's inheritances, including the complete self-luck true inheritance, and long-hair ancestors' refinement path true inheritance. Meanwhile, land spirit of Langia obtained Spectral Soul's true inheritance, limitless true inheritance, red lotus true inheritance, paradise earth's true inheritance, and countless other inheritances. Inheritances that could be taken in by Shadow Sect were naturally very outstanding. Thus, in terms of value, Fang Yuan's contribution was much higher than Langia sect's. Thus, to make up for the difference, land spirit of Langia handed Luopa Valley to Fang Yuan again. Fang Yuan's current situation was that he was the public enemy of the world. Along with his previous performance, land spirit of Langia's trust in him increased by a lot. Fang Yuan is one of us. Even if Luopa Valley is given to him, my sect's members can still make use of it. This was land spirit of Langia's secret plan. As for Fang Yuan, self-luck true inheritance was one of Giant Sun Immortal's 3 true inheritances. Fang Yuan had already obtained a portion of its essence. Now Fang Yuan learned about it. And long-hair ancestors' refinement path true inheritance mostly talked about the hairy man heaven and earth-style refinement path methods. It was not of much help to Fang Yuan. In this transaction, both sides sold inheritances and bought inheritances. It did not involve any immortal goo. Of course, Fang Yuan wanted to obtain some of Langia sect's immortal goo. For example, Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. Unfortunately, in this aspect land spirit of Langia was very conservative. He was not willing to sell them. Next, Fang Yuan did not leave, he stayed here. He bathed in the light of wisdom, and started to think about all sorts of problems. Langia land spirit, on the other hand, sighed as he left. With the help of the light of wisdom again, Fang Yuan was no longer the same as before. All sorts of wisdom path methods were used together. Thoughts appeared in his mind endlessly. Affection immortal goo and self-love immortal goo combined into an immortal killer move. It made Fang Yuan feel like he had immortal level self-will goo. He did not lack any will. This way, the light of wisdom was able to display its miraculous effect soon. Fang Yuan obtained a satisfactory answer. Immortal Killer Move Ghost Official Garment. This was an entire set of immortal killer moves. It came from Spectral Soul's true inheritance. Its effect was to defend against Providence and other goo immortals' deductions. It was a defensive killer move. It was divided into 4 layers, corresponding to rank 6, rank 7, rank 8 and rank 9. Fang Yuan modified this immortal killer move on the original foundation. Even if he lacked the core immortal goo, he could use other immortal goo to replace it. Chapter 1458. The modified immortal killer move Ghost Official Garment used rank 7 change soul immortal goo and rank 6 cleanse soul immortal goo as the cores. After several failures, Feng Yuan succeeded in activating it. His soul flew out of the sovereign immortal body. His soul floated in the air. It was not very solid. Because of burning soul bursting luck, his soul foundation had been expended many times. It was only 100-man soul now. The difference was that on the surface of his soul, there was a large garment. His sleeves were long, and the hem of his robe reached his feet. This was the effect of ghost official garment. It was commonly called ghost official garment, but if it was broken down, rank 6 ghost official garment was called ghost Aaron garment. Rank 7 was ghost general garment. Rank 8 was ghost king garment, and rank 9 was ghost venerable garment. At rank 9 level, it could defend against the deductions of rank 9 gu venerables. Of course, this was only in theory. Even spectral soul demon venerable did not push this killer move to rank 9 level back then. Because he did not need to. He was a great demon venerable when he was alive. He slaughtered the world. He did not need to defend against deductions. Thus, the highest ghost official garment he could reach in his life was rank 8. Feng Yuan's soul inspected it and was puzzled. Why is it only rank 6 ghost Aaron garment? After he modified it, the core of the killer move was rank 7 change soul and rank 6 cleanse soul. That was to say, it was a rank 7 killer move. Why was it not ghost general garment, but ghost Aaron garment that was slightly inferior? Is it because of my modification? This guess had just appeared in Feng Yuan's mind when he denied it. He had used the light of wisdom to modify this move. How could there be a mistake? I understand. Feng Yuan's thoughts changed as he realized. The answer was on his body. Underneath the ghost official garment, there was another layer of clothing. If ghost Aaron garment was said to be made of sackcloth and was crude, then this inner layer of clothing was like silk. It was very tight and gave off an exquisite feeling. This was Daomark's silk clothing. It was created from the rank 9 immortal killer move ghostly concealment. In terms of level, ghost Aaron garment could not compare. Originally, ghost official garment was directly attached to my soul. But now, I am separated by a layer, so I fell from rank 7 to rank 6. Feng Yuan did not expect this drawback. For a long time, he had enjoyed the advantages and convenience of the non-conflicting Dao marks of the supreme immortal body. He didn't expect to stumble in this small corner today. My supreme immortal body will not have conflicting Dao marks. But there are still conflicts between the killer moves of different paths. Even though ghostly concealment has the name ghost, it is a theft path killer move, while ghost official garment is a soul path killer move. The two are mutually exclusive. To solve this problem, the most fundamental solution is to combine these two moves into one. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan smiled bitterly. It was too difficult. Feng Yuan did not understand ghostly concealment at all. Moreover, Feng Yuan was lacking in theft and soul path attainment levels. Even if he could deduce with the light of wisdom, the progress would be extremely slow. According to the current conditions, even if he did not sleep or rest for hundreds or thousands of years, Feng Yuan might not be able to deduce the final result. After all, it was a rank 9 killer move, and rank 9 was still far away from Feng Yuan. Even though he could fight rank 8 now, he was not even a rank 8 Gu immortal. Then let's do this. Feng Yuan injected the soul back into the body. He did not intend to change his method. He inherited all of Shadow Sect's inheritances, and just now, he exchanged for almost all of Langya Sect's inheritances. Of course, it was only almost. The two sides did not exchange some of the most crucial parts. Langya Sect was like this, and so was Feng Yuan. Even so, almost all of Langya Sect's inheritances were still huge in size, only slightly inferior to Shadow Sect's treasury. After all, Long Hair Ancestor was a person from the medieval antiquity era, 300,000 years ago, and Langya Blessed Land had existed for over 300,000 years. In terms of time alone, Langya Sect was much longer than Shadow Sect. However, the inheritances that Langya Sect absorbed were all related to Refinement Path. Even other paths were mostly related to Refinement Path. Moreover, Langya Sect's collection ability was definitely inferior to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and Shadow Sect. Fang Yuan used both of them. In terms of inheritances alone, he had already surpassed any of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. Even if 2 or 3 ancient sects worked together, they might not be able to match him in this aspect. As for Celestial Court, Fang Yuan could not compare to it. Celestial Court had 3 immortal venerables in it. It had an extremely long history. It had been established since the remote antiquity era, more than 3 million years ago. Combining with the contents of the inheritances that Fang Yuan currently had, Ghost Official Garment was the most suitable and had the most potential for development. It was the strongest immortal killer move in the future. It could defend against other people's deductions and deceive Providence. One could say, Ghost Official Garment was the essence of Spectral Soul's true inheritance. It was very special. Once activated, it could last for a long time. It did not expend immortal essence, but the Gu Immortal's own soul foundation to maintain itself. Theoretically speaking, as long as the Gu Immortal's soul existed, Ghost Official Garment would continue to exist until eternity if it was not directly attacked. Precisely because it was related to the Gu Immortal's soul foundation, it had a huge advantage. That was, its power would change according to the Gu Immortal's soul foundation. As the Gu Immortal's soul foundation grew, Ghost Official Garment's power would rise accordingly. If the soul foundation fell, Ghost Official Garment would also become weaker. Previously, when I used Dark Limit Immortal Gu, I had to replenish the Immortal Gu's power after a certain period of time. It was very inconvenient, especially when I was escaping. Once Ghost Official Garment is used, it can last for a long time, and its power will rise along with my soul foundation. This was a very practical immortal killer move. In fact, there were other soul path killer moves that complemented it. For example, Soul Shaking Flag and Soul Binding Chain. These 2 moves complemented Ghost Official Garment. If they were activated, after Fang Yuan's soul leaves his body, not only would he be covered in a layer of Ghost Official Garment, he would also have weapons, Soul Shaking Flag in his right hand and Soul Binding Chain in his left. This way, Fang Yuan's soul would have offensive power. This was also one of the main characteristics of Spectral Soul's true inheritance. It allowed a person's soul to possess powerful battle strength. However, Fang Yuan only chose Ghost Official Garment. He did not choose the 2 immortal killer moves, Soul Shaking Flag and Soul Binding Chain. After verifying the effect of Ghost Official Garment, Fang Yuan continued to bathe in the light of wisdom. Using the light of wisdom, he thought about his current situation. With Ghost Official Garment in Langya Blessed Land, I am temporarily safe. Even if the Celestial Court attacks, I can escape with my own strength. But what I need to do is to completely destroy the Celestial Court's Fate Immortal Gu. 10 years. 10 years later, the Celestial Court will definitely be able to restore Fate. By then, I might not be able to win. This was the problem that gave Fang Yuan the biggest headache. The Celestial Court had terrifying strength, not to mention attacking the Celestial Court. Even if Fang Yuan entered Central Continent, it would be very dangerous. The Celestial Court only needed 1 or 2 rank 8 Gu Immortals to make it difficult for Fang Yuan to advance or retreat. Even with the light of wisdom, Fang Yuan could not think of a way to resolve this biggest problem. Thankfully, I still have Red Lotus True Inheritance. Red Lotus Demon Venerable was able to destroy Fate Gu back then. He also left behind a true inheritance. I have the crucial key, Spring Autumn Cicada. I have a high chance of inheriting the true inheritance. Fang Yuan used Red Lotus True Inheritance to eliminate the rank 8 Celestial Court's time path, Gu Immortal Lord Huang Shi. Then maybe with the help of other Red Lotus True Inheritances, he might have a chance of destroying Fate Immortal Gu. Relying on Fate Gu, the Celestial Court stood tall until now. Relying on Fate Gu and Star Constellation's plans, the Celestial Court resisted the 3 Demon Venerables. Relying on Fate Gu, the Celestial Court remained the number 1 Gu immortal force in the world, unmoving and unbreakable. There was no doubt that destroying Fate Immortal Gu was the key to defeating the Celestial Court. If he did not use this chance to destroy Fate, 10 years later, the Celestial Court would take away Fang Yuan's life. Fang Yuan had inherited Shadow Sect's inheritance. He had a deep understanding of this point. But now is not the best time to obtain Red Lotus true inheritance. The Celestial Court failed once, and obtained a large amount of precious information. Next time, they will definitely send out stronger battle strength, and even more rank 8 Gu Immortals. I can only develop first and raise my battle strength, before inheriting Red Lotus true inheritance. Only then can I have a slight hope of destroying Fate Gu. There was no doubt about such a general plan. Feng Yuan lacked immortal essence now. His immortal Yuan stone reserves were almost depleted. Reverse flow protection seal was already being targeted. In the battle earlier, Feng Zhouge's sound path killer move had already passed through reverse flow protection seal and affected Feng Yuan's main body. In the battle in the River of Time, he barely managed to kill Lord Huang Shi with the help of the Stone Lotus Island. Meanwhile, Feng Yuan had Spectral Soul's true inheritance and countless inheritances. He had Dang Hun Mountain, Luopa Valley, and the Light of Wisdom. Chapter 1459. The terrain in front of her was flat and boundless. Zhao Lianyun's divine sense continued to spread, eventually covering her entire blessed land. Not long ago, she had succeeded in her immortal ascension, and became a Wisdom Path rank 6 Gu Immortal of Spirit Affinity House, creating this high-grade blessed land. Lianyun Blessed Land. It was a large tributary of the River of Time with a ratio of 133 compared to the outside world. The Blessed Land could produce over 30 beads of green grape immortal essence every year. Half grassland, half plain. Zhao Lianyun muttered. The terrain of the Blessed Land was related to the Gu Immortals situation. The grassland terrain might be because Zhao Lianyun's heart was in northern plains. She had spent most of her time in northern plains. As for the plain terrain, it might have inherited the style of central continent. Without any planting or cultivation, the grassland was already green and lush. As for the plains, the soil was also fertile. With a little cultivation, there would be a lot of products. Besides the Blessed Land, there were also Immortal Gu. Not mentioning the rank 9 Love Immortal Gu. Zhao Lianyun even obtained a second Immortal Gu, Remembrance, because of her immortal ascension in a high-grade blessed land. This was a Wisdom Path Immortal Gu. It was shaped like a flying ant and flew at an astonishing speed. Its body was silver in color, and when it was stationary, it would emit a faint illusory white halo. Oh Hong Yin, do you know I am no longer immortal? I have become a Gu Immortal. Zhao Lianyun withdrew her divine sense and slowly opened her eyes, returning her attention to the outside world. She sighed softly. After becoming an immortal, although there was joy, there was even more emptiness and loneliness. In the Battle of Reverse Flow River, although Ma Hongyan was crushed to death by Feng Yuan, his soul was still around. This was not Zhao Lianyun's random guess, but the deduction of Spirit Affinity House's Wisdom Path Gu Immortal, Su Hao. Zhao Lianyun chose to believe, and this became her motivation, and hoped to continue cultivating. Thinking that Ma Hongyan still had a trace of hope to revive, Zhao Lianyun restrained her emotions and got up, leaving this secret room. Today was an important day. Zhao Lianyun walked through a corridor. Female immortal Li Juning was already waiting for her. Lianyun greets elder sister Juning. Zhao Lianyun immediately bowed. Li Juning smiled and said, "Little sister Lianyun need not be so polite. Let's go. I will accompany you to the Secret Inheritance Peak." Secret Inheritance Peak was a place that Spirit Affinity House's Gu Immortals frequented. This was the first time Zhao Lianyun had set foot on this mountain. Sure enough, this peak was extraordinary. It floated in the air. The void around it seemed to be close, but was actually far away. The aura on the mountain peak was thick. It was like a bow that was not released. It was clear that a huge immortal Gu formation had been set up. The one in charge of this peak was Spirit Affinity House's neutral Supreme Elder, known as Fairy Lufang. On this trip, Zhao Lianyun did not see Fairy Lufang in person. Instead, he was entertained by the will left behind by her. Zhao Lianyun himself did not sense anything wrong, but Li Juning frowned slightly. According to common sense, as the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House, Zhao Lianyun would be heavily nurtured by the sect. When she entered the Secret Inheritance Peak for the first time, and received the sect's subsidy, She would be personally entertained by the secret inheritance peak lord. But Fairy Lu Fang did not follow this convention. Junior Lian Yin greets Senior Lu Fang. Zhao Lianyin bowed towards Lu Fang's will. No need to be so polite. You are the current generation fairy of our sect. Please take a look at this goo. Lu Fang's will smiled with squinted eyes. Her attitude was very polite as she handed an information path mortal goo to Zhao Lianyin. Zhao Lianyin took a look. There was a dazzling array of items inside. There were so many that she could not help but feel dazzled. Lianyin's knowledge is shallow. Please help me, elder sister Juning. Zhao Lianyin was a smart person. She quickly handed this goo to Li Juning, who was beside her. Li Juning took a look and nodded slightly. The items in this information path mortal goo were not deducted or reduced compared to before. It was the real deal. She immediately transmitted to Zhao Lianyin. Lianyin, you have become a goo immortal, and have immortal goo love and remembrance, as well as a high-grade blessed land. It is already extremely high. Once you become a goo immortal, you will need to manage your immortal aperture and accumulate your foundation. The first task is to feed your immortal goo. Fortunately, although your love immortal goo is ranked 9, there are no problems in feeding it. Thus, what you need to consider now is remembrance immortal goo. And to feed this goo, the ingredient is bright eye flowers. Among Spirit Affinity House's benefits, there is a bright eye flower cultivation method. You should choose it. Zhao Lianyin nodded, replying, Elder sister is right. What about the other two? As the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House, there were naturally extraordinary benefits. According to the sect's rules, once the current generation fairy had a breakthrough in her cultivation, she could choose 3 resources from Secret Inheritance Peak for free. As for other goo immortals, besides making great contributions, they could only use their sect contribution points to exchange for these resources. Li Juning smiled, saying, Other than this, I suggest you choose the divination grass. Since you are a wisdom path goo immortal, you should naturally develop it from the aspect of wisdom path. Divination grass is not only a wisdom path resource, it is also easy to nurture, and has a high price in the market of jewel yellow skies. You won't lose out if you choose this. Then I will choose this. Elder sister's choice is definitely not wrong. Zhao Lianyin quickly said. Li Juning was very satisfied with Zhao Lianyin's attitude. Her tone became gentler. Then what should I choose for the last item? Zhao Lianyin asked again. Naturally the first item. Immortal Yuan Stone. That's right. Li Juning saw Zhao Lianyin's puzzled expression and chuckled. Be it bright eye flowers or divination grass, the scale provided by the sect is not enough for you to plant them on a large scale. If you don't plant them on a large scale, they will lose their meaning. Thus, you need a large amount of Immortal Yuan Stone to purchase more seeds and plant them. Immortal Yuan Stone is an important resource that goo immortals must store. Because it is not only the most common currency used by goo immortals, it can also be converted into immortal essence for you to use. It is the most valuable asset. So that's it. Then I will choose Immortal Yuan Stone. Zhao Lianyin did not hesitate, immediately exchanging for the 3 items from Lu Fang's will. The 2 left Secret Inheritance Peak and flew back to their residence. Before leaving, Li Juning took out a batch of Immortal Yuan Stone and gave it to Zhao Lianyin. Sister Lianyin, this is the Immortal Yuan Stone that your brother-in-law Su Hao and I are lending you. A total of 3,000 pieces. Feel free to use it. It has an unlimited period of time. Ah, Zhao Lianyin gasped, showing a moved expression. The sect only gave me 1,000 Immortal Yuan Stone. Sister, you are lending me 3,000. How can I accept this? Li Juning patted Zhao Lianyin's shoulder. Silly girl, the sect has already given you a lot. You are a member of the sect. You have someone to rely on. Do you know that those itinerant cultivators and fiend immortals all live off of immortal essence stones? In terms of immortal essence reserves, rank 6 goo immortals who have just ascended are almost completely broke. Rank 6 goo immortals with 100 immortal yuan stone reserves are already middle tier. There are almost no rank 6 goo immortals with 1,000 immortal yuan stone reserves. They are very rare. Your situation is different, because you are not only a Gu immortal of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects, you are also the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. Receiving the sect's heavy support, you are a special case. Under normal circumstances, in the 5 regions and 2 heavens, most rank 6 Gu immortals do not have more than 100 immortal yuan stones. Some have several hundred, and very few have high immortal yuan stones. And among rank 7 Gu immortals, they have at least several hundred immortal yuan stones. Most have more than 1,000, and very few have more than 10,000. This is common knowledge. It is enough for you to know. Thank you for your guidance, sister. Zhao Lianyan bowed solemnly, his face full of gratitude. Li Junying's words were telling him that the sect had not mistreated him. At the same time, he and his wife were also strongly supporting him. I will definitely work hard, Zhao Lianyan said solemnly. Li Juning nodded. Go cultivate. If you have any questions, you can write to me or ask your brother-in-law, Su Hao. Yes. Joy flashed in Zhao Lianyan's eyes. Having someone to guide him, and not having anyone to guide him were 2 different concepts. Looking at Zhao Lianyan's departing figure, the smile on Li Junying's face gradually faded. Ever since Feng Kim Hong became a disciple of Duke Long, her days had not been good. She and her husband, Su Hao, were famous for being in the anti-Feng faction. But now, almost all the supreme elders of Spirit Affinity House were clear that Feng Kim Hong was an immortal venerable seed. His future prospects were limitless. This time, Fairy Lu Feng's attitude clearly showed the political direction of Spirit Affinity House. Li Juning had also expected this. She specially accompanied Zhao Lianyan. It was to prevent anyone from embezzling Zhao Lianyan's sect benefits. Fortunately, such a thing did not happen. It could be predicted that this would be a political winter for this couple. And under this cold wind, they could only unite all the people that could be united, like Zhao Lianyan, and then huddle together to warm themselves. Northern Plains Chu clan. The famous strength path Gu immortal expert Chu Du put down the information path Gu worm in his hand. Oh Feng Yuan, it is really not easy to get along with you. Chu Du smiled bitterly. This information path Gu worm was sent by Feng Yuan. He wanted to borrow immortal yuan stone from him. Feng Yuan had once used Lu Guanyi's alias, and cooperated with Chu Du for a period of time. Their relationship was not shallow. Not long ago, Celestial Court assassinated Gu immortal Yun Liang, and destroyed Longevity Heaven's political scheme. They also announced the secret that Feng Yuan and Lu Guanyi were the same person, framing Feng Yuan. Thus, Chu Du already knew that Lu Guanyi was Feng Yuan. However, Domination Immortal Chu Du was not very surprised. In fact, he had once suspected this. He even sang a poem to probe Feng Yuan. Be it Lu Guanyi or Feng Yuan, Chu Du wanted to cooperate with them. But now Chu Du's status was completely different. He was now the first supreme elder of Chu clan. He had many Gu immortals under him. He was already a member of the Righteous Path. As a Northern Plains Righteous Path Gu immortal, if he continued to cooperate with Feng Yuan, once it was exposed, all his efforts in building up his forces would be for naught. There was a huge risk in cooperating with Feng Yuan. Originally, Chu Du wanted to ignore it and maintain a vague attitude, but Feng Yuan did not give him the chance. He directly sent a letter to borrow immortal yuan stone. And in the letter, Feng Yuan only said to borrow immortal yuan stone. He purposely did not say the exact amount. He wanted Chu Du to decide. This made Chu Du feel even more troubled. Chapter 1461. A few days later, Central Continent Spirit Affinity House. Zhao Lianyan's divine sense spread out, inspecting her immortal aperture. Lianyan blessed land was already very different from before. There was a flower field with large numbers of bright-eye flowers. This was the ingredient of her immortal Gu remembrance. She had to nurture them. Other than that, there was also a small grassland. Victory divination grass was planted on the grassland. This grass was small and sharp, with a light green color. In the sky above this grassland, there were swallows flying around. These were worker swallows. They were the most hardworking and nimble. Their feathers were black, white, and red. Zhao Lianyan had specially brought in a batch of them to kill insects for the victory divination grass. During the growth process of the victory divination grass, it would produce a type of insect that would corrode the leaves and greatly reduce the profits. I have already spent most of the thousands of immortal yuan stones. I am almost finished. Zhao Lianyan looked at the scene in front of her and sighed in her heart. At first she felt this was a huge sum of money, but after using it, she found it was not worth it. Because she was not just nurturing one or two resources, she was building two complete ecosystems. Not just the seeds of the bright eye flowers and victory divination grass, but also the soil, irrigation, and the construction of the climate. All of these needed to be invested. According to the time, after a year of immortal aperture time, the production of bright eye flowers will be enough to feed remembrance immortal goo. 2 years later, the profits from the victory divination grass and bright eye flowers will be enough for me to earn hundreds of immortal yuan stones. 3 years later, I will be able to repay Li Junying's loan. And all of this can only be achieved under the most ideal situation. And this does not include the expenses incurred in the entire process. Zhao Lianyan could feel the difficulty of goo immortal cultivation. This was only the cultivation of two resources. They were operated independently and did not interfere with each other. At the same time, they were plants. The difficulty of raising them was much lower than beast groups and variant humans. Moreover, Zhao Lianyan was a high-grade blessed land. It had abundant space path and time path resources. And most importantly, she had divine concealment. She was immune to calamities and tribulations. She did not need to worry about this biggest problem. The number of Lao Yen is still a little too little. It can't satisfy the entire grassland. I have to bring in another batch. Zhao Lianyan communicated with Jewel Yellow Skies again, and probed it with his divine telekinesis. These days, she fully experienced the convenience of the Jewel Yellow Skies market. Guts Goo. Zhao Lianyan soon discovered that someone was selling Guts Goo in Jewel Yellow Skies. She knew that the Guts Goo was unique to Feng Yuan, but in the Jewel Yellow Skies market, because the Guts Goo was in short supply, there was a black market. That is, someone would first purchase Guts Goo in large quantities, and then sell them at a high price. Thus, the seller of the Guts Goo might not be Feng Yuan. Moreover, Goo Immortals' wills and identities could be switched at will. Jewel Yellow Skies was safe and free. Even the Celestial Court could only watch as Feng Yuan sold it. Even if I can sell the bright-eyed flower and the victorious divination grass a few years later, there will be other competitors who will also be affected by the market. In terms of price, they cannot compare to Guts Goo. Feng Yuan was Zhao Lianyan's greatest enemy. She paid close attention to the Guts Goo trade. But the more she paid attention, the more she realized that Feng Yuan had great strength. She could not help but feel dejected. At this rate of accumulation, I simply cannot catch up to Feng Yuan. I might even be left behind by him. Damn it! Zhao Lianyan gritted her teeth. But right at this time, for some reason, there was a commotion ahead. Large numbers of Goo Immortal wills that were scattered all around Jewel Yellow Skies were now gathering towards that direction. Zhao Lianyan's heart jumped. Is there a huge transaction? I heard from Li Junying that such a huge transaction that can cause such a commotion is rare in Jewel Yellow Skies. Last time, someone was selling large numbers of year beasts. To think that my luck is so good, I can see it not long after I advanced to an immortal. Zhao Lianyan naturally did not want to give up this opportunity to broaden her horizons. She also sent her divine sense over to take a look. Soon she arrived at the scene. Here, a huge Goo Immortal will with the appearance of a fatty was sitting in the air. Around him were Year Goo. A vast number of Year Goo. So many Year Goo. There are at least 100,000 of them. Zhao Lianyan was shocked. This was the first time she had seen so many Year Goo piled up together. The huge number and scale had a huge visual impact. Sister Li Junying is right. Mortal Goo only differ in quantity to Goo Immortals. Zhao Lianyan sighed internally. How much are you selling these Year Goo? Immediately, a Goo Immortal will ask for the price. The fatty will smiled and answered. He gave a very fair price. The other Goo Immortals immediately conversed. If there are no problems with these Year Goo, I will definitely buy a batch. These are time-path mortal goo. They have a wide range of uses, be it goo refinement or other aspects. They have a common demand. And the price is so fair. I might need to charge more. Even if I cannot use them, I can sell them in the future. I don't have to worry about not being able to sell them. Who is the seller? Selling year goo at this time is a very good timing. According to convention, the biggest sellers of year goo in the market have not started selling yet. The goo immortals discussed. All sorts of divine senses and wills conversed. It was not a secret. Zhao Lianyan learned a lot of things. She listened attentively, and soon found out that the seller of year goo was likely a newcomer. Although the timing of the sale was brought forward, it was inevitable that there would be a fierce collision with the previous seller. If this seller was just a one-time deal, it would be fine. But if they wanted to enter the market of jewel yellow skies for a long time, there would be a bloodbath. Thinking of this, Zhao Lianyan's eyes brightened. If it was the latter, then this would be a great lesson. I will sell my resources in the future and enter the market of jewel yellow skies. My resources are not unique in the world. I will need to go through this stage. How many monopolistic businesses are there in the entire goo immortal world? Not everyone is as lucky as Fang Yuan. I need to learn and pay attention to this sale of year goo. Maybe I can learn a lot from it. Zhao Lianyan reminded herself. The scene was bustling. Many goo immortals started to purchase year goo. Time-path goo worms had a wide range of uses. The market demand was high. Transactions were completed one after another. The profits accumulated to a certain extent. Some goo immortals were very jealous. I estimate that this goo immortal who sold year goo has earned at least 50,000 immortal yuan stone in this short period of time. Zhao Lianyan was shocked. But the most shocking thing was yet to come. This seller continued to sell year goo and replenish them. Even though there were many transactions around the fatty's will, the number of year goo sold increased instead of decreasing. Oh heavens, how many year goo does this person have? Incredible, this is a huge sum. They are not friendly. The biggest sellers of year goo have always been Xie Baoshu, Rong Xian, and Wang Mingyu. This might cause a war. Zhao Lianyan listened attentively. She was getting more and more expectant. With this mysterious seller entering the market, the three people who benefited from it would not let this go. Chapter 1462. Eastern Sea. A shallow sea area. A jade pavilion stood alone in the depths of the sea, emitting the aura of a rank 6 immortal goo house. In the jade pavilion, goo immortal Xie Baoshu was entertaining his friend Yu Xianzi. Looking at the jade pavilion and the huge field of vicissitude mulberry trees, Yu Xianzi sighed. It is time to harvest year goo again. These vicissitude trees are growing more vigorously than the previous year. It can be seen that you have made a new breakthrough in cultivating this kind of resource, Baoshu. Xie Baoshu had a handsome face. He rubbed his nose and smiled. Friend, you don't need to suck up to me. Yu Xianzi laughed loudly. I am worried about you. Don't you know that someone in jewel yellow skies is already selling year goo? Xie Baoshu did not speak. He stretched out his hand and took out a mortal year goo, handing it to Yu Xianzi. Yu Xianzi took it and looked at it. Not bad. This rank 5 year goo is of good quality. It is shiny and healthy, it looks good. Xie Baoshu shook his head. This is not my year goo. It belongs to that person in jewel yellow skies. So that's it. Yu Xianzi was slightly surprised before accepting it. He knew the background of this friend. Xie Baoshu was a famous lone cultivator in Eastern Sea. He had the exclusive knowledge of nurturing vicissitude trees. Vicissitude trees were immortal materials, but they had very limited uses. Even though they were immortal materials, because they had too many types of Dao marks, they were all over the place. Thus, very few goo immortals paid attention to these plants. But Xie Baoshu had a different target. He focused on this tree and cultivated it on a large scale, using the vicissitude forest to nurture and attract wild year goo. Right now, he was one of the 3 giants in the year goo market. Among these year goo that he produced, only a small portion were sold to jewel yellow skies. Most of them were sold to Eastern Sea's super forces. Even so, Xie Baoshu would not give up on the jewel yellow skies market easily, because this was a market for the whole world. In a way, the Jewel Yellow Skies market was more important than those super forces in Eastern Sea. Now that someone was making a huge move, they seemed to be entering the Yirgu market. How could Xia Baoshu ignore it? Even though it was not time for him to sell Yirgu yet, he had been paying attention to the movements of Yirgu in the market for the entire year. I have seen this Yirgu. It is indeed high quality. Our opponent this time is not simple. Xia Baoshu sighed. Yu Xianzi nodded. With such a large number, it's very likely that it's a superpower of a certain region. If it's just one person, it's very difficult for such a large number to appear at once. Back then, didn't you accumulate power step by step and climb your way up? Xia Baoshu immediately laughed. Oh you, why bother beating around the bush to encourage me? Among the 3 major sellers, only I'm a rogue cultivator. But it is precisely because of this that I have walked step by step, bumping into things and constantly suffering setbacks. My foundation is extremely stable, and I have seen all sorts of storms. This time will be no exception. Furthermore, Yu Xianzi continued. Moreover, your 3 clans have already reached an agreement. Every industry has its own unspoken rules. Even though this newcomer is coming with great momentum, he broke the unspoken rules. I'm afraid he will be suppressed and ostracized by the 3 of you, right? Ha ha ha. As expected, I can't hide anything from you. You rat that only knows how to steal profits. Xia Baoshu pointed at Yu Xianzi's nose as he scolded with a smile. Northern Plains, Langya blessed land. In a secret room in the Cloud City, Fang Yuan sat unmoving. It had been several days already. These days, he had been activating this rank 8-time path, immortal Gu years flow like water. He obtained this immortal Gu from Hei Fan's true inheritance. Even rank 6 Gu immortals could use it, but the effect was limited. Right now, Fang Yuan was using a rank 7 Gu immortal's red date immortal essence to inject years flow like water into it, making it produce mortal year Gu continuously. And these year Gu were then moved to Jewel Yellow Skies' market. Over there, he used his will to stabilize the situation and transact year Gu with other Gu immortals. Indeed, he was that newcomer who sold year Gu in large numbers. He came with great momentum. Not only did he cause a commotion in Jewel Yellow Skies, Xia Baoshu and the rest were also very wary of him. Fang Yuan borrowed 1.73 million immortal yuan stones. He turned them into red date immortal essence and used them to produce year Gu. Rank 8 years flow like water immortal Gu was too amazing. It produced a lot of mortal year Gu. They were of good quality too. These few days, the market's response was very good. Many Gu immortals bought the first batch and felt that it was good. They went to buy the second batch from Fang Yuan. Right at this time, Fang Yuan's movements of activating years flow like water immortal Gu paused. He was in constant communication with Jewel Yellow Skies. Through the will in Jewel Yellow Skies, he sent a message, saying that a super force wanted to buy Fang Yuan's goods in large numbers, but was afraid that Fang Yuan could not provide them, so they wanted to talk to him personally. If possible, they wanted to establish a long-term cooperation. This news could be true, but it could also be fake. Or more likely, those original year Gu buyers are pretending. Fang Yuan smiled coldly, throwing this information to the back of his mind. Fang Yuan was not interested in a long-term cooperation. This time, he wanted to make a huge move central continent. Rong Xian was silent. The other party is not interested in my suggestion? Rong Xian was surprised. He was pretending to be a huge buyer. He wanted to communicate with Fang Yuan's main body and probe his background. But Fang Yuan did not even bother to ask him. How can this be? Even if he is the representative of a super force, he wants to have more buyers for his year Gu. Unless he does not have many year Gu left. Rong Xian was a member of the 10 great ancient sects. As a Righteous Path member, he understood the thoughts of Righteous Path Gu immortals and super forces. He thought about it. He felt that his guess was very likely. This must be the reason why this mysterious seller is selling year Gu in advance. He is trying to avoid us. He is avoiding even my suggestion. I am afraid he really does not have enough stock. Actually, these year Gu that he sold are only 1/10 of the ones I have left. Hee hee. Thinking of this, Rong Xian laughed lightly. This is a good way to attract attention. He evaluated Feng Yuan's actions. Unfortunately, he does not have enough strength. What use is it? Southern border. Returning Dragon Valley. The sound of a waterfall echoed in the valley. Water vapor spread, vegetation was green. Righteous Path Superforce Yao Clan's external supreme elder, Wang Mingyu, was standing on a huge rock, looking at the waterfall in front of her. This waterfall was not ordinary. It was a tributary of the River of Time. There are 3 sellers of Year Gu. Eastern Sea's Xia Baoshu uses vicissitude trees to nurture Year Gu. Central Continent's Rong Xian uses refinement path methods to refine a vast number of Year Gu at regular intervals. Only I have a tributary of the River of Time. I can search for natural wild immortal Gu. Wang Mingyu compared internally. This tributary of the River of Time was special. It was a tributary of the middle river segment of the River of Time. There were many special river segments in the River of Time. For example, the Blade River segment. It was created by Red Lotus Demon Venerable back then. He used Shi Yuan and Dao Jiulang to create a special river segment to protect a stone lotus island that he created. In the Year River segment, there were countless wild Year Gu. This river segment's tributary was discovered by the former lone immortal Wang Mingyu. She managed it secretly. But a few years later, Southern Border's Righteous Path found it. They were jealous. After some secret discussions, Yao Clan won. Yao Clan's Gu immortal Yao Tianze married Wang Mingyu. Because of this returning Dragon Valley was openly incorporated into the Yao family's territory. This year's harvest is good. I caught 30% more Year Gu than usual. Since the other 2 sides are not making a move, I will make a move first. If I let that newcomer sell his goods, it will be hard for me to sell all of my wild Year Gu. Wang Mingyu thought of this and started to sell Year Gu in Jewel Yellow Skies. Her actions caused a commotion in Jewel Yellow Skies. One of the 3 sellers of Year Gu, Wang Mingyu, is making a move. If that mysterious person sells Year Gu, it will not be easy for others to sell them. This is going to be a good show. That's right. The mysterious person is selling such a huge amount of Year Gu. The 3 sellers must be having a hard time holding back. Now that Wang Mingyu is making a move, the other 2 will not sit still. Let's wait. Maybe there will be a trade war. We will be able to get some benefits. Many Gu immortals conversed. Chapter 1463. Wang Mingyu sold her goods. Originally, in the market of Jewel Yellow Skies, only Feng Yuan was selling Year Gu in bulk. Now that there was a competitor, it caused a huge commotion. Women will always be women, they have no patience at all. Central Continent's Rong Xian scoffed after getting the news. This way, many Gu immortals will choose to watch. He was experienced in selling Year Gu. He immediately guessed the change in the market. As expected, the popularity of Jewel Yellow Skies' Year Gu market slowed down. Wang Mingyu became Feng Yuan's competitor. The market's supply of Year Gu exceeded the demand. The Gu immortals held back, waiting for the show to start. Jewel Yellow Skies was filled with the feeling of an impending storm. In the past, when they sold Year Gu, their business was always booming. But this year, they were sold early. The situation was bleak. Almost no one was interested. Regarding this, Wang Mingyu was helpless. There was no helping it. She had a lot of Year Gu. If she did not sell them now and waited for the other 2 sellers to sell, her market share would shrink. Wang Mingyu actually sold early. Different from Rong Xian, who was unmoved, Xia Baoshu was hesitating. Xia Baoshu understood Wang Mingyu. She was an experienced seller. How could she not see the disadvantage of selling early? The biggest possibility is that she has a lot of Year Gu in her inventory. Xia Baoshu did not show it on the surface, but he was getting more worried internally. A day later, he finally decided to make a move. He sold Year Gu in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Xia Baoshu is making a move too. Among the 3 giants, 2 have already sold early. That's because today is different from the past. A 4th wolf has entered the original grassland. In Jewel Yellow Skies, the Gu immortals discussed. Damn it. These 2. Central Continent's Rong Xian heard the news and gritted his teeth. He could only follow. The situation was different from before. Earlier, when Fang Yuan sold alone, Rong Xian could endure it, he was unmoved. With Wang Mingyu, Rong Xian was only slightly nervous. However, if Xie Baoshu also sold his goods, Rong Xian would be under a lot of pressure. Of the 4 major sellers, if he was the only one who didn't make a move, then the one who would suffer the most was undoubtedly him. However, Rong Xian had her own difficulties. His year gu was refined from gu. Because it wasn't the time limit of previous years, he didn't have enough stock in his hands. Therefore, among the 4 major sellers, he had the least inventory. Without a choice, Rong Xian could only grit his teeth and sell year gu in jewel yellow skies. I have the least goods in my hands, so I can't use force. Rong Xian had a feeling that what he needed now was time to refine more year gu. After some thought, he took the initiative to contact Xie Baoshu and Wang Mingyue. These 3 had known each other for many years. In terms of year gu, they competed and interacted with each other. They naturally had information path gu worms that connected them. Even though there are newcomers, I believe that the 3 of us should still abide by the old agreement, right? Rong Xian reminded the 2 of them. Xie Baoshu and Wang Mingyu naturally agreed without hesitation. Originally, by selling year gu in advance, they had already broken some old agreements. But because it was a special situation, it was understandable. But if they broke other agreements, especially the price of year gu, they would be breaking the rules. When there were too many sellers, there would naturally be a price war. This was a powerful method in a business war. But if it was too powerful, it would hurt both sides. Xie Baoshu, Wang Mingyu, and Rong Xian had fought against each other many times already. They did not change the price, other than not being able to do anything to each other. It was also to protect their own benefits. There was a problem here. If Fang Yuan's side suddenly lowered the price, what should they do? The 3 of them might abide by the agreement, but Fang Yuan was a newcomer. Even if Rong Xian persuaded him, he might not listen. However, Rong Xian, Xie Baoshu, and Wang Mingyu were not worried about this. With 4 sellers selling year gu at the same time, Fang Yuan felt that his sales were stagnating. I am a newcomer after all. Even though the goods are of high quality, in the hearts of other gu immortals, how can I compare to the 3 giants? Wang Mingyu, Xie Baoshu, and Rong Xian had been doing this business for many years. They had built up their reputation. This was something that Fang Yuan could not compare to. This was Fang Yuan's weakness. But Fang Yuan had his own methods to deal with it. Soon, Rong Xian, Xie Baoshu, and Wang Mingyu found out about a huge piece of news at the same time. That mysterious seller started to lower the price of year gu. So they used this move after all. I thought they would have some tricks up their sleeves. The 3 sellers were not anxious. They were even a little disdainful. They were already sick of this method of lowering prices. They had suffered a lot because of it. Lowering prices in a business war was a double-edged sword. It would hurt both sides. But to the buyers, Fang Yuan taking the initiative to lower the price was undoubtedly good news. Weren't they waiting for such a chance? They were like sharks that heard the news, they swarmed over. Fang Yuan's year gu started to be sold in large numbers. It was a stark contrast to Xie Baoshu, Wang Mingyu, and Rong Xian. The other party seems to be very experienced. They lowered the prices very well. It feels like a lot, but it did not decrease by much. Wang Mingyu observed secretly. But so what? The whole of Jewel Yellow Skies has a huge market for year gu. How can you supply all the buyers in the 5 regions? In the end, you are still making a loss to yourself. You can sell them for a much higher price. The 3 sellers maintained the same price. But a few days later, they could not sit still anymore. What is going on? This person has so many year gu. It seems like he has an endless supply. How can he have so many year gu? Something is not right. The mood of the 3 major buyers became a little heavy, but they were hesitant to lower their prices as well. In the end, it was because of their mental state. Fang Yuan was a newcomer. It was new to him no matter how much he earned. But for these 3 big sellers, because they were experienced, they would estimate the approximate profit every year. This way, if they lowered their prices, their profits would shrink. It was natural for them to hesitate. A few days later, Fang Yuan was still selling like hotcakes. The three sellers saw that the situation was not right. Wang Mingyu negotiated with the other two to lower their prices as well. Xiaobao Shu had a cold expression. In this situation, I am afraid that person has a lot of stock. If we do not lower our prices, we will not be able to sell them. Indeed, Wang Mingyu added. This person has extraordinary methods. He lowered his prices perfectly. We are at a disadvantage now. Rong Xian snorted coldly. Whether we lose or not depends on the year-gu sales. If we lower our prices too much and sell too much, we will suffer losses. What is the point? He did not agree with this method. He wanted to endure it for a while longer. He had no choice. He didn't have many goods on hand. If he lowered the price, more people would buy them. If he didn't sell the goods and ran out of stock, it would damage his image and reputation. Chapter 1464. Genius in 1 second. Remember to go away. TalkNet, providing you with exciting novels to read. He lowered the price. As Fang Yuan lowered the price, Xiaobao Shu and the other two sellers also lowered the price after holding on for a few days. However, they did not lower the price by a lot. They were all at the same pace as Fang Yuan. I am a newbie in the year-gu business. I have an unknown identity and origin. Compared to me, Xiaobao Shu, Rong Xian, and Wang Mingyu have good reputations. They have been in business for many years and are trusted by others. Thus, as long as they lower the price to the same as me, those who want to buy year-gu will still choose them first. Fang Yuan knew about Xiaobao Shu and the other two's schemes. This was where Xiaobao Shu and the rest were superior to Fang Yuan. Their years of experience and accumulation were deeply rooted in people's hearts. It was not a joke. But so what? Fang Yuan smiled lightly. On the day that Xiaobao Shu and the rest lowered the price, Fang Yuan continued to lower the price. The Gu immortals in Jewel Yellow Skies were already paying attention to this rare competition. Once Fang Yuan lowered the price, news spread rapidly. Not long after, almost all the Gu immortals and forces that were paying attention to this matter knew about it. I heard that Xiaobao Shu lowered the price. I wanted to buy from him. After all, it has been like this in the past. That's right, but I prefer Rong Xian's goods. But that fourth person lowered the price again. It seems that he has a lot of strength. He wants to challenge the three sellers. The buyers were overjoyed. They were relaxed and happy. After all, they were the ones benefiting from the price war. Moreover, it was also a rare pleasure to sit still and watch a good show of a fierce battle between dragons and tigers. At the same price, Fang Yuan could not compete with the other three. He had no competition. But when he lowered the price and was lower than the other three, he had a huge advantage. After all, Fang Yuan's goods were excellent and cheap. Would Gu immortals be stupid enough to buy the most expensive ones? Therefore, for the rest of the day, Fang Yuan's business was still booming, and no one was interested in the other three. After getting this news, Central Continent Gu immortal Rong Xian laughed. It was a cold laugh, of course. He communicated with the other two parties. Interesting, this person really wants to start a price war with us. Wang Mingyu smiled. For so many years, no one has been able to shake our positions. This time, I want to see what kind of person he is. Xiaobao Shu finally agreed. Then let's follow suit and lower our prices. There was nothing to say. Since Fang Yuan lowered his price again, the other three sellers also lowered their prices, becoming the same as Fang Yuan's year-gu. She had already hesitated for a long time. Since Fang Yuan took the initiative to fight, these three Gu immortals felt that they had great strength. They followed up fearlessly. The price was lowered for the second time. There was a small heated discussion in Jewel Yellow Skies. The other Gu immortals started to get excited. Because they knew that this was only the second price reduction. It was only the start of this war. There would definitely be a third and fourth price reduction. But that will depend on when that mysterious fourth party lowers their prices. To the seller, any price reduction is equivalent to cutting off their own flesh. Earlier, that fourth party started a war. But the three sellers were not afraid. They played with you, they were full of spirit. That's right. There might be a third price reduction soon. I wonder when that will happen. The spectating Gu immortals conversed. Normally speaking, Price reductions were common in such a war, but there was a gap between each price reduction. Because the sellers needed to observe the market, they needed time to think and make a decision. Lowering prices was a double-edged sword. Even though they could attack their competitors, they would also hurt their own profits. If the sales were good, then perhaps they wouldn't lower the price anymore. After all, they needed to protect their own profits. If they lowered their prices, even if they sold more, they might not earn much. After all, their competitors would lower their prices as well. If the sellers did not give in, they would lower their prices as much as they could. If they fought to the end, they might die together. But for Gu immortals, there were almost no situations where the sellers fought to the end. The sellers were not fools, they sold things to gain profits. If they fought to the end, they would not gain anything. What was the point of selling? The sellers were smart, the buyers were smart too. After the three sellers lowered their prices to the same level as Feng Yuan's, they did not buy much. The year Gu sales would become bleak. Because the most important factor in this war was Feng Yuan. When Feng Yuan lowered his prices, they would buy some. Why was that? Firstly, in terms of price, Feng Yuan's was cheaper, it was more affordable. Next, it encouraged Feng Yuan to pressure the three sellers to lower their prices. In the end, Feng Yuan would not be able to hold on, because the side that lowered their prices would suffer losses. But after the prices fell to the bottom, the buyers would gain the most. If the prices were the same, most of them would not choose to buy Feng Yuan's Yeargu. A business war was a psychological game like this. After the second price cut, the four sides reached the same level again. Feng Yuan's actions were unexpected again. He paid close attention to jewel yellow skies. When the three sellers lowered their prices, he responded by lowering his prices again. Oh! Many people were shocked. Feng Yuan's reaction was too fast. And because of this speed, many people could sense Feng Yuan's unyielding attitude. The other party is coming at us fiercely. Rong Xian sighed. He felt a trace of pressure. Because among all the sellers he had the least stock. Towards the end of the war, when the prices of goods fell, there would be a huge buying frenzy. At this time, if there were too few goods, it would be awkward. Others would want to buy your goods, but you have no stock? Not only would you be eliminated early, the buyers would also think that you were weak. The reputation that you accumulated over the years would be greatly damaged. Rong Xian did not want that to happen. On one hand, he urged others to refine Yeargu to replenish their supply. On the other hand, he was thinking about whether he should lower his price or not. More specifically, if he lowered his prices by a large margin, to the extent that others would not dare to follow him, because it would be too much of a loss. But it would not be too large. At least, the buyers would think that they could wait and see. This way, as long as they had enough time, Rong Xian could replenish his stock and win the war. But if I lower my prices, the other two parties might guess that I do not have much stock. Rong Xian hesitated, because he could think of this method to help him get through this crisis. The other two parties were also very experienced, so there was a high possibility that they could reverse the situation on their side. After all, deductions were not difficult. As long as one was experienced, they would have this kind of sensitivity. This way, if Rong Xian did this, he would be exposing his weakness. He might be eliminated early. Thus, Rong Xian was not only hesitant, he was having a headache. He felt a huge headache. Because not only did he have to consider the mentality of the buyers and sellers, he also had to pay attention to his competitors. Just as he was hesitating, Xie Baoshu and Wang Mingyu lowered their prices again. The result was the same as before, maintaining the same price as Feng Yuan's. Both of them had sufficient stock, especially Wang Mingyu. They were not anxious. Since Feng Yuan wanted to start a war and lower their prices, they would fight him to the end. After all, as long as they were at the same price, buyers were more willing to buy their goods. This was a huge advantage. This was the third time they were at the same price. Hearing this news, Feng Yuan laughed heartily. His gaze was filled with a cold light. In that case, I will slightly increase my pace. Thus he lowered his prices again. And this time it was a huge reduction, far larger than before. This caused a huge commotion in jewel yellow skies. The buyers were very excited. This was the result of their restraint. It was also the result of their victory. So much at once. Xie Baoshu's expression turned grim. He felt Feng Yuan's aggressiveness. If the previous few punches were just a few light punches, then this time, it was a heavy kick. But Xie Baoshu had to accept it. If he did not, he would be eliminated. Buyers had no loyalty to speak of. Business wars were very cruel. Xie Baoshu lowered his price first. Wang Mingyu lowered her price as well. Both sides were at the same price again. Rong Xan felt a huge headache. He had wanted to lower his own price. But after hesitating for a while, he did not expect the other party to act before he did. This way, not only did his plan fail, even if he wanted to continue with his original plan, he would need to ask Rong Xian to lower his price even more. But this way the price was dangerous, because if it was much lower than the normal price of Yeargu, buyers would definitely buy it. Maybe that mysterious seller does not have much stock? Does he have the same plan as me? Rong Xian still had a trace of hope. He followed up and lowered his price to the same as the other three parties. They all lowered their prices. Ha ha ha. The buyers were happy, of course, but what made them even happier was yet to come. When Rong Xian lowered his price, Feng Yuan followed up and lowered his own Yeargu's price again. And this time, the price was even higher than before. Jewel Yellow Skies was shaken. The three sellers were shocked. This guy is incredible. Xie Baoshu had a solemn expression. He was originally calm and collected. He did not show his emotions on his face, but now, he could not hide it anymore. Feng Yuan lowered his price this time. It greatly reduced the profits of the Yeargu trade. As for the three sellers, if they followed up they would suffer huge losses. This is a huge gamble. Wang Mingyu was tongue-tied. She felt a chill that she had not felt for a long time. Chapter 1465. Genius 1 second. Remember, if you want to go? Talk.net. Providing you with exciting novels to read. Rong Xian's last bit of hope was completely extinguished. Because he knew that the other party was not in the same situation as him. They had a lot of goods. Because at this price, there would be a buying frenzy for Yeargu. Chew, this time I lost. Rong Xian smiled bitterly. But he had no choice. He did not have enough goods. There was no need for any reason. Failure had its reasons. But in this world, people did not look at reasons. They did not need reasons. They only looked at failure. Like Rong Xian expected, after Feng Yuan lowered his price, a buying frenzy erupted. Many buyers started to buy Yeargu. It was rare to see such a cheap price. How could they not grab this opportunity? A large number of transactions were carried out. Feng Yuan was raking in money every day. The other three parties did not make a move. Xie Baoshu and Wang Mingyu were hesitating. Rong Xian was hesitating earlier. Now it was their turn. If they followed up and lowered their prices like Feng Yuan, their Yeargu would be bought by a large number of Gu immortals as well. But that way their profits would be very low. Their injuries were far from what they had expected. But if they did not follow up, and Feng Yuan stole their business, what would they do? The crux of this matter was how much Feng Yuan had in stock. If Feng Yuan had a lot of stock, Xie Baoshu and the rest would follow up. The market was only so big. Feng Yuan had a huge appetite, because he had a lot of goods. If he ate more, others would eat less. But if Feng Yuan did not have a lot of stock, Xie Baoshu and the rest would not need to lower their prices. They only needed to maintain the same price. When Feng Yuan sold all of his stock, they would continue to sell at a higher price. Their profits would be preserved. They would be the victors of this trade war. Thus, Xie Baoshu and the rest started to guess who Feng Yuan was. Was he a man or a woman? What force was he? Or was he a person? Why was there no news of him earlier? Why did he suddenly jump out of a rock? The three parties were puzzled. Feng Yuan's appearance was too sudden. Actually, in the Yeargu market, other than the three giants, there were other small sellers. However, these people were quickly ruled out by the three parties, because none of them could be. These small sellers must be watching this intense battle with pale faces. Rong Xian's mood improved at the thought of this. He was unlucky this time. And it was very likely that he would be the first to be eliminated. However, when he thought about it, there were others who were even more unlucky than him, and he felt a little better. But this was just a way for him to comfort himself. It was of no use in reality. No matter how the three magnates tried to guess, they could not figure out Fang Yuan's background. To be on the safe side, Xie Baoshu and Wang Mingyu decided to follow in Fang Yuan's footsteps. They lowered their prices to the same level as Fang Yuan. On the other hand, Rong Xian maintained her previous price. Looks like Rong Xian thinks that the other party doesn't have much in store, Xie Baoshu thought. What he did not know was that Rong Xian had no choice. He did not have much in stock. If he lowered his price by so much, it would cause a buying frenzy, his stock would be sold out, and he would be eliminated. He might as well maintain his current price and take a gamble. If Fang Yuan did not have so much in stock, he would win the gamble. He would still have a chance to stay in the market and fight. If he lost the gamble, so be it, he was going to lose anyway. Xie Baoshu did not know Rong Xian's background. He thought that he felt that Fang Yuan did not have much left, so he wanted to take a risk. But Xie Baoshu was a calm person. He had to follow up, it was the safest. As for Wang Mingyu, after thinking about it, she made the same decision as Xie Baoshu. But as a female, she was more suspicious. She thought, why is Rong Xian not lowering his price? Is he taking a gamble? Or does he really know the other party's background? Or does he have any evidence or information? If Rong Xian knew about Fang Yuan's background, it was very likely that she did not tell them about it. This was called watching the tigers fight. Rong Xian had a huge advantage. Thus, Wang Mingyu contacted Rong Xian and asked him about it. When Rong Xian received Wang Mingyu's message, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. He even felt some pity towards Wang Mingyu. His emotions were complex. Thus, the situation became Fang Yuan, Xie Baoshu, and Wang Mingyu had the same price, while Rong Xian's price was higher. At this time, a large number of Gu immortals started to buy Year Gu, or were preparing to sell. Almost everyone was moved. Because this price was much lower than before, it was very attractive. If he lowered it further, the buyers shook their heads, it could not go much lower. The buyers were smart, the sellers were not fools either. Thus, when Fang Yuan lowered his price again, everyone was stunned. Did I hear wrongly? He lowered his price again, and by such a huge amount. Oh my God, what is going on? Is that newbie stupid? The buyers were in disbelief. I don't care if he's an idiot, or if he's plotting something. I know that his Year Gu is real. He is selling it at this price. If I don't buy it now, I would be a fool. Some Gu immortals shouted internally. Were these not the thoughts of others as well? A large number of Gu immortals' divine senses, or wills, surrounded Fang Yuan's stall. It was an unprecedented scene. Buy. The Gu immortals were all thinking the same thing. This was an unprecedented bargain. If they did not buy it now, it would be too late when that fool realized it. There was an inexplicable sense of urgency in the hearts of the buyers. What is wrong with this person? Knowing this, Xie Baoshu could not remain calm anymore. At this price, if he continued to follow it and lowered the price at the same time, then his profit would really only be that little. If in the past, he could earn 100 per Year Gu, if he lowered his price like Fang Yuan, he would only earn a single-digit profit. Why did Xie Baoshu nurture vicissitude tree so hard? Wasn't it to nurture Year Gu and earn profits? If he lowered his price like Fang Yuan, his goal of earning money would be destroyed. This price was beyond his bottom line. If he sold it like this, he might as well not buy it. But, Xie Baoshu frowned, he fell into deep thought. At the same time, Wang Mingyu was worried. She was in the same situation as Xie Baoshu. If she followed Fang Yuan, she would not earn much. But would he stop selling it? It was not so simple. If they did not follow, Fang Yuan's goods would be huge. The market share of Jewel Yellow Skies would be taken by Fang Yuan. There was another possibility. That was Fang Yuan purposely lowered the price. It was just a tactic to win the competition. He was purposely lowering his price. On one hand, he was probing the sellers. On the other hand, he was trying to raise his reputation. If I do not follow, I will be showing weakness, but I can preserve my strength. If I follow, I will be going crazy with that newbie. We will fight to the death. Wang Mingyu thought for a long time before deciding to follow. Because among the three parties, she had the most goods, she had the confidence to continue. But at this time, Xie Baoshu stopped. The price of Yergu in the market showed that Fang Yuan and Wang Mingyu were leading the way. Xie Baoshu was the second highest, while Rong Xian was the highest. Evidently, no one was interested in the latter two's stalls. Most of the buyers were gathered at Fang Yuan and Wang Mingyu's stalls. Xie Baoshu was observing. He needed to know if Fang Yuan was putting on a brave front, or if he was really that strong. Wang Mingyu was very nervous, because at this price, she was making a huge loss. But among the three sellers, she was the only one left. Rong Xian, on the other hand, was the most leisurely one among them as she watched them fight. It is about time. It is time to deal the fatal blow. Fang Yuan was very calm. At this point in the commercial war, he had roughly tested out the bottom line of the three major sellers. Although Wang Mingyu was still following up and entangling with him, according to the market situation in the past, the strength of the three major sellers should be about the same. Even if Wang Mingyu's strength was slightly higher, it wouldn't be by much. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan lowered his price again. But this time, he did not lower it by a huge margin. He only lowered it by a small amount. However, such a small reduction was like a sharp sword, directly stabbing into the hearts of the three major sellers. Rong Xian's face turned pale. Xie Baoshu squinted, his expression was dark. Wang Mingyu clenched her fists, gritting her teeth as she said with a shocked expression, "Why is there a need to do this? Why is there a need to do this?" Fang Yuan's reduction was small, but it was a fatal blow, because it exceeded the cost of the three sellers. Since Yergu were being sold, there were costs too. Rong Xian needed gu materials to refine gu. He needed immortal essence to activate gu refinement methods. Xie Baoshu needed manpower and resources to nurture vicissitude trees. Even though Wang Mingyu was capturing wild Yergu from a tributary of the River of Time, the capturing method required immortal essence. At the same time, to maintain and protect the tributary of the River of Time, he needed to invest money. If the price was lower than the cost, he would be selling it at a loss. This was usually done when one had accumulated goods that could not be sold, or when they needed funds urgently. They would use this move in desperation. If this move was used in the battle, the other competitors might be fine, but the seller would be the first to cough up blood. This move was too ruthless, it was ruthless to others, and even more ruthless to oneself. Wang Mingyu was shocked. She did not dare to follow this anymore. She would be an idiot if she continued. This was Yergu. Such a gu worm was actually being sold at a loss. What did that mean? The buyers were stunned. This price was far beyond their imagination. They were tongue-tied and in disbelief. But soon the gu immortals reacted. Jewel yellow skies exploded. Countless gu immortals surrounded Fang Yuan's stall. The scene had reached an unprecedented level of commotion. This was no longer the concept of buying. It was the concept of earning money. Buying Yergu at such a price, according to the market situation, they would be making a profit. A large number of transactions were happening. Even the people who bought Yergu earlier could not help but be moved. They bought from Fang Yuan again. Fang Yuan's business was booming. In contrast, the other three sellers were not doing well. They were in dire straits. But at this time, the three sellers were not anxious anymore. Who is this newcomer? They are attacking so fiercely, but this time, he might have gone too far. Hehe. Observe. Continue observing. I do not believe that he can maintain the price of Yergu at such a low level. The three sellers were waiting for Fang Yuan to lose control. But Fang Yuan did not think that he could not hold on, because he was using rank 8 immortal gu years flow like water to produce ordinary Yergu. He only needed to use rank 8 immortal gu's immortal essence. As for Fang Yuan, he had a cost. But compared to the other three sellers, if the latter's cost was counted as 10, then his costs could only be counted as 3 or 4. Everyone could sell Yergu, it was the same everywhere. The essence of the price reduction in the battle was to compete with the cost. Chapter 1466. Genius in 1 second. Remember Love Go? Talk.net, providing you with exciting novels to read. It is finally over. This commercial war is truly new. Zhao Lianyan sighed internally. The competition for Year Gu ended with Fang Yuan's victory. This result shocked most Gu immortals. It was rare for such a situation to happen. The newcomer had actually defeated the 3 giants of the older generation. Everyone thought that the newcomer was a wolf, while the 3 giants were like lions and tigers. But to think that the newcomer was not a wolf but a dragon. The 3 sellers were not its match. They lost miserably. Their Year Gu had not been sold even now. One could imagine that for a period of time, this Year Gu competition would continue to affect the market. It would be a topic of conversation among Gu immortals. They would talk about it enthusiastically. Zhao Lianyan started to reflect on this commercial war. She had originally wanted to gain knowledge from this commercial war, to help her in the future. Then in this commercial war, why did the newcomer win, while the 3 old sellers lost? Zhao Lianyan asked herself. Then she answered herself. Because the newcomer is extremely powerful. Even if the 3 sellers join forces, they won't be a match for him or her. Using absolute strength to sweep the market? Zhao Lianyan was slightly dazed. She smiled bitterly. What she wanted to learn was how to enter the market as a newcomer. Fang Yuan's method had the feeling of great ingenuity, but not perfection, great wisdom but stupidity. Although its power was unparalleled, and it really swept through everything, making the 3 sellers unable to even raise their heads. It was very difficult for Zhao Lianyan to learn, because this was pure strength. Since the newcomer has such strength, why did he not lower the price to the lowest possible at the start? Zhao Lianyan asked herself. She felt that Fang Yuan's actions were unnecessary. But soon, after she thought about it thoroughly, a flash of understanding flashed through her eyes. I understand. Start with a high price and then slowly lower it. Firstly, it's a method that earns more profits than lowering it all the way to the bottom. Secondly, it should be to test the bottom line of the 3 major sellers. Thirdly, it's probably a demonstration. Zhao Lianyan's mind was filled with thoughts. The trade war has ended, and the newcomers have won. With this kind of strength, victory is not unexpected, but his or her appetite will not be satisfied with this business war. The newcomer wants to dominate the Jewel Yellow Skies market. Not only did he defeat the 3 major sellers, but he also pushed them out of the market. This person is so domineering. Sigh, when will I be able to possess such strength? Zhao Lianyan couldn't help but let out a long sigh. She had just started developing her immortal aperture. She was far from Fang Yuan's level. No matter what, she had already remembered Fang Yuan's fatty will. Zhao Lianyan treated him like a mountain. She, who had just become a Gu immortal, could only look up to him in awe. Rong Xian, Wang Mingyu, and Xie Baoshu were discussing. Sai, where did this person come from? He or she has immense strength. He or she can satisfy the entire Jewel Yellow Skies market alone. We cannot sell our Year Gu now. Wang Mingyu sighed. The situation is not so simple. This person is trying to kill us all. Xie Baoshu's expression was pale. His voice turned sharp. Brother Xie is right. This person is selling so many Year Gu at such a low price. In the next 2 to 3 years, Jewel Yellow Skies Year Gu market will be at an extremely low level. No matter who he or she is, this is too much. Not only is he eating the meat, he is not even leaving any soup for others. Rong Xian's expression was dark. The 3 major sellers had Year Gu, but they could not sell them. Year Gu was something everyone needed. Fang Yuan supplied so many at once. It caused a huge commotion, causing the Gu immortals to hoard a large amount of Year Gu. Year Gu were easy to feed. They only needed to consume the water of the river of time. Hoarding Year Gu was not difficult at all. This way, not just now, even in the next 2 to 3 years, the 3 major sellers would not be able to sell their Year Gu. As far as the buyers were concerned, they already had Year Gu. Why would they buy from them? Unless they sold Year Gu at a lower price, they might just hoard another batch of Year Gu. But the 3 sellers could not sell their Year Gu at such a low price like Fang Yuan's. The 3 sellers were hoarding Year Gu for the time being. But what was the use of doing so? After 2 to 3 years, The market would slowly digest the year gu that Fang Yuan supplied, and there would be a demand for year gu again. The price of year gu would rise too. By then the three sellers could sell, but so could Fang Yuan. As long as he did the same thing, the three sellers' year gu would still rot in his hands. This was strength. With the disparity in strength, all kinds of plots and schemes were useless. Fang Yuan was also an intelligent person, but this time, he went straight to the point, using the kingly way to crush them. It was also the most effective. After the three sellers discussed for a while, they fell silent. The atmosphere was heavy, because they knew in their hearts that as long as Fang Yuan's strength was here, they would not have a good time. Even though the year gu trade would not stop, this source of income would shrink. At least, they would have to give up on the jewel yellow skies market. Right now, our only hope is that this person's strength is fake. He is just trying to scare us. It's just a bluff. Wang Mingyu smiled bitterly and broke the silence. The other two immortals shook their heads. The possibility was very small. We can cooperate, Rong Xian quickly said. This was a solution. Back then, the three of them had argued with each other, and were equally matched. That was how they had come to an agreement to work together and benefit from it for many years. But how can we cooperate with this person? The difference in strength is obvious. Wang Mingyu sighed. Xie Baoshu said calmly. That will depend on our abilities. If Year Gu cannot convince him, there are other things. What if he does not agree? Wang Mingyu asked. Xie Baoshu was silent. Rong Xian sighed bitterly. If he does not agree and wants to kill us, we will have to give up on the Year Gu business. There was no other way. Competition was cruel. With Fang Yuan's strength, the three sellers had no way to survive. They could only give up on Year Gu. But could they give it up so easily? The profits from the Year Gu trade supported these three, and the super forces behind them. Who could accept it if it suddenly collapsed? No, I cannot give up on the Year Gu business. Xie Baoshu gritted his teeth. He was a lone cultivator. He relied on the Year Gu business to support his cultivation and maintain his network. Now that it was gone, it was a fatal blow to him. Wang Mingyu's situation was better than Xie Baoshu. She was once a lone immortal. She had turned to the righteous path and joined a super force. She did not have any profits. It was not her fault. On the other hand, she could rely on her husband and the clan behind her. Rong Xian had the least pressure. Because he was a member of a super force, Central Continent's super force, he had immense strength. And most importantly, he obtained Year Gu through Gu refinement. If he did not need Year Gu, he just needed to stop refining Gu. It was easy for a small boat to turn around. You want to cooperate with me? Fang Yuan soon received the information from the three sellers. He snickered coldly. Why cooperate? He could keep this for himself. Why would he share it with others? Fang Yuan rejected them without hesitation. 12 million immortal yuan stones. This was Fang Yuan's gains from this battle. Even though the price was low, the sales volume was too high. It was a small profit but quick turnover. When I get rid of these three sellers, I will be able to raise the price slightly. But in the next few years, they will probably last for a while. Fang Yuan estimated. On one hand, the three sellers were unwilling to give up. On the other hand, they wanted to probe Fang Yuan's foundation, to prevent him from exaggerating his strength. Thirdly, even though the Jewel Yellow Skies market was monopolized by Fang Yuan, not everyone was buying from Jewel Yellow Skies. For example, Wang Mingyu had a super force behind her. Most of her Year Gu would be consumed by herself. Other than that, there would be other forces that had strong connections. They would still purchase Year Gu in large quantities, even if the price was higher. Of course, in this situation, as long as Fang Yuan continued to monopolize the Jewel Yellow Skies market and use this low price to push out his competitors, in 5 to 6 years, the three sellers would have a tough time. After all, the price was right there. Even those with strong connections would come to Fang Yuan's side. In the entire Gu Immortal market, Jewel Yellow Skies occupied the majority. From now on, Fang Yuan only needed to monopolize the Jewel Yellow Skies market and influence other markets. Eventually, He would become the leader of the year Gu business in the entire Gu immortal market. As for others, even though they could do some year Gu business, they could not compare to Fang Yuan. After repaying my debts, I still have more than 10 million immortal yuan stones left. But in the next 2 to 3 years, I cannot rely on year Gu to make money. Just as Fang Yuan was thinking about how to use this immortal yuan stone to manage his immortal aperture, Sixth Hair came to find him. He brought Fang Yuan a huge piece of good news. Chapter 1467. Genius 1 second. Remember love, go away? Talk.net, providing you with exciting novels to read. A small food path immortal Gu was placed on Fang Yuan's palm. It was green in color. It was the size of an adult's finger. But its body had 6 segments. It looked like a caterpillar. But on its forehead, there was a thin silver horn. At this moment, it was lying on Fang Yuan's palm, moving according to Fang Yuan's will. It had already been refined by Fang Yuan. Once a refinement path Gu immortal refines an immortal Gu. In most situations, this immortal Gu would have already been refined by the refinement path Gu immortal. That was to say, Sixth Hair was the owner of this food path immortal Gu. However, under Sixth Hair's guidance, it was much easier for Fang Yuan to refine this food path immortal Gu compared to refining wild immortal Gu. Rank 6 food path immortal Gu snack. This was one of the requirements that Fang Yuan asked Langya sect to refine for him. After inheriting Zishan Makoto's inheritance, he asked Langya sect to refine 3 immortal Gu for him. Right now they were all completed. They were rank 7 immortal Gu self-love, rank 6 immortal Gu cleanse soul, and rank 6 immortal Gu snack. These 3 immortal Gu were things that Fang Yuan needed urgently. Self-love immortal Gu was very useful. It was the core of self-cleansing. It was indispensable. Fang Yuan was able to escape the Celestial Court's investigation because of it. Even though Cleanse Soul Immortal Gu was rank 6, its difficulty and time to refine was the highest among the 3 Immortal Gu. But after it was refined, it helped Fang Yuan resolve the Soul Path trap on the Strength Path 8-arm Immortal Zombie body, allowing Fang Yuan to use the Light of Wisdom again. It had also contributed greatly to the battle. As for Snack Immortal Gu, it was a food path immortal Gu. To solve the problem of feeding his immortal Gu, Fang Yuan had a huge need for it. The immortal Gu recipe of Snack Immortal Gu came from Shadow Sect's inheritance. The origin was related to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. When he was alive, he risked his life to obtain a food path true inheritance from a Beastman Gu immortal. And that Beastman Gu immortal was the legendary person who created food path. The ancestors planted trees. The descendants benefited from the shade. The food path true inheritance in Fang Yuan's hands was the most authentic version in the world. Trying to inject red date immortal essence, Snack Immortal Gu's caterpillar-like body shook. Then like it was drunk, the lower half of its body lay on Fang Yuan's palm, while the upper half of its body stood up, shaking its head continuously. In the process of shaking, its originally tender green body continuously turned red, and finally became the red of magma. At the same time, its body, which was originally as slender as a human's index finger, gradually became thicker and harder. Pucci. In the end, it spat out a large amount of viscous, orange-yellow liquid from its mouth. Then it quickly withered and its body shrank, becoming even smaller than its original size. At the same time, the color of his body changed from magma red to pale white, giving off a feeling of weakness. With the food path true inheritance, Fang Yuan knew clearly. Snack Immortal Gu had a limit to its usage. After using it once, it needed to recover before it could be used again. If it was used continuously, it would not be able to hold on. After spitting out large amounts of orange-yellow liquid, it would die rapidly. Love Gobe Smalp say Neku only after it recovered. When its body returned to its tender green color, would it be able to use it again? Fang Yuan kept Snack Immortal Gu into his immortal aperture, then looked at the orange-yellow liquid that it spat out. This liquid was very special. It floated in the air on its own. It did not fall down. It had already shrunk into a small ball. To use an analogy, it was like a healthy egg. The egg white and yolk were mixed together. This thick orange-yellow liquid was what Fang Yuan wanted. With it, he could use it to replace a portion of food ingredients to feed immortal goo. As for other rank 6 immortal goo, this orange-yellow liquid could replace 6% of their food ingredients. Rank 7 and above would have a lower effect. 6% of 100 wins seemed like a small amount, but in a few days, snack immortal goo could be used again. It could spit out a second round of orange-yellow liquid. This way, it would be a huge help in feeding immortal goo. Of course, the orange-yellow liquid had a limit. It could only replace 40% of the immortal goo's food ingredients. Beyond this, no amount of feeding immortal goo would have any effect. Feng Yuan took out an immortal goo. It quickly swallowed this orange-yellow liquid. The experiment was perfect. Feng Yuan nodded in satisfaction. He sighed internally. He had been coveting food path methods for a long time, because after rebirth, he had many immortal goo. The burden of feeding them was on his shoulders. Before this, for a long time, Feng Yuan had been busy feeding immortal goo. To think that I would obtain a food path true inheritance from my enemy, Shadow Sect. And it is the most outstanding food path true inheritance in the world. And the process of refining snack immortal goo is much easier than cleanse soul and self-love. The refinement of immortal goo was hard to predict. Feng Yuan had failed many times to refine cleanse soul, but he had only tried 5 times to refine snack immortal goo. It was a pleasant surprise that he succeeded on the 5th try. With this snack immortal goo, Feng Yuan's pressure in feeding immortal goo was greatly reduced. Rank 6 immortal goo could reduce the food ingredients by 40%. Feng Yuan could use immortal essence to feed them. Even though rank 7 and 8 immortal goo had lesser effects, the burden was much lighter. After all, Feng Yuan had a lot of immortal goo with him now. Snack immortal goo was very valuable to him. A few days later, Feng Yuan bought a batch of desolate plants from Jewel Yellow Skies. This batch of desolate plants was a layer of light green moss, attached to the surface of the colorful corals. They were light shine fungi. Light shine fungi came from the deep sea of Eastern Sea. It was completely dark there was no light. Perhaps it was because of the extreme that the light shine fungus was born in such an environment. The intense light it emitted illuminated the pitch-black bottom of the sea, as if it were daytime. Feng Yuan had once bought a batch at the Eastern Sea Trading Convention. But back then, the owner was Tong Hua. He only traded and did not sell. After that, she sold the light shine fungi to Jewel Yellow Skies. But after a period of market evaluation, the price became lower and lower. Initially, Goo Immortals were very interested in this desolate plant. But later on, the buyers found that this plant was most suitable to be grown in the dark sea. Not only was there no water there was a huge amount of water and pressure. After leaving this environment, even though the light shine fungi would not die, they would become weak. The light they emitted was only comparable to candlelight. In this situation, Feng Yuan negotiated with Tong Hua. He bought almost all of her light shine fungi at a very low price. Feng Yuan first placed a batch in his Immortal Aperture's mini Eastern Sea to nurture as a backup. Next, he experimented on another batch. He needed to modify these desolate plants, to change their habits and make them his. Feng Yuan's wood path attainment level was very ordinary, but he was very confident. On one hand, he had many methods. He had Shadow Sect's inheritances and Langya Sect's true inheritances. A large number of modification methods were in Feng Yuan's hands. They involved wood path, soul path, refinement path, and many other paths. Chapter 1468. Genius 1 second. Remember, if you want to go? Talk.net, providing you with exciting novels to read. In the vast Eastern Sea, waves surged. Winds and waves crashed on a nameless island. It was not evening yet, but the sky was already dark. The female immortal Tong Hua flew as she raised her head, seeing that the sky was covered in dark clouds, a sign that a storm was about to arrive. She felt vexed inwardly, but her expression was calm. Soon, she flew to the sky above the nameless island, and saw a person standing at the highest peak of the island, looking at the sea and sky. Renxiu, thank you for waiting. Tong Hua landed behind that Goo Immortal and bowed slightly. The mysterious Goo Immortal slowly turned around. showing his appearance. He was an old man with a tall nose and thin eyes. He had a smile on his face as he said calmly, "No worries. I have to congratulate Fairy Tong Hua. I heard that the light shine fungi that you stored in Jewel Yellow Skies have all been sold." This old Gu Immortal was an Eastern Sea Rank 7 Enslavement Path Gu Immortal, Ren Xiaoping. Fairy Tong Hua nodded, handing a large amount of Immortal Yuan stones to Ren Xiaoping. After Ren Xiaoping counted them, he purposely hesitated. "Fairy, if I am not wrong, this amount is slightly lacking." Fairy Tong Hua's expression was grim. She nodded. "I will return most of it to you first. I will return the remaining portion to you in the future." Ren Xiaoping nodded. "Fairy, this is a wise move. According to the loan agreement between you and me, the lesser the debt, the lesser the interest. It seems that you will be able to clear your debt soon." Fairy Tong Hua snorted coldly. Of course. Earlier, she had passed a tribulation and rebuilt her immortal aperture. She spent a lot of money and had no choice but to borrow money. Ren Xiaoping was one of them. He lent her the most immortal yuan stones. However, the agreement between her and Ren Xiaoping was also the strictest. The interest was extremely high. Originally, Fairy Tong Hua was in a dangerous situation. But to think that Fong Yuan bought all of her light shine fungi, causing her to recover her funds. This time, she paid off most of the debt. The crisis was greatly alleviated. Fairy Tong Hua didn't feel much pressure to pay off the rest of the immortal essence stones that she owed. Fairy Tong Hua didn't want to stay any longer, and was about to leave when Ren Xiaoping said, "Fairy, please wait. Is there anything else, fellow immortal Ren? If you still want to borrow my celestial yuan stone, forgive me for being honest, but I won't." Fairy Tong Hua frowned and said coldly. Ren Xiaoping smiled and said, "Fairy, don't worry, it's not about that. It's just that I have an incomplete true inheritance that came from a wood path great figure in the past. Didn't Fairy want to modify the light shine fungus? I believe that the contents of this true inheritance will be of great help to you." Fairy Tong Hua was surprised. "How did you know that I'm trying to improve the light shine fungus?" Ren Xiaoping chuckled. "Fairy, you didn't deliberately hide this matter. This old man will know after a little investigation." Fairy Tong Hua's face was as dark as the current sky. Hua hua hua. Strong winds blew, creating countless waves that crashed on the shore of the nameless island, creating huge waves. Ren Xiaoping was right. Tong Hua invested too much in modifying the light shine fungus, causing her family's finances to collapse. She had to borrow money from everywhere to barely survive. If not for that, with her original foundation, she could rebuild her immortal aperture. After a while of silence, Fairy Tong Hua spoke again. "Which wood path great expert are you talking about?" Ren Xiaoping smiled. "Wood path Gu Immortal Kue Wuzi, have you heard of him?" Fairy Tong Hua was slightly shocked. He is indeed a wood path great expert. He has rank 8 cultivation level. But in history, he is famous for his battle strength, but his immortal aperture management skills are not good. Ren Xiaoping shook his head and said in a certain tone, "Fairy, you are wrong. The reason why you have such an impression is because Kue Wuzi's battle strength is too dazzling. It overshadowed his immortal aperture management skills. In truth, he is not bad. Without the foundation of his immortal aperture, no matter how strong his battle strength is, it will only last for a moment. Furthermore, even if his management skills are not good, he is still a rank 8 Gu Immortal, and a wood path Gu Immortal. He will be of great help to you. There is no doubt about this." Tong Hua was moved, she thought. My previous modification of the light shine fungus was obstructed not because of my light path attainment level, but because my wood path attainment level is not high. If I can obtain this incomplete true inheritance, it might help me. Maybe I can succeed in modifying the light shine fungus. Thinking of this, Tong Hua hesitated before asking Ren Xiaoping, "What is the price of this Kue Wuzi true inheritance?" Ren Xiaoping thought the fish has taken the bait, but he said, "Not high, not high." Both sides negotiated for a while. Eventually, Fairy Tong Hua bought Kue Wuzi's true inheritance from Ren Xiaoping and left the nameless island. The moment she left, a storm started. The sky and sea were both dark and gloomy. Crack. With a loud sound of thunder, snake-like lightning flashed in the sky. At this moment, the lightning shined on Ren Xiaoping's face. His face was filled with a smile. It was the smile of someone whose scheme succeeded. This plan succeeded. Tong Hua has already been deceived by Kuei Wuxi's reputation. His true inheritance cannot help her as much as she imagined. Especially after I purposely cut out a lot of crucial information. Light-shine fungus is a desolate plant. How can it be so easy to modify a desolate plant? Especially when Tong Hua is not a woodpath gu immortal, she cultivates light path. Without years of research, how can she succeed? Northern Plains, Langya blessed land. Feng Yuan's divine sense entered the sovereign immortal aperture. Immortal killer move, fungal light illumination. Feng Yuan activated his immortal killer move, creating a dazzling orange-yellow light. The orange light shined on the green light-shine fungus in front of him. It started to transform. At an observable speed, the green light-shine fungus seemed to be dyed with paint. It started to change color from green to pure white. A moment later, the immortal killer move was activated. Feng Yuan could only see the pure white light-shine fungus in front of him. These light-shine fungus were different from before. They were no longer weak, they were shining brightly. Feng Yuan used his investigative method to inspect them. He nodded in satisfaction. Good, now the light-shine fungus modification is a success. I can plant them on a large scale. Feng Yuan's woodpath attainment was lower than Fairy Tong Hua. But he had the light of wisdom, he could use it to think. And Shadow Sex and Langya Sex inheritances had a vast amount of information, giving him the strongest theoretical foundation. He also had a large number of immortal gu with him, or he could borrow them. All these reasons allowed him to create the immortal killer move, fungal light illumination. This move used perseverance immortal gu, self-love immortal gu, and would sprout immortal gu as the cores. With snack immortal gu as the supplementary gu, it could transform the green light-shine fungus into pure white light-shine fungi that were suitable for the sky. Among them, would sprout immortal gu was borrowed by Feng Yuan from Langya sect. Perseverance immortal gu and self-love immortal gu, Feng Yuan already had them. As for snack immortal gu, he had just refined it. It was a small surprise to be able to use it here. Next, Feng Yuan placed these light-shine fungi in Mini Orange Heaven and Mini White Heaven. In Mini Orange Heaven, there was an aurora light. It was very beautiful. Within the aurora light, there were fruits flowing light fruits. And in Mini White Heaven, there was a small-scale overlord flower field. After the light-shine fungi were placed, the two places became brighter and brighter. Affected by this, the aurora light in Mini Orange Heaven started to expand. Even though it was slight, as time passed, the growth could not be underestimated. And in Mini White Heaven, the overlord flower with its petals seemed to have become more energetic. Be it the aurora light or the overlord flower, they needed intense light. The modified pure white light shine fungi could float in the air. It was very useful for these two places. Feng Yuan observed for a while. He was very satisfied. As long as these two places are constructed, at this rate, I will be able to satisfy the food problem of attitude gu and wisdom sword gu. Feng Yuan had 3 rank 8 immortal gu. Among them, years flow like water only consumed the water of the river of time. It was not a problem to feed it. Attitude gu and wisdom sword gu were hard to feed. All along, Feng Yuan had been worried about this. Now he finally saw hope. Furthermore, the light shine fungi can reproduce on their own. In the future, my light shine fungi will continue to grow. I might even be able to export them. This was very possible. Feng Yuan's modified pure white light shine fungi had a huge market. It was much better than the original light shine fungi. Once it was put on the market, it would attract good reviews and buyers. Feng Yuan had already planned to nurture both light shine fungi. He would place some light shine fungi in Mini Eastern Sea, while the pure white light shine fungi would be nurtured. He would satisfy his own needs before selling them to the outside world. Let me calculate. For the light shine fungi to reach a certain scale and satisfy my needs, I will need to invest 2 million immortal yuan stone. To sell them to the outside world, I will need to invest another 1,800,000 immortal yuan stone. The main reason was that the burden of feeding rank 8 immortal Gu was too heavy. In total, he would need to invest 4 million immortal yuan stone. But if he succeeded, he would have a monopoly on this trade. It would be very profitable. In the next 2 to 3 years, Fang Yuan could not rely on year Gu at all. Even after 4 to 5 years, the year Gu market in Jewel Yellow Skies would be very low. Because Gu immortals had large amounts of year Gu, they had little demand. This time, Fang Yuan was putting in a lot of effort. Selling year Gu caused the sales of day Gu and month Gu to be greatly affected. Fang Yuan wanted to develop rubbings. Light Shine Fungi was a good project. Of course, its prospects could not compare to Guts Gu. Because after the modified pure white Light Shine Fungi were sold for a long time, people would unravel the profundity within and modify it themselves. And Guts Gu could only be obtained by those with Dang Hun Mountain. Chapter 1469. Genius 1 second. Remember, if you want to go? Talk.net, providing you with exciting novels to read. Northern Plains, Northern Icy Plain. Cold winds howled. Snow fluttered on the glacier. And under this glacier, there was a negotiation that had a frozen atmosphere. The two variant human races that lived here and concealed their identities, rockmen and snowmen, not long ago, because of a territorial dispute, they started a negotiation. Right now, this negotiation had already gone on for 6 days and 6 nights. Emoli area is the territory of my Rockman tribe. For 100 years ago, it was an inseparable territory of my Rockman tribe. This is the bottom line of my Rockman tribe, Snowman tribe, please understand. Shizong's voice was very loud, it reverberated in the room. The Rockman Gu immortals who participated in the negotiation had cold expressions. And the Snowman Gu immortals had ashen expressions. They were even uglier. The Rockman tribe's attitude was very unyielding. It gave huge pressure to the Snowman tribe. Snowman Gu immortal Bing Yuan spoke. 400 years ago, that was indeed the case. But afterwards, a Gu immortal senior of my tribe won a bet with Shizong's first supreme elder. Emoli area was the stake of the bet. Shizong quickly waved his hand. That was just a joke. Don't take it seriously. Bing Yuan sneered. Back then we made a bet. Shizong's expression was solemn. He asked, where is the bet? Bing Yuan was speechless from anger. This Shizong did not care about his face at all. Not only did he use such a method to cancel the alliance agreement, he even wanted to renege on the bet. As the grand first elder of the Stone Golem tribe, he was simply too shameless. But even though the Snowman Gu immortals were furious, they could understand. Because in this icy plain, there was very little land. The Rockmen and Snowmen had lived for a long time. They had too many people. The land was already overburdened. Stone Ancestor was willing to give up his face to take back the Moli region. This was also for the sake of the Stone Man race's overall situation, seeking benefits for the Stone Man race. But this way, the Snowman tribe's benefits would be violated. Finally, this difficult negotiation had a result. The Snowmen lost, the Rockmen won. They took control of the Moli region. Immediately, the Stone Golem tribe ordered all the snowmen in the Moli area to move out, leaving space for the Stone Golem tribe to take over. After returning to his territory, rank 7 Gu immortal Bing Zhuo was furious. This Rockman tribe is too hateful. They are distorting the truth just because they have a rank 8 battle strength immemorial rock dragon? Bing Yuan consoled him. Calm down, Bing Zhuo. Haven't we seen through the Stoneman tribe's attitude after 1,000 years? In the northern ice field, the Stoneman tribe and the Snowman tribe depended on each other. But overall, the Stoneman tribe had the upper hand. There was only one reason. They had the immemorial rock dragon. It had rank 8 battle strength. With such powerful battle prowess, the Stone Golem tribe had the upper hand in many conflicts and protected their own interests. At the mention of the immemorial rock dragon, the anger on Bing Zhuo's face quickly faded, turning into a helpless sigh. Sigh. Rank 8 battle strength, immemorial rock dragon. If only our tribe had rank 8 battle strength, we would be able to fight them evenly. How good would that be? Bing Yuan was silent for a while before saying, it is not impossible to have rank 8 battle strength. I have a plan. If it really succeeds, What would the immemorial rock dragon amount to? Bingjue heard this and his eyes brightened. What plan? Quickly tell me. Actually, this plan has already been brewing in my heart for a long time. At this moment, it can be considered to be an opportunity. Thus, I'll tell you about it, Bing Yuan slowly said. Bingjue heard this and said in shock. You are talking about Lu Guanyi, oh no, Fang Yuan? Lu Guanyi's identity was Fang Yuan. This news had been announced by the Celestial Court long ago. It was spread all over the world. Even though the Snowman tribe lived in a remote corner of the world, they still knew about such important news. Fang Yuan has rank 8 battle strength. It is publicly acknowledged. He also has the upper extreme heavenly eagle. Not long ago, we formed a good relationship with him. So if Shui Heir marries him, our Snowman tribe will have a marriage alliance with him. We will be able to bind him to our tribe. With this backing, we will not be bullied by the Rockmen anymore. Furthermore, with a rank 8, our tribe's development will be greatly beneficial. Bing Yuan said. Bingjue thought about it as he nodded. Indeed, even though Fang Yuan is a human, he is an enemy of the world. He has already joined Langya sect. There is no problem with his faction. But wait a moment. Bingjue looked at Bing Yuan in confusion. Our tribe has a good relationship with him? Why do I remember that we only had an intense battle with him and ambushed him? Even though we turned hostility into friendship in the end, we are still far from having a good relationship. Bing Yuan smiled. Bingjue, you were in close cultivation earlier, pondering over the modification of killer moves. That is why you do not know. Recently, Fang Yuan used almost all of Langya sect's resources to refine immortal goo. He encountered difficulties in the process and needed the Snow Lotus Essence immortal material. Thus, I made the decision and sold all the Snow Lotus Essences to Langya sect's Gu Immortal 6th Heir. So that's it. Bingjue came to a realization, but he soon frowned. Since we sold them, we made a profit. Why didn't we just give them the Snow Lotus Essences back then? Bing Yuan smiled bitterly. This is a serious matter. I could only do that back then. Firstly, the idea of a marriage alliance with Fang Yuan was not very strong. Secondly, if we had directly given them to him, Fang Yuan is not a stupid person. He might not have accepted it. Thirdly, this matter has already been known by others. If we had directly given them to him, the Rockmen would be suspicious and make guesses. Bingjue nodded, not speaking. He knew in his heart that this could not be called a good relationship. It could only be said that their relationship had improved a little. There were many difficulties in marrying Fang Yuan, because previously, when Fang Yuan had the upper extreme heavenly eagle, the Snowman tribe had expressed goodwill to Fang Yuan, but the other party's response was very cold. Now that Fang Yuan had rank 8 battle strength, and had the upper extreme heavenly eagle, his status had risen to another level. The Snowman tribe wanted to marry Fang Yuan not because they favored Fang Yuan, but because they wanted to curry favor with Fang Yuan. The Snowman tribe did not know that Fang Yuan had lost the upper extreme heavenly eagle. But Bing Yuan was more confident than Bingjue. She said, Don't worry. My granddaughter is beautiful and a Gu immortal. She is the best candidate for marriage alliance. In this aspect, how can the Rockmen have an advantage over us Snowmen? This is making use of our strengths and avoiding our weaknesses. Our tribe might be trying to curry favor with Fang Yuan through marriage, but Fang Yuan has our tribe's help. It is also beneficial to him. Let's not talk about other things, but we still have some Snow Lotus Essence left. Moreover, even if this plan fails, it is not a big deal. It will not ruin our relationship with Fang Yuan. Let's give it a try. This give it a try finally moved Bingjue. The latter nodded. Then let's give it a try. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture. Swoosh swoosh. The waves of the river of time surged, resounding in Fang Yuan's ears. Fang Yuan's divine sense scanned the surroundings. After observing for a while, and confirming that there were no mistakes, he retracted his divine sense. Using the time path methods of He Fan's true inheritance, Fang Yuan restored the flow of time in his sovereign immortal aperture to its original speed. The resources in the sovereign immortal aperture were very superior, far surpassing super-grade blessed lands. In terms of space path resources, the entire sovereign immortal aperture was extremely spacious. It was 250 million km2. In terms of time path, after restoring it, the flow rate was 1 to 60 compared to the outside world. A super-grade blessed land of the 10 extreme physiques was only 1 to 40. As for a high-grade blessed land, it was 1 to 30. It was half the size of the sovereign immortal aperture. At the same time, the sovereign immortal aperture's immortal aperture origin core was also very abundant. 96 beads of immortal essence would be produced in the immortal aperture every year. In terms of outside time, that was 16 beads of immortal essence per day. Right now, Feng Yuan was a rank 7 Gu immortal. He obtained 16 red date immortal essence beads. 16 red date immortal essence beads, if converted to immortal ascension yuan stone, would be equivalent to 1,600 immortal ascension yuan stone. That was to say, even if Feng Yuan did not do anything every day, just the red date immortal essence produced in his immortal aperture would be equivalent to 1,600 immortal yuan stone. This was a little terrifying, but the truth was it was far from that. When Feng Yuan's time path Dao marks increased, the immortal aperture's time flow would also increase. When the immortal aperture origin core became more abundant, the immortal essence produced would also increase. At rank 8 cultivation level, it would be even more terrifying. According to the most basic standard, 16 beads of immortal essence per day, rank 8 yellow lychee immortal essence would be converted to immortal ascension yuan stone. That would be 160,000 immortal ascension yuan stone. Feng Yuan had earned over 10 million immortal ascension yuan stone by selling year gu in jewel yellow skies. When he reached rank 8 cultivation level, he would not need to do anything. Just 100 days in the outside world would be worth 16 million immortal ascension yuan stone. The higher the cultivation level, the greater the wealth. This kind of gap was not a simple linear one. It was a geometrical rise. Of course, this was Feng Yuan's situation. The sovereign immortal aperture was a special case. It was unique in the world. Shadow Sect used 100,000 years of accumulation. Almost all of it was used to refine this gu. It was not hard to understand why it had such a terrifying advantage. Previously, Feng Yuan had no choice but to slow down the flow of time because of providence and the calamities and tribulations. But now, Feng Yuan's battle strength rose. He was confident he could survive the calamities and tribulations. At the same time, he had Old Man Inkstone's immortal killer move exposed heavenly secret to deduce the contents of the calamities and tribulations. Together with his own development needs, it was necessary to restore the flow of time. In fact, Feng Yuan even planned to use time path methods to increase the flow of time. But I need to wait for a while. The time path methods in Heifan's true inheritance need to wait for a while before I can use other killer moves to affect the tributary of the river of time. With this rate of time flow, the illumination fungus will be able to reproduce rapidly. Attitude gu and wisdom sword gu should be placed outside the immortal aperture for now. Feng Yuan calculated this way, he would be able to satisfy the minimum requirement to feed attitude gu and wisdom sword gu. It was time to feed attitude gu and wisdom sword gu as well. But rank 8 immortal gu were too difficult to feed. This problem had been weighing on Feng Yuan's mind. As time passed, the pressure became greater. Chapter 1470. Celestial Court, Soul Suppression Hall. Fairy Myrtle looked at the curled-up spectral soul's main body as she frowned. "Oh, spectral soul, even now, you still do not recognize reality?" Spectral soul did not reply, he was silent like a rock. Fairy Myrtle snickered as she activated this rank 8 immortal gu house. Immediately, the chains shined with purple lightning. Spectral soul's main body, who was bound by the chains, started to tremble. His memories were forcefully extracted. They turned into dazzling images that appeared in front of Fairy Myrtle. That was a scene from the past. Spectral Soul had not become a demon venerable yet. He only had rank 7 gu immortal cultivation level. Luopa Valley. Spectral Soul fell into Luopa Valley, directly crashing onto the ground. Guh. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale as paper, his situation was bad. He was on the verge of death. A figure slowly descended from the sky. "Yuhan, you can't escape. You will definitely die today." The person emitted rank 8 aura. He had a cold expression and was much stronger than Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul sat up with difficulty looking at the sky. "I don't understand. This is the first time we have met. We have no grudges. Why are you willing to pay such a huge price to kill me?" The person shouted. "Because you will bring bloodshed to the world. You will slaughter all living beings and harm all living beings." Spectral Soul snickered. "You have killed many more people than me. Don't you think your words are laughable?" The rank 8 enemy shook his head. "It is not the same. Your problem is much more serious than mine." Spectral Soul was silent for a while before saying, "Is it because I want to create Soul Path?" The rank 8 Gu Immortal showed a surprised expression, but he quickly recovered, saying solemnly, "That's right. Soul Path should not have been created. In the current world, Fate Gu is destroyed. If Soul Path is created, the world will change. The dead will not be able to rest in peace. Ghosts and monsters will roam the world." Ha ha ha. Spectral Soul laughed heartily. "Very good. Then I will definitely create my own Soul Path. In the future, countless people will choose to cultivate Soul Path. Let this world change." He laughed and stood up abruptly. His condition had mostly recovered. "With me here, you will only be delusional." The newcomer sneered and swooped down. Spectral Soul raised his hands as a formation appeared, trapping the rank 8 Gu Immortal inside. But the enemy reacted immediately, dismantling the Gu formation like a hot knife through butter. "You think I can't detect this Gu formation's ambush? I purposely talked to you. I have already unraveled this Gu formation." The rank 8 Gu Immortal charged forward, about to reach Spectral Soul. But Spectral Soul was very confident. He stood on the ground without moving, looking at the rank 8 Gu Immortal charging towards him. He snickered. "The Gu formation you dismantled is only the surface. Don't you think this valley is very special?" The moment he said that, the Gu formation burst out with its true power. The rank 8 Gu Immortal was like a tiger trapped in a pond. His charge came to an abrupt halt. "This is Luopa Valley." The rank 8 Gu Immortal was shocked. "That's right. This secluded domain of heaven and earth is a sacred land for cultivating Soul Path. It is also your burial ground," Spectral Soul proclaimed like a victor. "Ah!" The rank 8 Gu Immortal screamed. Spectral Soul's immortal formation used the power of Luopa Valley. It was a rank 9 immortal formation. The rank 8 Gu Immortal resisted for a while, but he could not hold on any longer and died regretfully. Spectral Soul looked at the corpse of his rank 8 enemy. His hair was disheveled and his 7 orifices were bleeding. Killing intent surged as he laughed coldly. Celestial Quartz Gu Immortal, interesting. I, Spectral Soul, swear that I will create Soul Path in the future, and let more people cultivate it. Even if I fail and die, Soul Path Gu Immortal experts will emerge endlessly. Ha 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 ha. The painting stopped at this point. Fairy Myrtle's expression was dark. She looked at Spectral Soul's main body, who was imprisoned, for a while before turning around and leaving. Even though she extracted Spectral Soul's memories this time, it was useless. In fact, it could be seen as Spectral Soul's response to Fairy Myrtle's earlier words. If it was the latter, it meant that Spectral Soul had a method to resist Celestial Quartz Soul Search. Even though he could not resist Soul Suppression Hall's power, he could choose to hand over his memories. This way, it will take a long time to find anything valuable. Fairy Myrtle sighed deeply in her heart. Langya blessed land Luopa Valley. Feng Yuan sat cross-legged in the depths of the valley. With a thought, he activated the Luopa formation. This formation originated from Spectral Soul's true inheritance. It was created by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable himself. The basic Gu worms were a vast number of White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu. White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu was the ingredient of Cleanse Soul Immortal Gu. It was also created by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. After Feng Yuan obtained the Gu recipe, he ordered Langya sect to refine a large number of White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu for him. Now, he had Cleanse Soul Immortal Gu, but White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu not only satisfied the requirements of cleansed soul, it was also the foundation of many soul path Gu formations and spectral soul's true inheritance. At this moment, the Luo Pa formation activated, the irregular Luo Pa wind and bewildering fog started to move along with the Gu formation's activation. Fang Yuan's soul left his body and went through the test of the wind and fog. Before this, he had expended a large number of guts Gu, causing his soul to become swollen. After a while, the Luo Pa formation stopped activating. Fang Yuan's soul had become thin and lean. He returned to the sovereign immortal body with deep fatigue. With the Luo Pa formation, my cultivation efficiency in Luo Pa Valley has increased by at least 30%. Fang Yuan evaluated in his heart. This was the first time he was using this formation. The Luo Pa formation was a Gu formation used to cultivate soul path, but other Gu formations could be added in. The Luo Pa formation had an extremely high tolerance. This was one of its greatest advantages. For example, when Qin Bai Sheng and the rest resisted the investigation team of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects, the Gu formation they used in battle was the Luo Pa formation. However, their Luo Pa formation did not focus on cultivation, it focused on defense. According to the records in Spectral Soul's true inheritance, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had once used rank 7 cultivation level to kill an invading rank 8 Celestial Court Gu Immortal. Back then, he had also used the Luo Pa formation, but he had added other Gu formations with extremely high offensive power. The Luo Pa formation that Fang Yuan was using now focused on soul path cultivation. It used rank 6 Immortal Gu Cleansed Soul as the core, a vast number of White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu as the foundation, and other Gu worms to create it. Good. After this session of cultivation, my soul foundation has reached the level of 1,000,000-man soul. In Spectral Soul's true inheritance, the soul foundation was divided into many levels. From low to high, they were 1-man soul, 10-man soul, 100-man soul, 1,000,000-man soul, 10,000,000-man soul, 100,000,000-man soul. 10-man soul meant that the soul foundation was equivalent to the total of 10 adults. Ordinary Gu masters could reach 1,000-man soul after 20 years of soul path cultivation. But by using Guts Gu, Fang Yuan could achieve it instantly. Before this cultivation session, Fang Yuan's soul foundation had almost reached 3,000,000-man soul. But after the tempering of Luo Pa wind and bewilderment fog, his soul foundation stabilized at 1,000,000-man soul level. First, he used Guts Gu to strengthen his soul. Then he cultivated in Luo Pa Valley, tempering his soul like steel, removing the impurities. Next, he went to sleep and calmed his soul, getting rid of all impatience. These 3 steps repeated over and over again, causing Fang Yuan's soul foundation to soar like a rocket. How long had it been? But he had already reached 1,000,000-man soul level. The speed of his improvement was truly terrifying. When he reached 100,000,000-man soul level, his soul would turn solid, turning from an ethereal body into a solid body. Thinking of the Battle of Heaven-Stirring Mountain, when Spectral Soul's main body was majestic, Fang Yuan was extremely moved. There was another benefit of strengthening his soul foundation. That was Immortal Killer Move Ghost Official Garment. This move could hide from the deductions of Providence and other Gu immortals. The stronger the soul foundation, the stronger it would be. At this moment, Fang Yuan could clearly feel that Ghost Official Garment on his soul had become thicker, giving him an indescribable sense of security. If my soul foundation continues to grow, I will be able to control even more year beasts. I might even be able to control a second immemorial year beast. However, while I can focus on the soul foundation, those soul path killer moves are not worth it. The reason was none other than Spectral Soul's main body had already been captured by the Celestial Court. He could not escape from soul searching. That was to say, in time, the Celestial Court would also obtain Spectral Soul's true inheritance. At that time, it would be easy to break the killer moves in Spectral Soul's true inheritance. After this cultivation session ended, Fang Yuan left Luo Pa Valley. Dang Hun Mountain and Luo Pa Valley were the 2 sacred lands of soul cultivation. They were placed in Langya Blessed Land by Fang Yuan. Firstly, it was for convenience, and secondly, These two secluded domains of heaven and earth expended a lot of heaven and earth chi in the immortal aperture. Fang Yuan's immortal aperture already had reverse flow river. Adding these two would be too much of a burden. The moment he walked out of Luopa Valley, Fang Yuan saw a snowman girl. Chapter 1471. The sovereign immortal aperture was still filled with tranquility and tranquility. Because there were no obvious changes in the weather, there was no day or night, so tranquility was the main theme here. Fang Yuan had rank 7 cultivation level. The sovereign immortal aperture was only a level 1 blessed land. Blessed lands usually did not have any weather changes. Only when one reached the edge of advancing to a grotto heaven, or formed a grotto heaven, would the immortal aperture have weather changes. There were no weather changes, but the sovereign immortal aperture was not dead. It was alive and full of vitality. Kokitahara was cold, especially at the northern end. It was still snowy and empty. The annexed Handong blessed land was now a resource point for raising spirit snakes, managed by the pink spirit snake land spirit. Besides that, there was also the bone burial ground, which stored a large number of bone immortal materials. And at the southern end, Fang Yuan was planning to build a blood-red grassland, using blood sickle grass and red axe flowers as the foundation to house the pink flower rabbits, fox groups, wolf groups, and others. In mini central continent, there was the blood-ji forest and mirror willow forest. They were unintentionally accumulated by Fang Yuan. He did not nurture them on purpose. They were not large in scale. There was also a jade light pit, which contained some light path mortal goo. In mini western desert, there were eerie fire dragon python pit, sand gull soil beach, rotten black swamp, rotten mud swamp, and black dog hill. The former Luyong blessed land that had the land spirit black curly hair dog. There was also a new mortal goo house. It was the mortal goo house Fang Yuan obtained from Western Desert's Translocation Desert, Corpse City. Most of the immortal materials inside were sold to Thousand Transformations Ancestors' will. There were very few left. Mini Eastern Sea was no longer shallow. It had a trace of an ocean's aura. Especially the two sea areas, Dragon Scale Sea area and Wuxia Sea area. The former was a large resource point that Fang Yuan spent a lot of money and effort to build in southern border. The latter was Wuxia's blessed land, managed by the sea turtle land spirit for Fang Yuan. There were 3 ancient desolate beast horned divine tortoises, an ancient desolate plant silent coral, and 6 desolate beast white letter blue feather seagulls. Other than the 2 sea areas, there was also a blood lake. It was not big. It was created by Fang Yuan to repair blood asset immortal goo. It had been preserved ever since. The lake water of the blood lake was mixed with the blood of desolate beasts and goo immortals. Beneath the blood lake were many shallow seas. They had all been meticulously arranged by Fang Yuan and separated. There were air bubble fish, literature carp, black carp, blood jade carp, and so on. There was even an ancient desolate beast, the hidden room mussel, which Fang Yuan had seized from the East Sea. The reverse flow river, one of the mystery lands of heaven and earth, was temporarily left here by Fang Yuan. The lesser southern border was the region with the highest level of development. There were 5 Brilliance Mountain, Immortal Succession Mountain, Dragon Formation Hill, Heaven Sealing Mountain, and more than 10 nameless mountains. There were also the Coiling Thread Cavern and the Stalactite Cavern. A small number of stone men lived in the mountain forests and underground. In the vast primitive forests, there were musical trees, tea streams, chi death birds, and so on, forming a strict and self-consistent ecosystem that was full of vitality. And in the lesser 9 heavens, lesser red heaven had a large number of year beasts, as well as that immemorial year monkey. In lesser orange heaven, Fang Yuan had been taking care of it recently. With the light shine fungi, the aurora light was expanding, and the number of flowing light fruits growing in the aurora light was increasing. Lesser yellow heaven was very vast. There was only a small segment of the gold fragment river. Lesser green heaven was empty, but Fang Yuan had once placed dream realms in it. Lesser azure heaven had pill azure incense. This was the food of change soul immortal goo. Fang Yuan had stored a batch here a long time ago. There was also a heavenly crystal storage pool at the center of Lesser Azure Heaven, but it was useless. Lesser Blue Heaven was the most developed of the 9 heavens. There was a large amount of cloud soil inside. Many star path resources were planted on it, like arrow bamboo forest, star fragment grass field, meteorite pits, and a floating star fragment continent. This was Yi Lui Kun Xing's blessed land. It was annexed by Feng Yuan and managed by the Star Core Land Spirit. Oh, there was also an infant falling star hound. It was eating, drinking, and sleeping here. It was alone and very lonely, but if it was placed elsewhere, it would clash with other desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. After Feng Yuan took it in, he did not take care of it much. In Lesser Purple Heaven, there were eagle beasts in groups. There were desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts among these eagles. During the Dream Realm battle, Feng Yuan did not hesitate to sell immortal goo, to forcefully purchase them. They had once helped Feng Yuan by enslaving the upper extreme heavenly eagle. They helped Feng Yuan get through the life and death crisis. They could not be hidden. Feng Yuan had once wanted to sell them, but he would not receive any immortal goo if he sold them. It would be equivalent to selling them at a loss. Coincidentally, he had seized over 80 eagle nests from He Tribe's headquarters. Even though they were not as high quality as the heavenly crystal eagle nest, they were suitable for these eagle beasts to live in. In the remaining 2 days, Lesser White Heaven had an eagle hound group, 3 remnant ancient heavenly dogs, and a large-scale multicolored overlord flower plantation. In Lesser Black Heaven, because there was no light and the environment was special, there were only a few ancient desolate plant walking meat trees. Estimating the value of these assets, Feng Yuan could already compare with some rank 8 Gu immortals. But compared to the entire immortal aperture, these resources were still very little. Why? Because the sovereign immortal aperture was too huge. It was over 500 million km2 of space, but these resources only occupied a small portion of the immortal aperture. Looking at the entire sovereign immortal aperture, if the entire immortal aperture space was used, it would be 100. Then Feng Yuan's current development was only around 3% development. This was not a bad thing, it was a very good thing. The sovereign immortal aperture had unparalleled development prospects. But on the other hand, Feng Yuan was not sure when it would reach 100% development. This was definitely a very difficult and time-consuming super project. Since ancient times, Gu immortals had already come up with a set of standards to evaluate the development of an immortal aperture. It was divided into 7 levels. The first level was to create mortal-level resources, produce mortal goo materials, and ordinary beasts and plants. These resources were often based on scale. Mortals raised mortal goo. They usually only had 5 or 6. Gu immortals raised millions, or even tens of millions of mortal goo. As for the year goo that Feng Yuan had sold earlier, the number had already exceeded 100 million. The second level was to create immortal-level resources and produce immortal materials. The standard of success at this level was to allow the Gu immortal to feed their own immortal goo and not let them starve to death. The third level was to create an ecosystem and raise immortal beasts and plants. The fourth level was to use excess immortal materials, immortal beasts and plants to trade or earn profits. From this standard, Feng Yuan was at the 4th level, because he had many businesses that were doing well and earning huge profits. In fact, in the previous year Gu business, Feng Yuan used his strength to dominate the entire Jewel Yellow Skies market. Those 3 failed giants were still in a corner. But from another perspective, I am still at the 2nd layer, because the feeding of my immortal goo has not reached the level of self-sufficiency. Feng Yuan had always been aware of this. There was no helping it. Feng Yuan had too many immortal goo. There were 3 rank 8 goo worms: Attitude, Wisdom Sword and Years Flow Like Water. Rank 7 were Sword Eyebrows, Wave Sword, Flying Sword, Sword Escape, Year Goo, After Divination, Tortoise Shell, Dragon Breath, Dragon Scale, Defense, Big Fight, Affection, Self-Love, Perseverance, Famous Rain, Change Soul, Bloodline, Dragon Strength, Formation Flag and others. The 6 transformations were Self-Strength, Pulling Mountain, Pulling Water, Strength, Spring and Autumn Cicada, Landscape as before, man as before sun, mystery unravel Vajra thought, fate chief fate, woman's heart blood capital transformation, star eyes perceivable Tao, yellow sand, soul cleansing luck inspection connect luck time luck star thought etc. Among them, the last four were once in the hands of Feng Yuan. After the Battle of Etian Mountain, they were taken away by Wuxia because of the soul swap. Feng Yuan had used special will to destroy a batch of them, but Wuxia had acted in time to save a batch. Among these, there were also some wisdom path immortal goo that Zishan Makoto had left behind, and some time path immortal goo that were used to construct graceful chaotic dual stage. Counting the number, it was already more than 50. What a shocking number. After all, most goo immortals were desperately seeking immortal goo. In the goo immortal world, rank 6 goo immortals were the most numerous, but most of them did not have a single immortal goo. Rank 7 and rank 8 goo immortals usually had 2 or 3 immortal goo, and some even had 5 or 6. But there was a pattern. Rank 6 goo immortals desperately sought rank 6 immortal goo. Rank 7 goo immortals desperately sought rank 7 immortal goo. Rank 8 goo immortals desperately sought rank 8 immortal goo. And rank 9 venerables similarly sought rank 9 immortal goo. What about Feng Yuan? Over 100 immortal goo. There were rank 6, 7 and 8 immortal goo. And this did not include the calamity beckoning goo that was lent to Chu Du, the wisdom goo that was placed in Langya blessed land, and the dark limit immortal goo that was taken away by the celestial court. There was also the formation spirit. After all, it was formed from an immortal goo. Feng Yuan's situation was too special. An otherworldly demon, a person who had been reborn, the hope of Red Lotus Demon Venerable, the former pawn of Providence, the current leader of Shadow Sect, and the inheritor of countless true inheritances. Even though there were many obstacles and dangers along the way, and he was in desperate situations from time to time, it had to be said that the huge risks brought huge rewards. Feng Yuan was currently abnormally prosperous. Because of all the fortuitous encounters, he had the financial support of the fourth layer. But he still could not reach the standard of the second layer. Feeding immortal goo had always been a huge burden and problem for him. But thankfully, after working hard for so long, I finally see hope of solving this problem. The rank 9 wisdom goo has the land spirit of Langya as a spendthrift. The most difficult feeding of the 3 rank 8 immortal goo has already been solved. Next, I need to build up my foundation. I need to solve the feeding problem of rank 6 and 7 immortal goo, and become self-sufficient. Looking at it this way, the immortal Yuan stone that Feng Yuan had was not enough. Marriage with the snowmen? Feng Yuan pondered. When Shui Air brought the snow lotus essence, she also brought the intention of marriage with the snowman tribe. These mutants were very straightforward and direct. If I work hard to solve the feeding problem, it will take a long time. But with the help of the snowman tribe, the speed will be much faster. What I lack the most now is time. Marriage with the snowmen is not impossible. Chapter 1472. On Danghun Mountain, Gutsgu were everywhere. Feng Yuan picked them up as he continued to strengthen his soul. His soul foundation began to skyrocket, and after a while, it directly rose from the original 1 million man soul level to 5 million man soul level. A feeling of swelling and about to explode filled Feng Yuan's mind. Feng Yuan knew he had reached his limit. He walked out of Danghun Mountain and went to Luopa Valley. After a period of cultivation, his soul had been tempered. It was like steel being continuously tempered in a furnace, becoming more and more exquisite. This time, his soul foundation stabilized at 1,500,000 man soul. At million man soul, every time I cultivate, it will increase by 500,000 man soul. Adding on the time needed to rest the soul, and the time needed to produce guts goo, I will need at least half a year to reach 10 million man soul. Feng Yuan estimated and frowned slightly. He still felt that this speed was too slow. 10 years. 10 years later, Celestial Court would finish repairing Fate Immortal Goo. By then Celestial Court would have the absolute advantage. Feng Yuan and the Shadow Sect would have no hope. He would need half a year to reach 10 million man soul. After that, there would be 100 million man soul. Above 100 million man soul, there was an even higher level. Fang Yuan was not satisfied with this speed. If I can increase the production of guts goo, this speed will increase rapidly. Right now, the thing that restricted his soul foundation from increasing was the production of guts goo. Danghun Mountain was no doubt a treasure trove, but it needed a large number of high-quality souls to produce guts goo. According to the agreement back then, a portion of these guts goo belonged to Langya sect. Land Spirit of Langya would sell them and earn profits. The other portion belonged to Fang Yuan. Right now, Fang Yuan was using this portion of guts goo to cultivate his soul path. As a result, he suddenly lost a large part of his financial support. But thankfully, the Yeargoo business had made a huge profit. Fang Yuan still had a lot of capital. Fang Yuan calculated, it was not wise to negotiate with the Land Spirit of Langya and change the share of guts goo on both sides. Because Fang Yuan still needed to rely on Langya sect. Not only could he hide in Langya blessed land, he also needed to rely on Langya sect's goo refinement ability to help him refine goo. In the first batch of goo refinement plans, those 3 immortal goo were a huge help to Fang Yuan. Right now, it was the second batch of goo refinement plan. It was mainly a large number of mortal goo. White Lotus Giant Silkworm goo was one of them. The focus was on 2 immortal goo. One of them was called Heavenly Secret. It was created by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable and obtained by Old Man Inkstone of Shadow Sect. He created an immortal killer move called Exposed Heavenly Secret. The effect of this move was extremely mysterious. It could predict the exact details of the next calamity. If Langya sect could refine Heavenly Secret immortal goo, it would mean that Fang Yuan could use Exposed Heavenly Secret. It would be of great help to his tribulation. But setting up missions for Langya sect to refine immortal goo has been depleting my sect contribution points. I need to investigate this. Thus, after this soul path cultivation ended, Fang Yuan used information path mortal goo to check on Langya sect's missions. Undeniably, the current Land Spirit of Langya was far more suitable to manage Langya sect than the previous one. Under his series of policies, the whole of Langya sect dug out its potential. It was bursting with vitality. Right now, Langya sect had many missions. Most of them were goo refinement missions set up by Fang Yuan. Below that, a large portion of the missions were about exploring Taichio. Ever since Langya sect built the teleportation immortal formation, they had been exploring Taichio and excavating the vast amount of natural resources inside. This was Langya sect's main goal now. But Taichio was a dangerous place. Ordinary goo immortals did not want to set foot in it. Even though it was rich in resources, there were ferocious beasts and strange trees. And Langya sect's goo immortals, even though they were skilled in goo refinement, they were lacking in terms of fighting. Even though they had been working hard to improve themselves recently, there weren't many true combat experts among them. Thus, when they encountered strong beasts or plants, these hairy man goo immortals would have a hard time. The exploration of Taichio had not been smooth. Looking at these types of missions, thoughts flew in Fang Yuan's mind, colliding with each other. In a few breaths of time, he had chosen more than 10 missions with the highest value to performance ratio. At the next moment, he accepted all the missions that he had chosen. First Supreme Elder. Fang Yuan used information path mortal goo to communicate with the Land Spirit of Langya. The Land Spirit of Langya immediately knew of Fang Yuan's actions. He was very happy. Fang Yuan, with you, these missions will be easy to resolve. But Fang Yuan shook his head. This is what I wanted to talk to you about. I plan to send my subordinates to complete these missions for me. I think this is not against Langya sect's rules, right? The Land Spirit of Langya was slightly stunned. When he set up the sect rules, he did not think of this. But after thinking about it, this was not a loophole in the sect rules. Because the goo immortals who accepted the missions could ask for help, why not? The Land Spirit of Langya could only say to Fang Yuan, then you have to guarantee that your subordinates will not do anything to harm Langya sect. Fang Yuan smiled, of course. After communicating with the Land Spirit of Langya, Fang Yuan started to send Shadow Sect members. Hey Lulan, Ing Wuxia, Fairy Miao Yin, Lady White Rabbit, It would be a waste if these people were left idle. This time, they were put to good use. Eventually, even Bai Ningbing joined in. Because from her perspective, the biggest reason why she allied with Fang Yuan was because she wanted to regain her male body. Thus she wanted to refine the immortal level yin-yang rotation gu. But when she found out that Fang Yuan had to rely on Langya sect to refine gu, she turned her attention to Langya sect. Regrettably, Langya sect did not trust Bai Ningbing, a stranger. Fang Yuan also obstructed the two sides from colluding, causing Bai Ningbing to have to rely on Fang Yuan. As Fang Yuan's ally, Fang Yuan did not have the authority to order her. But why would Fang Yuan waste her precious battle strength? After special communication with Fang Yuan, Bai Ningbing trusted Fang Yuan. As long as she killed more fierce beasts and plants, the sect contribution points she would get from completing the mission for Fang Yuan would be accumulated by Fang Yuan and used to set up the sect mission to refine the immortal gu yin-yang rotation gu. Several days later, Sovereign Immortal Aperture Kokitahara. Large patches of round snowflakes were fluttering in the air. These special snowflakes were pure white and crystalline. They were the size of an adult's palm. This was a rank 6 immortal material dancing snow. It was condensed from heaven and earth. As long as the temperature was maintained to a certain degree, it would not melt. Moreover, it would float forever. Even if it fell to the ground, it would fly up into the air. Fang Yuan inspected it one last time. He did not find anything wrong, he thought. These days, I have finally arranged the betrothal gifts for the Snowman tribe. This task can come to an end. Since the Snowman tribe wanted to form a marriage alliance with Fang Yuan, Shui naturally would not come empty-handed. She brought a betrothal gift. The most important thing was the snow lotus essence. This was a unique immortal material of the Snowman tribe. It was extremely rare in jewel yellow skies. Fang Yuan obtained a lot of it. He stored them all in Kokitahara. Wu Yao Shui had the second largest number of them. It was the food of a rank 6 wisdom path immortal gu. Fang Yuan obtained this batch. It was enough to feed it 4 to 5 times. The difficulty of feeding a rank 6 immortal gu was naturally very different from a rank 8 immortal gu. This was a small surprise. At least Fang Yuan did not need to go to jewel yellow skies to buy dancing snow. Other than that, there were some other resources that were not worth mentioning. Fang Yuan either sold them or kept them. They were all dealt with cleanly. This is still too little. If I had more resources, I would be able to develop my immortal aperture faster. Since the Snowman tribe wants to form a marriage alliance with me, just these betrothal gifts are not enough. Fang Yuan sneered internally. He swallowed all the betrothal gifts in one gulp. But he ignored the snowman's request for a marriage alliance. After producing some guts goo, Fang Yuan started his soul path cultivation again. Day after day, he immersed himself in cultivation. His soul foundation began to rapidly rise at a speed visible to the naked eye. Other than soul path cultivation, he also used the light of wisdom to modify killer moves. He had a lot of killer moves that involved all paths in the world. He needed to modify the killer moves that could be used with his own immortal goo and mortal goo to activate them. This would greatly increase his methods and battle strength. Fang Yuan cultivated while Shadow Sect's members explored and fought in Taichio, while Sixth Hair and Land Spirit of Langya refined immortal goo for Fang Yuan. Everyone had their own matters. Shui gradually became the most anxious person. This great beauty of the Snowman tribe came with an important mission for the Snowman tribe. But Fang Yuan took all of her gifts. He did not even meet her once. He left her here, not caring about her at all. Shui asked to meet Fang Yuan many times, but she was only a rank 6 Gu immortal, while Fang Yuan had rank 8 battle strength. There was a huge gap between them, and they were in Langya blessed land. Fang Yuan rejected all of them. This way, Shui was not able to meet him. She felt extremely depressed. The worry and anger on her face became heavier every day. On this day, the Snowman tribe sent a letter to urge her, but Shui had hope. It turned out that the Snowman tribe saw that Shui did not make any progress and could not meet Fang Yuan. They had a private discussion. They came to a consensus. Since Fang Yuan accepted the betrothal gifts, He had the intention of a marriage alliance. But why did he not meet Shui Er? It was probably because the betrothal gifts were not enough to match his status. Thus, the Snowman tribe gathered another batch. This time, they sent it to Shui Er along with the letter. What is this? I, Shui Er, am a genius of the tribe. I have a great reputation. But this time, I want to form a marriage alliance with a human. I even need enough betrothal gifts. Not enough. I can't even meet him once. Shui Er was depressed. She came to meet Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan finally met her. Chapter 1473. Fang Yuan stared at Shui Er with a condescending gaze. Shui Er was young and beautiful. She was tall and slender. She had blue eyes and hair. Her skin was like ice and bones were like jade. Her supple skin and full breasts would cause most men to stare fixedly at them. She was indeed the #1 beauty of the Snowman tribe. But Fang Yuan was unmoved by her beauty. Not only was he unmoved, he even said, "Is this the sincerity of your Snowman tribe?" Shui Er could not understand Fang Yuan's meaning. She quickly said, "Lord Fang Yuan, please explain. You want to marry me with such meager gifts? Your tribe is too optimistic to be able to get the help of a rank 8 so easily. This is like a pie falling from the sky." Fang Yuan smiled coldly. Shui Er was stunned. Fang Yuan was so direct and honest, she could not accept it. After that, a strand of embarrassment and resentment surged into her heart. She was the outstanding talent of the Snowman tribe, the publicly recognized #1 beauty. She brought such a huge gift and took the initiative to marry him. It was no different from offering herself to him. She was acting submissive. But to think that Fang Yuan was so arrogant, he did not care about her at all. He was greedy and felt that the Snowman gift was too meager. It could not show the sincerity of the Snowman tribe. How was it meager? The gifts were truly precious. They were all carefully selected from the Snowman tribe's treasury and given to Fang Yuan. Originally, Shui Er had a good impression of Fang Yuan. After all, Fang Yuan was extremely talented. He had rank 8 battle strength. It was an achievement that ordinary people could not achieve. But now, her impression of Fang Yuan had plummeted to the bottom. If it was the past, Shui Er would have left long ago. But now, she was not alone. She was shouldering the responsibility of the tribe's development. Shui Er breathed in deeply. She asked, "Lord Fang Yuan, since you have already accepted 2 gifts, you should have high hopes for our marriage. If you are not satisfied with the gifts, you can ask for anything. I will bring the news back and let the elders in the clan discuss it." Fang Yuan had already prepared the list. He immediately took out an information path mortal goo and sent it to Shui Er. "What's this?" Snow's eyes widened in shock. Fang Yuan's appetite really shocked her. However, even though she was shocked, she was still very beautiful. Her eyes were wide open, causing her originally cold temperament to weaken greatly, revealing a lot of cuteness. "It's not just this list," Fang Yuan added. "Do you have any other requests?" Snow's expression was ugly, and she was barely suppressing her anger. Who would have thought that Fang Yuan would be so calm? His skin was so thick that it surpassed the city walls? He said in a matter-of-fact tone, "If you can fulfill my list, your sincerity is enough. But your sincerity is not enough." "My sincerity?" Fang Yuan raised his head slightly and smiled faintly. "Not just any Tom, Dick, or Harry is qualified to be my wife. Even though the Snowman tribe recommended you, whether you are qualified or not, you will need to pass my test." "Test?" Shui Er gritted her teeth. "Lord Fang Yuan, please tell me." Fang Yuan pondered. "Go to Taichio and search for souls for me. After you leave this place, someone will arrange things for you." Shui Er felt bitter internally. She was a genius. When had she ever received such cold treatment? But due to the heavy responsibility of the tribe, she could only nod and agree. Looking at Shui Er's departing figure, Fang Yuan fell into deep thought. With this arrangement, Shui Er's battle strength could be used. There would be another Gu immortal who could help Fang Yuan in his cultivation. But this was not the main point. What Fang Yuan wanted to do was to probe them. After receiving the second gift, he expressed his dissatisfaction. He wanted to test Shui Er and show his arrogance. He was testing the Snowman tribe's bottom line. Since they wanted a marriage alliance, how determined were they? One could say, the greater their determination, the greater the benefits Feng Yuan could extract from them. Feng Yuan was not in a hurry. The marriage alliance could not be decided with just a few words. Both sides were not familiar with each other. If Feng Yuan probed them, the Snowman tribe would do the same. But Feng Yuan was sure that there were benefits to be gained from this. The marriage alliance was not the main point. Feng Yuan quickly put it aside. He focused on his heavy cultivation. Soul path cultivation was one aspect, immortal aperture management was another. Other than that, Feng Yuan used the light of wisdom to modify killer moves. Feng Yuan's strongest method was undoubtedly the immortal killer move reverse flow protection seal. But Feng Yuan was not in a hurry to modify it. Even though this killer move was not safe against Celestial Court Gu immortals, Feng Yuan's current location was still safe. Not only was he far away in northern plains, he was also hiding in Langya Blessed Land. With the concealment of the Ghost Soldier garment, Celestial Court would not be able to find him in a short period of time. And there was another point. To modify reverse flow protection seal, it would take a long time. The effects would be slow. Feng Yuan thought about it. He decided to modify the Wisdom Path killer moves that Zishan Makoto had. Why did he choose these? Firstly, these killer moves were very powerful and outstanding. Secondly, Feng Yuan's Wisdom Path attainment level was at Grandmaster. It was easy to modify them. Finally, Feng Yuan had a batch of Wisdom Path Immortal Gu. They were gifts from Zishan Makoto before he died. Purple Blood River Formation, Purple Thought Light Protection, Ignited Thought Flying Rock, One Thought Flower Bloom, Purple Thought Insight Starlight, Direction Confusion Fog, Thought Defense, One Thought 10,000 Flow Elimination, and so on. When Zishan Makoto was not in a good condition, he used these methods to resist Duke Long. Who was Duke Long? He was the great master of Red Lotus. He had a huge origin. He had incredible battle strength. He was at the peak of rank 8. While Feng Yuan modified his killer moves, Wuxia found Shui Er. You are Shui Er? Wuxia asked. Shui Er looked at Wuxia. She had a petite figure. She was like a young girl. Her skin was white as snow. She wore a green dress. There were 2 jade beads hanging on her ears. As they swayed, they gave off a green light. Wuxia was wearing Fairy Chui Bo's body. She was naturally beautiful. If not for this, Thousand Transformations' ancestor would not have taken in Fairy Chui Bo as his third concubine. He doted on her. Who is this beautiful female immortal? What is her relationship with Feng Yuan? The clan's information does not mention her. She is also a rank 7 Gu immortal. Shui Er had many questions in her mind, but she showed a smile on the surface. I am Shui Er. I wonder what this beautiful sister's name is? Wuxia frowned. He was originally wearing Fairy Chui Bo's body. He was very excited. But as time passed as a man, he felt uncomfortable. Not long ago, he asked Feng Yuan to change this body. Even if it was a rank 6 body, he only needed to cultivate soul path. Don't call me sister. Just call me brother Wuxia. Wuxia waved his hand. Let's go. I will bring you to Tai Chio to meet up with them. The test given to you by the sect master is to see who can obtain more high-quality souls in the same period of time. Yes. Shui Er quickly agreed. She had even more questions in her mind. She walked behind, looking at Wuxia's back thinking, this female immortal is so strange. She wants me to call her brother? The two left Langya Blessed Land, using the Gu formation to teleport to Tai Chio. Once they entered Tai Chio, Shui Er became nervous. This was a famous dangerous place in northern plains. At the same time, she was somewhat uneasy about this test. After all, she only had rank 6 cultivation level. What she was most proud of was her investigative methods. Fly together with me quick. Time is precious. We need to cherish every moment and use it to cultivate. Continuous hard work and struggle. That is the true meaning of life. Wuxia urged Shui Er on. He was filled with fighting spirit. This was the effect of immortal killer move soaring fighting spirits. Shui Er felt that Wuxia was very strange. She felt that she could not judge a book by its cover. She was so beautiful but had such a desperate personality. It was unimaginable. But if we fly like this, isn't it too rash? Shui Er was worried. This was Taichio. There were many fierce beasts. Danger was everywhere. If he were to fly around like that, he would undoubtedly become the most obvious target. Flying in the air, Shui Er was very nervous. She was afraid that a fierce beast would attack her. But after flying for a while, her worries did not come true. Moreover, the worry in her heart had dissipated a lot, and what replaced it was a secret shock. The area around the teleportation immortal formation has been cleared by Langya sect. They have complete control over it. They actually explored Taichio to such an extent. It seems that Langya sect's strength is beyond our estimation. Shui Er immediately transmitted this information to the Snowman tribe. There is a group of dragon elephants over there. Suddenly Shui Er spoke. Wuxia, who was traveling with her, looked at her in surprise, thinking that this woman was quite unique. Even with Wuxia's methods, he was a few breaths later than Shui Er to discover that group of dragon elephants. Shadow Sect's investigative methods were naturally stronger than Shui Er's, but Wuxia's current body countered his investigative methods. This group of dragon elephants is something sect leader needs. Let's go capture them first. Wuxia changed his flying direction. Shui Er was not surprised, because she had seen Fang Yuan's list of gifts. There were indeed dragon elephants. This group of dragon elephants was quite ordinary. There were only 2 or 3 desolate-level dragon elephants. Wuxia descended from the sky and used a soul path immortal killer move. A soul howl enveloped the entire dragon elephant group. In an instant, the dragon elephants fell to the ground and fell unconscious. Such an amazing method. Shui Er was shocked. She had a new question. She clearly has wood path aura. Why is she using a soul path method? Wuxia was most proficient in lead soul into dream, but the goo worms used to construct these killer moves were all kept by Fang Yuan. They were in his hands. Wuxia was left with several soul path immortal goo. Therefore Wuxia's main method was the soul Dao. Wuxia kept these dragon elephants in his immortal aperture as he set off with Shui Er. A moment later they saw He Lulan. Another great beauty. Shui Er frowned, but her brows quickly smoothed out. She observed. Compared to Wuxia, this one only has rank 6 cultivation level, the same as me. Chapter 1474. Even though Shui Er was a rising star of the Snowman tribe, a genius, it was a fact that the Snowman tribe was lacking in resources. Shui Er was able to reach rank 6 at her age. This was already very good. But after interacting with Wuxia, her cultivation level was still lower than rank 7. Even though Shui Er did not show it on the surface, she felt a lot of pressure in her heart. Now that she saw a rank 6 immortal, her emotions eased up a little. Hello, you can call me Shui Er. Shui Er greeted first. She felt that she should establish a good relationship with the people around Fang Yuan. Hello, you can call me Lulan. He Lulan smiled. Her gaze flickered as she sized up Shui Er discreetly. She was guessing. Snowman Gu immortal? Why is he approaching us? Fang Yuan. What is he trying to do? The Snowman tribe wanted to have a marriage alliance with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan only informed Wuxia. He did not tell the other members. Thus, He Lulan only knew. Fang Yuan wanted the Shadow Sect immortals to accept Shui Er, and in the future, they would help each other and explore Taichio. Alright, since you know each other, we will leave first. Wuxia said at this moment. She took out an information path goo worm, and used a small method to find Fairy Meow Een and Lady White Rabbit's location. He Lulan, do what you need to do. I will bring Shui Er to meet the others. Seeing Wuxia and Shui Er leave, He Lulan had a thought. Her intuition told her that Shui Er had joined out of nowhere. Her motive was not simple. He Lulan had a ruthless nature. Even though she was forced to leave the alliance agreement and lose her freedom, the truth was, she wanted to escape Fang Yuan's control all the time. Freedom, who would not want it? Wait, I will go with you. I am in charge of finding the sharp-tusked boar. but I cannot find it. I might as well let Miaoyin help me. He Lulan said as she chased after them. Cher was very happy. She felt that she would be able to get closer to He Lulan. He Lulan also wanted to get information out of her, so she pretended to be polite and cordial. And so, Wuxia took the lead to comprehend, while Shui and He Lulan walked behind him. Big sister Lulan, it's really nice to meet you. Soon, Snow started addressing Lulan as big sister, her attitude very humble. This stupid woman. He Lulan snorted in her heart. She was once the victor of the imperial court, shouldering a blood feud, and living under the shadow of her father Heicheng. She was good at scheming. Compared to her, Shui had grown up among the snowmen, and her personality was much purer. He Lulan soon realized that Shui desperately wanted to know more about the Shadow Sect's immortals. She made use of Shui's mentality and said some valuable information, using the chance to get information out of her. Shui was wary of her, of course, but she could not match He Lulan's scheming. Just as she was about to be exposed, Wuxia interrupted. Isn't that the sharp tusk boar? He Lulan, you are quite lucky. You don't need to owe Miaoyin a favor this time. Following Wuxia's finger, Shui saw an ancient desolate beast indeed. This sharp tusk boar was huge and muscular. It was sleeping on the ground. It had an extraordinary aura. Shui's heart jumped with her battle strength. She was not the sharp tusk boar's match. Wuxia was interrupted. He was angry, but he could not retort. He snorted coldly and charged at the sharp tusk boar. Big sister Lulan, be careful. Shui said with concern. She praised in her heart. This big sister Lulan that she had just met was really courageous. But she only had rank 6 cultivation level. How could she deal with the sharp tusk boar? It seemed that she needed to rely on this fairy Chui bow. But the following scene made Shui completely dumbfounded. He Lulan's aura was even fiercer than the sharp tusk boar's. When she fought, her aura changed completely, flames burned around her. She had a terrifying aura that could burn heaven and earth. Rank 6 Immortal Gu, Rank 7 Immortal Gu. So many Immortal Gu. Shui's eyelids twitched as she watched the battle. She realized how wealthy He Lulan was. He Lulan had inherited Blazing Heaven Demoness inheritance and Immortal Gu. Feng Yuan did not take them from her. Because Feng Yuan had enough Immortal Gu, he might as well leave them with He Lulan and let her search for souls for him. Under He Lulan's fierce attacks, the sharp tusk boar was first enraged. Then it went into a frenzy. It finally lost and escaped in fear. Shui was shocked. He Lulan's battle strength was already at rank 7. This was out of Shui's expectations. Big sister Lulan is so strong. Her immortal killer moves are extremely powerful. They are extremely powerful. However, she clearly has strength path aura. Why is she using fire path methods? She was shocked but also confused. Shui could not understand. Fairy Chui Bo had water path aura, but she used soul path methods. And now, this He Lulan was clearly a strength path Gu immortal, but she used fire path. Alright, let's continue. A moment later, He Lulan stored the sharp tusk boar's corpse. She would not let go of the ancient desolate soul either. Big sister Lulan, you are amazing. Shui looked at He Lulan with shock. He Lulan shook her head. This is nothing. No, you are really amazing. You have rank 6 cultivation level, but your battle strength has reached rank 7. This is not something ordinary Gu immortals can achieve. Shui quickly waved her hand. He Lulan smiled bitterly. This is really nothing in our shadow sect. I am very ordinary. Shui heard He Lulan's reply and her heart shook. He Lulan, you will understand when you see them. Let's go. He Lulan had already completed her mission, but she did not return. She decided to go with Shui to find the other Shadow Sect Gu immortals. After a while, they successfully met up with Fairy Miaoyin and Lady White Rabbit. Lady White Rabbit had rank 6 cultivation level. She did not have He Lulan's battle strength. It was too dangerous for her to explore Taichio alone. Thus, Feng Yuan arranged for Fairy Miaoyin to team up with her. Of course, when Black Tigress appears, her cultivation level and battle strength would rise to rank 7. However, White Rabbit's Black Tigress state was not stable. It could not last for long. It had its drawbacks. Hello Shui Air. Fairy Miao Yin smiled warmly. You are a snowman Gu immortal? This is the first time, I have seen you. Lady White Rabbit said softly. What is going on? Shui Air was bewildered and depressed. Fairy Miao Yin was a publicly recognized beauty in southern borders Gu immortal world. She had a curvaceous body. She was extremely charming. She wore a pink dress. She was extremely beautiful. As for Lady White Rabbit, she had snow-white skin. Her eyes were large and pure. She had no flaws or impurities. Her aura was different from Fairy Miao Yin's. Even Shui Air felt that she was cute at first glance. She had a feeling of trusting and cherishing her. Shui Air inspected carefully. She found that Fairy Miao Yin had rank 7 cultivation level, while Lady White Rabbit was rank 6, similar to her. But after experiencing He Lolan's matter, Shui Air did not dare to treat Lady White Rabbit as an ordinary rank 6 Gu immortal anymore. The Gu immortals conversed for a while. They were all very passionate towards Shui Air, but they were also curious about her. Shui Air kept her mouth shut. It was not that she suddenly became scheming, but there were so many people, and they were all beauties. Shui Air felt immense pressure. What was she doing here? She was going to marry Feng Yuan. Now, she was going to say that she wanted to become Feng Yuan's wife in front of so many beauties. Wasn't this a little provocative? Wasn't this shamelessly boasting? At the same time, a question was pressing down on Shui Air's mind like a mountain. What is the relationship between these female immortals and Feng Yuan? Actually, Feng Yuan's relationship with them was very simple and pure. But Shui Air was an outsider. This was her first time interacting with them. She could not help but think wrongly. This was not strange. This was human nature. Alright, you have already gotten to know all of the Gu immortals of Shadow Sect. Other than us, there is one more person who is special. Wuxia said. Special? Shui Air's heart tightened. She wanted to ask, does it mean that this Gu immortal has a special relationship with Feng Yuan? Is it a man or a woman? But Shui Air did not ask directly, because Wuxia continued to speak. This person is Bai Ningbing. She is not a member of Shadow Sect, but we are close. She is our ally. She has fought alongside us before. Even though she only has rank 6 cultivation level, among us, she should be the one with the strongest battle strength. When he said the last sentence, Wuxia hesitated for a moment. But the other Gu immortals did not object. He Lolan's battle strength was weaker than Bai Ningbing. After all, the great strength true martial physique was not compatible with a fire path inheritance. Fairy Miao Yin's battle strength was about the same as He Lulan. There was no need to talk about Lady White Rabbit. After turning into Black Tigress, she was ruthless but lacked methods. Originally, Wuxia had the highest battle strength, but his killer move Lead Soul into Dream had already been taken away by Feng Yuan along with his immortal Gu. Thus Bai Ningbing, who inherited Bai Xiang's true inheritance and had the Northern Dark Eye Soul physique, was the strongest among them. Stronger than Sister Lulan? Shui Air could not believe it. He Lulan said, my battle strength is only average here. Shui Air stared with wide eyes thinking, oh my heavens, why are there so many freaks here? She has rank 6 cultivation level, but has the strongest battle strength. Who exactly was this person? Just how talented are they? We will lead you there now. I told you so much in advance, so that you can pay attention. After all, her relationship with us is different. Wuxia continued to lead the way. Soon they got close to Bai Ningbing. Boom boom boom. The deities heard a loud explosion that sounded like a clap of thunder. Roar. Next, the immortals heard an earth-shattering scream. It was like the sound of a dying beast. This is. When the immortals arrived, Shui Air was shocked to see that Bai Ningbing was standing alone in the battlefield. Around her was a circle of ancient desolate beasts. You came at the right time. I found a good place. Bai Ningbing stopped Bai Xiang's killer move and arrived in front of the immortals. Shui Air's body shook intensely. So beautiful. Bai Ningbing's beauty and aura could shake one's soul. Even Shui Er, a proud daughter of the heavens, was stunned by her beauty. She couldn't help but think to herself, There's actually such a beauty in this world. If she knew that Bai Ningbing had turned from male to female, who knew how she would feel? Chapter 1475. Genius in 1 second. Remember Love Go? Speak Net, providing you with exciting novels to read. Langya blessed land, cloud cover continent. Fang Yuan was alone in the vast area of cloud soil. Breathing in deeply, he calmed his mind and started to activate his immortal killer move. Ignited thought flying rock. Fang Yuan thought to himself. His eyes immediately began to flicker with a glassy purple light. Then, thoughts began to surge in his mind, and pebbles suddenly appeared on the surface of his body. These small rocks seemed to have been burned red, but they did not have any heat. Go! Fang Yuan willed. The floating rocks on his body flew out. The rocks flew in the air, piercing through the air, but there was no sound. At the same time, the small rocks expanded rapidly, becoming bigger and bigger. At first they were the size of a finger, but in the blink of an eye, they became the size of a basin. Next they expanded to the size of a horse carriage. The small rocks turned into giant rocks, and at the same time, the surface of the rocks started to burn with red flames. There were thousands of giant rocks, and at once half of the sky was dyed red. Next, the giant rocks smashed on the surface of the cloud soil, creating a huge flame. But there was no heat. There was not even a sound of explosion. These were not true giant rocks. They looked like that on the surface, but were actually formed from thoughts. This was one of Zishan Makoto's main attacks. Ignited thought flying rock. It could burn the target's thoughts. It also had a combo move called One Thought Flower Bloom. After the fiery boulder exploded once, Fang Yuan stretched out his right index finger and lightly pointed. Immediately, the fire demons were extinguished, and from the craters that were created by the impact, hundreds of flowers bloomed. Countless bright flowers rose up, competing with each other in beauty. Flowers bloomed brilliantly, instantly transforming the surrounding 100 acres of land into a vast field of colorful flowers. It is a pity that the target is not a Gu immortal. It is just cloud soil without thoughts. These flowers are only beautiful, they have no effect. Fang Yuan willed, and in an instant, the flowers that filled his vision vanished. Fang Yuan's body shook slightly. Immortal killer move, One Thought myriad splits. Instantly, the illusions around him were reborn. At first, there were only a few dozen purple light phantoms. But after a few breaths, the number of purple light phantoms had increased to a terrifying scale of nearly 100,000. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan's true body was hidden inside. Without a powerful investigative killer move, it was impossible to discover him. This move was actually very similar to one of Fang Yuan's previous tactics. Fang Yuan would first use Myriad Self, then use Familiar Face to transform into one of the Strength Path Phantoms, hiding his true body, so that no one would be able to identify him. The advantage of Zishan Makoto's move was that it was just a simple move, but its effect was comparable to Fang Yuan's two moves, Myriad Self and Familiar Face. Therefore, the consumption of immortal essence was slightly less. There was another advantage. The number of purple light phantoms grew faster than the strength path phantoms. However, the weakness of these purple phantoms was that they had no offensive power. They were purely camouflaged to confuse the enemy. As for the strength path phantoms, they had offensive capabilities. Fang Yuan dispelled One Thought myriad splits and pushed with his palms, pushing out a large amount of clouds and mist. This was the immortal killer move directional confusion fog. It could make Gu immortals lose their sense of direction. Next, Fang Yuan tried to activate hidden force thought defense, One Thought myriad flow elimination, and other moves. He was very familiar with them and succeeded in activating them. He placed his focus on the last move, Immortal Killer move, Purple Thought Perception Starlight. This move was the most complicated to activate, but its effect was quite mystical and powerful. It could gather the profundities of the enemy's Immortal Killer move with each attack, and send the information back to Fang Yuan's mind. Once the information was gathered to a certain extent, Fang Yuan could use wisdom path methods to research the killer move to deal with the enemy during battle. Then, The Immortal Killer move Split would be activated to break the enemy's method and obtain victory. Fang Yuan tried to activate it. Purple Thought Perception Starlight was indeed complicated. Fang Yuan tried it 3 times before finally succeeding. During the process he suffered some injuries. With man as before Immortal Goo, Fang Yuan was not afraid of these minor injuries. After these days of continuous practice, I have almost grasped all of Zishan Makoto's methods. Fang Yuan evaluated in his mind. Right now, it had already been half a month since Shui Er came to find him. These days, Fang Yuan mainly cultivated Soul Path and strengthened his soul foundation. Right now he already had a 10 million level human soul. His Immortal Apertures management was going according to plan. Other than that, he practiced killer moves. Killer moves needed practice, because every time a killer move was activated there was a risk. If the activation failed, it would harm the user instead. Fang Yuan had countless inheritances. He had a vast number of killer moves. However, the foundation of killer moves were Immortal Goo. Fang Yuan first decided to practice Zishan Makoto's Wisdom Path killer move. Zishan Makoto was the purple of the first-generation split soul. His methods could match Duke Long's. He was naturally very impressive. Furthermore, before he died, he gave all of his remaining Wisdom Path Immortal Goo to Fang Yuan. Thus, Fang Yuan had the foundation to use Zishan Makoto's Immortal Killer move. Of course, Zishan Makoto's Immortal Goo were not comprehensive. There were many flaws. This was not important to Fang Yuan. He had Wisdom Path Grandmaster attainment level. The key was the Light of Wisdom. Fang Yuan could rapidly modify killer moves. Right now, most of the Wisdom Path killer moves he used have been modified to some extent. After this practice, Fang Yuan went to the Wisdom Goo's location again. He sat cross-legged beside Wisdom Goo, bathed in the light of wisdom. He started to ponder and summarize his experience from this practice. After every practice, he would summarize and modify the killer move according to his own experience. Many killer moves were created based on the Goo Immortal's own experience, habits, temperament, and many other factors. These killer moves were other people's killer moves. They were not as familiar and easy to use as Fang Yuan's own Myriad Self and Strength Path Giant Hand. Thus, Fang Yuan had to modify them continuously. After a while, Fang Yuan finished thinking. He did not modify Zishan Makoto's Immortal Killer move. These last days, I have been practicing and fine-tuning the killer move. I have finally reached a stage where I can no longer modify it. Only when I make huge progress in Wisdom Path in the future can I continue to modify it. Understanding this, Fang Yuan did not force it. His deduction today was not on this, it was to complete the deduction of the Immortal Killer move, Strenuous Strength. Originally, Fang Yuan had an Immortal Goo, Strenuous Strength. It could expend Immortal Essence to activate Immortal Goo and increase his Strength Path Dao marks. It was a pity that such an Immortal Goo was destroyed, but it was not important, all paths led to the same goal. Fang Yuan had so many Immortal Goo, and with the Light of Wisdom's help, he could quickly deduce the Immortal Killer move Strenuous Strength. With this Immortal Killer move, it could completely replace the effect of Strenuous Strength Immortal Goo. Deduction success. About 15 minutes later, Fang Yuan left Wisdom Goo with a satisfied result. The deduction of the Immortal Killer move Strenuous Strength had started 6 days ago, but it had finally succeeded today. This rank 6 Immortal Killer move used Snack Immortal Goo as the core, with other Strength Path Immortal Goo as support. By expending Strength Path Immortal materials, it could increase the Goo Immortal's Strength Path Dao marks. The effect of one cultivation session was much better than the rank 6 Immortal Goo, Strenuous Strength, but it expended a lot of Immortal Essence. Because it involved too many Goo worms, it was not as convenient as activating a single Strenuous Strength Immortal Goo. All in all, there were pros and cons. In the following days, other than consolidating Zishan Makoto's Wisdom Path killer moves, Fang Yuan used Strenuous Strength to increase his Strength Path Dao marks. He had the most Transformation Path Dao marks now. He had close to 50,000. Next were Ice and Snow Path, Luck Path, Chi Path, and Sound Path. He had more than 10,000. He had very little Strength Path. Fang Yuan had not undergone Strength Path tribulations. The immortal apertures that he annexed also did not cultivate strength path. This time he focused on this aspect. The reason why he chose strength path was because Feng Yuan had considered it deeply. Right now, his strongest means were the reverse current protection seal and the myriad dragons. The former was for defense, while the latter was for offense. Both were related to strength path. Thus, increasing strength path Dao marks would greatly increase the upper limit of Feng Yuan's battle strength. As for those Zishan Makoto's wisdom path killer moves that he cultivated, they were mainly used to enrich Feng Yuan's methods. The true deciding factor of Feng Yuan's battle strength was reverse flow protection seal. Feng Yuan cultivated diligently. He squeezed his time to the limit. Every minute and second was used to its fullest. Such a safe environment was hard to come by. Since rebirth, Feng Yuan finally had such a good opportunity to develop his strength and accumulate his foundation. Immortal aperture management, killer move practice, soul path cultivation, and other aspects, Feng Yuan had a brand new look almost every day. His speed of improvement was unheard of. Even the land spirit of Langia was secretly shocked. This was what the Celestial Court had predicted. After obtaining Shadow Sect's inheritance, Feng Yuan's foundation had reached an unimaginable level. Now that it burst out, his strength would surge. Ever since Shui Er came into contact with the Shadow Sect members, she had been working hard and being obedient. Even though she had low battle strength, she had great investigative skills. She cooperated with the other Shadow Sect members to explore Tai Chiu for Feng Yuan. She obtained many souls. Feng Yuan's cold attitude towards the marriage caused conflict among the Snowman tribe. Shui Er's grandmother, Bing Yuan, insisted on sending another betrothal gift to express their sincerity. But some Snowman Gu immortals led by Bing Feng objected. This side felt that the price of a marriage with Feng Yuan was too high. It was better to endure the Rockman tribe's oppression. Because of the Shadow Sect members' efforts, Langya Sect's exploration of Tai Chiu became much faster. This made the land spirit of Langya extremely happy. The more he looked at Feng Yuan, the more he liked him. On this day, Feng Yuan was sitting with his eyes closed, developing his immortal aperture when he suddenly received a request for help. He opened his eyes. At the same time, the land spirit of Langya teleported and appeared in front of Feng Yuan. Chapter 1476. Genius 1 second. Remember if you want to go? Talk.net, providing you with exciting novels to read. Roar. A thunderous explosion resounded in the ears of the hairy man Gu immortals. At the same time, a huge dragon head, that was the size of a hill, came crashing down. A huge shadow fell on the immortals. Even before it arrived, air currents were surging. The ferocious aura made them shiver. They could not resist it. We are finished. The three hairy man Gu immortals were sweating profusely. One of them even fell to the ground. Seeing that the three of them were about to die, at this moment, the three hairy men heard a cold voice. Trash. Despite such insults, the three hairy man Gu immortals were overjoyed. They shouted together. We are here, Fairy Ning Bing, save us. At the moment of danger, a white figure flew over. It was Dragon Lady by Ning Bing. She snorted coldly, raising her hands. Crack. At the next moment, a huge ice wall rose up, blocking the three hairy man Gu immortals. Bam. In just a breath of time, the huge dragon head crashed into the ice wall. The ice wall could not take the impact, it shattered. But Bai Ning Bing had already pulled the three hairy man Gu immortals back, pulling some distance between them. At the same time, a cold light shot out from her eyes, shining on the dragon head. The ferocious dragon head was soon covered in a thin layer of frost. Its speed fell by a lot. Bai Ning Bing let out a sigh of relief internally. In that split second, she had already determined that the dragon head in front of her was only a rank 7. With her battle strength, it was more than enough to deal with him. But the immemorial desolate beast myriad head coiling dragon has 10,000 dragon heads. I can deal with this dragon head. But if the other dragon heads join in, I will not be able to deal with them. I will not be able to deal with so many. Bai Ning Bing looked at the sky frowning. This was not the normal world of Taichio. It was a dark formation path space. The myriad head coiling dragon was a formation path immemorial desolate beast. It could create a formation path space, like the upper extreme heavenly eagle that could enter grotto heavens. This was an innate ability of immemorial desolate beasts. I need to leave this place quickly and return to the outside world. I hoping Wuxia and the rest can stall it. At this moment outside of Taichio, He Lulan and the rest were flying in the sky, facing the hundreds of dragons on the ground. They were using their abilities, throwing all kinds of killer moves at them. The scene was spectacular. The green giant grass on Taichio was as tall as a tree. They grew densely like a forest. In the giant grass, there were hundreds of dragons. Some were covered in golden scales. Some had horns on their foreheads. Some had 3 dragon pupils, and some had sharp teeth. They were of all different shapes and sizes. Its body swayed as it stood upright, its height far exceeding that of the giant grass. These were all part of the head of the 10,000 head coiling dragon. Their tails pierced deep into the ground, and the 10,000 dragon bodies originated from one body. Meanwhile, He Lulan and the others were circling in the sky like eagles, continuously launching all kinds of killer moves, dazzling like fireworks. The long dragons roared. They weren't passively taking a beating, but were continuously counterattacking. Most of them were spitting out dragon breath, some were spitting out poisonous mist, and some were shooting out light from their eyes. Not counting the dragon head that went to deal with by Ning Bing, there are 3 rank 7 dragon heads. The rest are all rank 6. We haven't found any wild immortal goo yet, but we need to be careful. Don't get close. We might get dragged into the formation path world of the 10,000 head coiling dragon. He Lulan, Wuxia, and the rest were conversing as they fought. Land Spirit of Langia asked Feng Yuan for help. Feng Yuan naturally had to save them. Firstly, this rescue mission had a lot of rewards. He was moved. Secondly, he was a supreme elder of Langia sect. He could not ignore this, otherwise, it would go against the alliance agreement. Thus, while Feng Yuan rushed over, he ordered Wuxia and the rest to save them first and stall for time. The battle was getting more intense. It did not last for long, but Wuxia and the rest felt immense pressure. Oh no! More and more dragon heads are awakening. At this rate, the immemorial dragon heads will wake up. We will not only fail to save them, we will even lose our lives. When will sect leader arrive? This is deep in Taichio. It is far from the teleportation immortal formation. It will take some time. Be careful. While they conversed, another rank 7 dragon head woke up. It broke out of the ground and roared as it breathed out a silver dragon breath. He Lulan dodged it by a hair's breadth. Wuxia thought about it before saying to Lady White Rabbit and Shui Air, "Retreat, we will provide support from afar." Shui Air only had rank 6 cultivation level. Her mind was already shaken. She could barely fight. Even though she was a genius of the Snowman tribe, she could not compare to He Lulan and the rest. She did not try to be brave. She pulled Lady White Rabbit and retreated. Is it good for us to retreat like this? Lady White Rabbit was worried. Shui Air rolled her eyes. Let's listen to Fairy Wuxia. With our battle strength, we will only be a burden to them. The immortals held on for a while longer. More and more dragon heads woke up and joined the battle. 1,000 dragons moved and roared. He Lulan and the rest were at a complete disadvantage. Thankfully, immemorial desolate beasts like myriad head coiling dragons were very special. Once they were born, they could not move. Even though there were many dragon heads, they could only defend themselves, they could not attack. Even so, with 1,000 dragon heads breathing, He Lulan and the rest were forced to retreat again and again. They could not resist them. Oh no, the situation is getting worse for us. Bai Ning Bing is not out yet. She might be trapped in the enemy's formation and cannot escape. He Lulan and the rest were right. Bai Ning Bing was in a tough battle inside the formation path space. In order to protect the lives of the 3 hairy Mangu immortals, she had many reservations. Right at this time, an indescribable aura spread throughout the area. A huge dragon head that was far larger than its kind slowly rose up. The immemorial dragon head had appeared. Its eyes were blurry, its eyelids were drooping, It had not woken up yet, but it gave the immortals immense pressure. Damn it! What should we do? While the immortals were hesitating, Wuxia ordered, retreat. They were only rank 6 and 7. How could they resist rank 8 Gu immortals? They could only retreat and abandon by Ningbing and the 3 hairy man Gu immortals. At this moment, the immemorial dragon had opened its mouth and inhaled. In an instant the world changed. Wuxia and the rest could not resist at all. They were all dragged into the formation path space. Immemorial dragon head. Bai Ningbing's expression was shaken. She looked at Wuxia and the rest, asking with a frown, "Where is Fang Yuan?" Wuxia and the rest could only smile bitterly. Thankfully, after the immemorial dragon head trapped the Shadow Sect immortals, it did not attack again. The dragon image faded away. In a few breaths of time, it vanished from the formation path space. It had rank 8 battle strength. In its eyes, rank 6 and 7 Gu immortals were insignificant. They were not worthy of it fighting. It left this battle to the other dragon heads. Thus, more than 1,000 dragon heads appeared around the Shadow Sect immortals. Wuxia and the rest fell into a tough battle. The current situation was different from before. These dragon heads could move freely in the formation path space. They could suddenly appear and disappear. The awkward situation of having to defend themselves earlier was gone. The immortals tried for a while, but found that they could not break out of this formation path space. They could only unite and help each other, fighting to the death. In this dangerous battle, the immortals soon suffered injuries. The 3 hairy man Gu immortals, Shui and Lady White Rabbit were surrounded by danger. Gradually, the Shadow Sect immortals could not take care of the weaker ones. A hairy man Gu immortal was the first to die. Shui cried out in shock. She could not retreat in time. She was surrounded by several dragon heads. To think that I am going to die here. Shui could not defend herself. She could only close her eyes and wait for death. Right at this time, a black figure grabbed her and charged out of the encirclement. "What are you doing? I had to come and save you again." The pressure of survival caused Lady White Rabbit to transform into Black Tigress. It was she who saved Shui. Shui was stunned. You are Lady White Rabbit? I am not a weakling like you." Black Tigress smiled coldly, looking at Shui in disdain. Shui was speechless. She finally understood. Fang Yuan's subordinates, the members of the Shadow Sect, were all freaks. Compared to them, she was the weakest. With Black Tigress' help, the situation stabilized. But good times did not last long. More and more dragon heads appeared. The immemorial desolate beast myriad head coiling dragon started to display its terrifying battle strength. The immortals could only hold on. There was no way to escape. They could only place their hopes on Fang Yuan. But when would Fang Yuan arrive? According to the time of the battle, Fang Yuan should have arrived long ago. But soon, the Shadow Sect Gu immortals found that this formation path space contained time path components. There was a difference in the flow of time compared to the outside world. This discovery was like a huge rock that pressed down on the Gu immortals' hearts. However, gradually, Wuxia and the rest found that the number of dragon heads in the formation path space started to decrease. The pressure on them gradually lessened, and they stabilized their precarious situation. Fang Yuan must be here. Realizing this, the immortals' morale rose. But Shui could not help but feel worried. I wonder how the battle outside is. Even though Fang Yuan has rank 8 battle strength, can he resist this myriad head coiling dragon? Just as she was thinking about this, the formation path space broke. Everyone returned to Taichio heaven and earth. Seeing this, Shui could not help but gasp in shock. Blood flowed like a river on the ground. Countless dragon corpses fell to the ground. The surrounding area had turned into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. That immemorial dragon head continued to howl. It did not have any of its previous glory. As for Fang Yuan, he was everywhere. Thought myriad transformations. Wuxia sighed. He recognized the immortal killer move that Fang Yuan was using. Fang Yuan's true body was hidden among the countless phantoms. That immemorial dragon head could not find out where Fang Yuan's main body was. Ignited thought flying rock. Countless flaming rocks landed on the myriad head coiling dragon's body. A large number of dragon heads fell to the ground. They wanted to get up, but the moment they thought of it, they were burned by the fire. Thought flower bloom. Feng Yuan had a thought. Immediately, the dragon heads and bodies that fell to the ground were covered in all sorts of beautiful flowers. They felt their strength being sucked away. The powerful dragon heads fell into weakness. The flowers were like fuel that fueled the fire in their minds. These attacks completely destroyed the battle strength of the rank 6 and 7 dragon heads. They were sprawled on the ground like fat earthworms. Only the immemorial dragon head had a fierce aura, but it could not find Feng Yuan's main body. It could not display its battle strength. This is the power of a wisdom path killer move. This shows how powerful Zishan Makoto was in the past. Feng Yuan thought to himself. At this time, the immemorial dragon head sawing Wuxia and the rest, it immediately pounced towards them. The 2 remaining hairy Mangu immortals could not help but scream in pain. Feng Yuan revealed his main body, blocking the dragon head's path. Be careful, Shui Er shouted, looking at the immemorial dragon head colliding with Feng Yuan's body with a fearful expression. A huge force surged. Feng Yuan was sent flying, but he quickly flew back. Instead, the immemorial dragon head was bleeding from the collision. It was in a pathetic state. Reverse flow protection seal made celestial quartz goo immortals helpless against it. Its mystical power was no joke. Using this chance, the Shadow Sect immortals retreated to a safe distance. Without any worries, Feng Yuan fought with the immemorial dragon head. So strong. Shui Er's heart was pounding. She personally witnessed how Feng Yuan gained the upper hand and killed the immemorial dragon head. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support. And don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.